Outside the magnificent, ornate Cassius Manor, lush foliage surrounded the estate. Sunlight glinted off the sparkling windows. A meticulously prepared and enticing meal lay upon the table. All the family members seated around it were enjoying the lavish spread. Athel, like the others, was quietly savoring her food. Midway through cutting a piece of beef, a petulant voice rang out, "I don't like carrots." Leandro turned to Laina with a playful smile and reminded her, "You have to eat them. They're good for you." She retorted angrily, "I don't want a Leandro. Will I die if I don't eat them?" Liam, sitting beside her, chimed in, "Why don't you like them?" As they discussed the reasons why, Cassius bellowed furiously, "Stop it. No one can force my daughter to eat what she doesn't like." His sharp gaze swept across the room. "How dare you serve Laina something she dislikes? Dismiss the cook immediately." The surrounding servants recoiled in fear. Laina stood up to intervene. "No, father," she cried, rushing to his side. Tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded, "Why are you so angry with everyone? You're not like this." Hearing his daughter's words, Cassius calmed down. "I'll let it slide this time." Liam rushed over and said, "Why are you so naive, our little bunny?" Leandro added his praise, "Laina, you're so kind." Athel's hand, poised over her steak, stilled. Sitting opposite them, she thought to herself, "They're laughing. Is this the behavior of a 20-year-old? While everyone fussed over Laina, Athel sat alone, observing. Leandro finally noticed her and asked, "Are you feeling unwell, my lady?" Wiping her mouth with a napkin, she replied, "No, I've just lost my appetite. How can I tell them I'm disgusted by all of this?" Liam continued to coax his younger sister. "If you eat your carrots, I'll give you a present." He reached out and patted her head. "I'll give you one too," Leandro added. Laina looked puzzled. "It's not a special occasion. Why would you give me presents?" Liam froze. He turned to Leandro and whispered, "What about your gift? Your wife will be angry." Athel thought, "That's right. Have you given me a gift yet, Liam? Why don't you ever think of me?" Leandro sighed wearily. Then with a nonchalant air, he said, "A gift. It's not a special occasion." Athel informed him, "It's our anniversary. 2 years, to be exact." Liam's eyes widened. "Anniversary?" Leandro echoed, "You forgot our anniversary. You're a terrible husband." Laina suddenly remembered as well. "Oh my goodness," she exclaimed, "I just realized what today is." Cassius, raising his glass, grumbled, "What is going on? Do I have to witness this absurdity every day I live?" Leandro continued, "It's my fault I forgot, but..." Athel clenched her fists, her anger barely concealed behind a forced smile. Liam continued to make excuses, but Athel cut him off. "But what?" Inwardly, she fumed. "Is an apology too much to ask, you idiot?" To her astonishment, he said, "Is there a law that says husbands have to give their wives gifts on their anniversary?" Athel felt a surge of anger. "It's only now, realizing I'm trapped in this ridiculous novel, that I feel truly fortunate. That accident gave me a second chance. The novel I've been transmigrated into is one of my favorites. I'm reliving it, following the path of blossoming flowers." Laina, an orphan who died in poverty, that was adopted by the noble and great commander, Duke Cassius. His eldest son, Leandro, his second son, Liam. Laina, reborn, became the youngest and received an abundance of love from her father and 2 brothers. Watching the 3 of them dote on Laina is truly entertaining, but reading it isn't quite the same as seeing it unfold. Laina is the novel's heroine, and I am Athel, Laina's brother Leandro's wife. One of the most prominent supporting characters, appearing quite frequently. But that's all right. He was my favorite character, being his wife. I was so happy. Hair more golden than the sun, eyes deeper blue than any lake. A perfect man, just like Duke Cassius, in both ability and appearance. The young Duke Cassius and his wife, even if it was an arranged marriage. That at least I was a member of the Duke's family. One more reason to love this novel, or so I thought. But now, she felt an overwhelming surge of anger. He called out, "My lady." Then, looking at her coldly, he said, "Marriage is something both parties should celebrate together. My wife didn't prepare a gift for me either, did she?" Athel was speechless. Reading the novel, I hadn't considered this perspective of Athel's. He'd left her alone for their entire honeymoon, and she had to ask his aide to deliver his first anniversary gift. Athel had said cheerfully, "Today is your birthday." Leandro bluntly replied, "I'm busy." Another time, she'd asked, "Would you like to take a walk with me?" He refused. "I have to go out with Laina." But he continued, walking away. His excuse, always, "Laina is calling me." I never imagined he'd treat me like a shadow. Leandro said brazenly, "So it's not my fault." Furious, she threw the gift box at his face. It landed on the table. Everyone around them gasped. The entire Duke's family and the nearby servants. Athel had thrown it at him in a fit of rage. Leandro, incredulous, asked what was that. She glared at him and declared, "Let's get a divorce." Athel turned her back and said coldly, "Get it done as quickly as possible." He was stunned. "Divorce?" Cassius asked, "Athel, are you serious?" Laina, surprised, called out, "Sister." Liam went to shake his brother. The servants also called out, "My lady." She simply walked away, saying, "All right then, goodbye." She ascended the stairs, step by step, inside the luxurious, magnificent room. As she swept into her room, gathering her jewelry, thinking, even if I have to leave, I'm taking what's mine. Athel packed her belongings into a suitcase. I can't leave empty-handed, can I? Then she smiled, thinking about the time before. It all happened so fast. Leandro entered the room, throwing open the double doors and calling, "My lady." He asked again, "Are you serious about the divorce?" Leandro, now angry, added, "This is a serious matter. Why the hell do you want to divorce me?" Athel ignored Leandro's rambling pleas. "Come on, I have to go," as she finished packing. "It was my fault," he admitted. "I forgot our anniversary, but still." Athel turned, her voice sharp. "Who said it was just that?" Leandro ran a hand through his hair. "I admit, we aren't the perfect couple, but this was an arranged marriage, wasn't it?" Athel's voice was cold. "It's not like I'm saying this because I didn't know that." He looked bewildered. "Then what is it?" He stared, dumbfounded. Athel gestured towards her wedding dress. "My lady, look." He walked over and lifted the protective cloth covering the gown. The beautiful, opulent wedding dress was revealed. Leandro pointed at the dress. "When you wore this, I thought of our wedding. Every time I think of that happy time." Athel cut him off. "Happy? What was happy about it?" He froze. "What?" She spoke coldly. "I didn't like it one bit. This wasn't even the dress from our wedding." Athel's memory flashed back a few months before the wedding, to a dress fitting at the Cassius Manor. She paraded in front of Leandro in a succession of gowns. She wore a beautiful wedding dress. Leandro, holding a book, glanced up. "It suits you." The attendants fussed around her. "Miss, which style would you like to try next?" It's unbelievable they brought every dress here. The Wallace family truly are nobles, but I've never even dreamt of such things. Her parents' voices echoed in her memory. "No matter what happens, you must not lose Duke Cassius. When will you ever land someone as wonderful as the Duke?" Her brother's blunt words also resurfaced. "Just become the Duchess." Athel thought to herself, "Right, that's why I'm in this mess. They're terrible people, but I never thought they'd force me into this marriage." Gazing at the exquisite gowns, she cupped her face in feigned delight. They say this shop boasts the Empire's most talented designers. Every piece is a masterpiece." The door opened. Laina bounced in. "Brother." Leandro turned. "Laina, what is it?" She stood with her hands clasped behind her back. "I want to see her in the dress." Athel smiled, touched by his sister's apparent concern. Leandro ruffled Laina's hair. Athel thought, "When I read the novel, I wish for a family like this. If I marry him, I'll become a part of this family." She encouraged herself. "My wish came true." But then Laina, looking at the dresses, asked, "Brother." Then she made her request. "Can I try it on for a bit?" Athel was taken aback. "What?" Laina smiled innocently. "As long as you don't mind." Her eyes sparkled. "This dress is so lovely." Seeing Laina's expression, Athel thought, "So adorable." Then she chided herself. "Unbelievable. I wanted to try that dress on just a moment ago." Leandro stepped forward. "What? Why would you want to try on a wedding dress?" Laina simply lowered her gaze and mumbled, "Just as I thought. But he make on gang." Athel spoke casually to Leandro. "What's the harm? It's not a big deal if she tries it on, is it?" He sighed, resigned. "Fine." Laina cheered, throwing her arms up in the air. "Wow, it's amazing." The room's decorations were opulent and lavish. Leandro and Athel sat waiting when a voice called out, "Brother, is Laina here?" Duke Cassius entered the room. "We were just having tea with Laina, but she wandered off somewhere." Liam followed him in, looking surprised. "She's in Lady Athel's room." Athel forced a smile, thinking she wanted to try on my dress, and yet you all didn't want me in here. "Do you hate me that much?" The curtains parted. Laina emerged, wearing Athel's wedding dress. She beamed. "Father, brother, what do you think?" Everyone stared, speechless. Laina spread her arms, showcasing the gown. "Well, isn't it lovely?" Liam pointed at her. "Why are you wearing a wedding dress?" Laina giggled. "Because I wanted to try it on." Cassius, standing beside her, spoke. "I believe you told me just yesterday that you wanted to get married when you grow up." Laina's eyes lit up with anticipation. "When will that be?" Liam, indignant, exclaimed, "What are you saying?" Laina promised to marry only me. Athel watched, bewildered. Was this in the novel? Leandro snapped. "What's going on here?" Athel thought, at least there's one sane person. But then he continued, Laina said she'd marry me. Athel was utterly stunned. This is my husband, right? Laina addressed the room. Stop it, father, brothers. What's with the talk from yesterday? Laina continued, I'm going to try on another one, so just wait there and admire me. She disappeared behind the curtain. She emerged again, this time in a different dress. Her father and brothers beamed. More dresses followed, each appearance eliciting enthusiastic reactions from her father and brothers. Another dress, and their eyes shone with adoration. Laina left with her father and Liam. Shall we go have some tea? Yes. Liam looked back at Leandro. Brother, good luck. The three of them left, shutting the door firmly behind them. Silence returned to the room. Athel sighed. Finally, they're gone. That was exhausting. Leandro stood quietly, lost in thought. He touched one of the dresses. What about this one? Athel stared at the dress he'd chosen. He held it up. Lady Rita looked beautiful in this. Leandro frowned. That's impossible. Looking at the dress, he thought she'd definitely try it on later. Athel, exasperated, asked when did I try it on. He was adamant. I'm certain you did. Athel spoke calmly, looking him directly in the eye. The person who tried on that dress wasn't me. It was your sister. Leandro was taken aback. Laina. Leandro's voice rose. How could she make such a foolish mistake? Are you sure you're not lying? Could I have wrongly accused my wife? Athel retorted, do you think I'm stupid? I can tell whether or not I've tried on my own clothes. He insisted, I'm the only one who can say that. Folding his arms, he declared, absolutely not. Are you making this up to blame me? Athel couldn't believe it. What? Athel's eyes sharpened. Are you implying I'm lying? He turned away, attempting to hide his face. I didn't say that, but even if Laina and my wife look alike, I wouldn't mistake them. Her anger flared. We look alike. Picturing Laina and herself, Athel scoffed. How do we possibly look alike? Her anger simmered. He said, if what my wife is saying is true. Leandro continued to defend himself. Why didn't you say anything then? If what you're saying is true, wouldn't it have been insulting? She thought, what does he mean? Why is he making a fuss now when he's always been silent before? She closed her eyes. What did you say at dinner tonight? He sounded suspicious. Why are you suddenly asking this? Athel pressed, tell me. He fell silent, thinking. Recalling his feigned concern, she continued, you asked if I wanted anything to eat, and I said I wasn't hungry. What else? He continued to think. I asked if there were any gifts for my wife, and you asked for a divorce. Athel frowned at him. And before that, he thought back to when everyone was focused on Laina. Before that, that was, He remained silent, unsure what to say. She stated bluntly, that was my place in this house. Athel turned to leave. Even after the wedding, it was like that. So what about before? He called after her wife. Athel retorted, can you please drop the charade about the noble Duke Cassius? She remembered him holding the wedding dress. That young girl's dress, it looked so beautiful. Athel stood silently to the side. When I saw him hand me the dress that Laina wore, that's what I thought. But at the time, she had smiled. The Cassius family doesn't know me yet. Let's not rush things. Let's be certain. We can take it slow. Athel's expression grew somber, but there was no place for me. While they were a warm, close-knit family, she could only sit alone on the sidelines. Within their circle, rays of sunshine seemed to sparkle and gleam. Leandro lowered his head, trying to explain. My family has always been close. She didn't listen, continuing to walk away coldly. So, if we're not close, then I'll leave. He rushed forward and grabbed her shoulder. Wife. She spun around, flinging his hand away with such force that Leandro winced. Athel's voice was ice. I'll prepare the divorce papers and send them to you as soon as possible. You just need to sign them. He chased after her. Wait a minute, wife. Please. She continued walking, her voice unwavering. I've heard enough of your rambling. Leandro was incredulous. What did you just say? She stated flatly, you're an idiot. As she walked out of the room, family members and servants stood lined up on either side. Liam pleaded sister-in-law. Brother. Laina added, sister-in-law. Brother. Cassius also tried to stop her. Athel, you don't have to do this. She ignored them all, walking straight towards the main door. Outside, she felt a sense of relief and ease wash over her. The scene was quiet and tranquil. Classic buildings stood close together, one after another. Athel set her suitcase down. She happily flopped onto the bed, letting out a joyful cry. This is wonderful. The feeling of liberation filled her with joy. My suitcase isn't fully packed, but I'll relax for now. Sunlight glinted off the window pane. Ethel opened her eyes, gazing out at the brightness. She stretched languidly. These petty details could wait. Divorce came first. At the Cassius family palace, Leandro and Liam sat in the garden, surrounded by a profusion of flowers, sipping tea. Liam looked at his older brother. "Are you really just going to let this go?" he asked. Leandro looked up, a question in his eyes. "Let what go?" Liam's voice sharpened with frustration. "I'm talking about Ethel, our sister-in-law." Leandro took a calm sip of his tea. "She'll be back," he said simply. Liam stared at him in disbelief. "What are you talking about?" "She just said she wants a divorce." Leandro continued to savor his tea. "My wife is a clever woman," he explained. "She said that in the heat of the moment. Surely, her anger has subsided by now. Isn't that what Laina wanted?" Liam pressed. "Doesn't that mean Ethel will come back, even if it's just for the sake of the Wallace family?" Leandro replied, "This marriage wasn't built on love to begin with." Liam persisted. "What will you do if she doesn't come back?" Leandro's voice held unwavering certainty. "She'll be back." "How can you be so sure?" Liam challenged. Leandro's confidence only grew. "Laina said my marriage would survive this." "Laina?" Liam echoed, a sigh escaping his lips. Of course it was her. He recalled Laina's often surprising pronouncements, her uncanny ability to offer helpful information at the most unexpected times. "She does have a knack for being surprisingly accurate," Liam admitted. Leandro nodded. The next morning, at Duke Cassius's residence, a servant's voice called from outside Leandro's door. "Young master, are you awake?" The knocking continued. Meanwhile, at the main entrance, "My lady," a voice announced. Suddenly, Leandro flung open his door and rushed out. "Young master," the servant exclaimed. "She's definitely coming back," Leandro muttered to himself, hurrying towards the entrance. A smile played on his lips. "So, I was right all along," he said, pulling open the door. "Oh." But instead of Ethel, a young messenger boy stood before him. "Duke Leandro Cassius," the boy inquired. Leandro frowned. "Who are you?" The boy extended a letter. "She asked me to deliver this to you, sir. It's—" Leandro's smile faltered as he took the missive. He tore open the envelope. Inside, divorce papers lay alongside a short note. "We'll meet at City Hall today." Leandro froze, his mouth agape. He could barely comprehend the words before him. At Lovin City Hall, the capital of the Asteros Empire. Leandro paced anxiously, his nerves frayed. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure approaching. "Oh!" he exclaimed, rushing towards Ethel. Seeing his hurried approach, Ethel's expression soured. "Oh," she echoed flatly. "You're here already." Her indifference stung. Leandro stammered. Why did you send this?" Ethel arched a brow. "Did you think divorce papers were a joke? They're for a divorce." Her words hit Leandro like a physical blow. "Divorce," he repeated, his voice filled with disbelief. "You really want to divorce me?" Ethel's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Or should I pretend to divorce you?" Leandro couldn't accept it. His brow furrowed in anger. "How could you do this to me? I was a fool, worrying about you not coming back." Hearing this, Ethel sighed. "Who asked you to worry about me? You're just admitting you're a fool." Leandro, stung, snapped Ethel, but she wasn't one to back down, immediately arching a brow and retorting. "What?" Leandro deflated, frozen in place, sweat beading on his forehead. Ethel sighed inwardly, thinking, does he think he's the only one who can shout? Leandro cleared his throat. "Since you left," he began, his voice strained, "I've done a lot of thinking." "Yes, I admit, I have." He didn't get to finish. Ethel brushed past him, her voice cold. "I'll listen after you sign the agreement." Leandro spun around, stammering, "I don't understand. How can you act like this?" Ethel's anger flared. "Because I don't care how much you regret it." Memories flashed through her mind, and she scoffed internally. "If the Duke apologizes, I'm supposed to forgive him, smile, and pretend I feel nothing. Act like I'm the victim here." Ethel waved a dismissive hand. "Let's end this charade. As if there was ever anything to salvage. I don't want to see your face again." Leandro, crumbling, choked out, but suddenly, something unexpected happened. Ethel turned her head sharply. Leandro had ripped the divorce papers and feigned innocence, a sly look on his face. "Oh no, I've ruined the documents." He then, with an air of nonchalance, tried to dissuade her. "I can't keep running from this. How about we go somewhere and talk calmly?" Ethel finally relented. "Fine." She rummaged in her bag. Another set of divorce papers appeared before Leandro. Ethel's voice was firm. "Just in case. I came prepared." The papers were torn. To Leandro's astonishment, she continued, "I have another copy." Ripped again and again. The papers were torn, each time met with Ethel's foresight and the same phrase, and another one. She wasn't fazed. "Actually," she admitted, "I brought 4." Leandro's face flushed crimson. He shifted uncomfortably. Athel, in contrast, was perfectly composed. She whistled, taunting him. So, are you going to start over? Suddenly, the stack of papers was snatched from her hand. Leandro clutched the documents, his voice hard. No matter how many copies you have, I have no intention of divorcing you. His declaration hung in the air. Their eyes locked. Finally, Athel turned away, closing her eyes. Then, she said, if there's no other option, we'll let the courts decide. Leandro bristled. You can't force me to go to court. You think you can win against the Cassius? Athel's response was unexpected. She shouted yes. Divorce me, Leandro Cassius. Onlookers stopped, murmuring amongst themselves. Cassius, so that's who he is. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Leandro quickly covered his face with his hand. Damn it. Having achieved her desired effect, Athel chuckled softly. The secret divorce of the Duke and Duchess Cassius will soon be all over the place. Bringing Leandro to City Hall was her first checkmate. She thought triumphantly, I don't mind taking myself down with you in this war. Athel stepped forward. She brushed past Leandro, murmuring, let's see who gets tired of this first and gives up. With that, Athel quietly walked away, leaving Leandro standing there. Now, within the complex of buildings, Athel walked along a narrow passage. She sighed, thinking to herself, perhaps going to court is the only option left. On the other hand, Athel's thoughts were divided. Did my husband cheat on me? No. Was he violent towards me? No. Was there emotional abuse or insults? Never. Did he gamble? Never. Does he have illegitimate children? I don't know about that. Athel pushed up her glasses and continued her internal interrogation. Did he ever stop providing for me financially for months? Athel winced at the thought. She hesitated, stammering in her internal dialogue. Actually, he still provides 5,000 gold coins every month, along with my own personal funds. Finally, Athel had to admit, I don't want to acknowledge it, but I have to admit that Leandro on the surface is a pretty good husband. She slumped against a corner, one hand supporting her weight. But then, Athel frowned again, thinking there's only one issue that could be grounds for divorce, but it's quite delicate, and I'm not ready to discuss it with a lawyer. As she walked on, a hand suddenly reached out. My wife. Athel quickly turned to see who it was. Leandro suddenly appeared, gripping her shoulders tightly. He hastily explained, I'm not very good at expressing myself, but I still love you. Leandro stammered, we've come to this point, but seeing his attitude, Athel felt a surge of anger. All right, why is he so insistent? Finally, she had to say it all. Do you think I believe your words? You don't love me. Yet Leandro remained stubborn. He quickly denied it. That's not true. I married you because I loved you, and I don't want a divorce because I still love you. He continued, there are families far more powerful than the Wallaces, but there's only one woman I consider my wife, and that's you. Athel, unwilling to hear any more, closed her eyes. She asked coldly, do you think I don't know why you chose the Wallaces? The abandoned mines in Anala. Upon hearing this, Leandro froze, his face a mask of disbelief. The image of the abandoned mines flashed in his mind. Athel directly exposed the truth he had been hiding for so long. Laena wants the Wallace family's abandoned mines. That's why you married me. These mines were once highly productive, but due to the declining quality of the ore, the Wallace family had abandoned them. They were among the few Wallace assets left behind. Who would have guessed that these small mines would become a golden goose? Athel thought to herself, only I, who read the novel, and Laena, who withdrew in time, know. Leandro stumbled backward, stunned. How? Athel gave a faint smile. Leandro was aghast that his secret had been completely exposed. He asked, his voice trembling, how my wife? Athel stated plainly, the Wallace family's mines. That's the reason you married me. Leandro paled, stumbling backward, sweat beading on his brow. What are you talking about? He stammered. Athel's voice was sharp, unwavering. You confessed it yourself, just now, when you were drunk. Confusion clouded Leandro's face. I did. Athel's gaze was glacial. Yes, she stated, her voice laced with icy certainty. You don't even remember. Inwardly, she thought, of course I'm lying. He never told me anything of the sort. Each word she uttered seemed to strike Leandro dumb. You confessed to me, she continued, that you only married me for the Wallace fortune. Leandro rushed to defend himself. That's not true, he exclaimed, his brow furrowed in distress. The money. Yes, the mines were how I initially approached you. But from the first moment I saw you, I was captivated. I put aside all thoughts of money. Athel seized on his words. Then why did your attitude change after we married? She challenged. Why did you abandon me? Leandro faltered, unable to deny the accusation. Well, Athel turned to leave, unable to bear the sight of him any longer. "Don't insult my intelligence with such blatant lies," she declared. Leandro grabbed her wrist, stopping her. "Wait, please," he pleaded. "Give me a chance to explain." Athel's eyes were cold. "Are you grieving the loss of the mines?" she asked, a bitter edge to her voice. Leandro stared at her, speechless. His grip loosened, and Athel wrenched her hand free. She walked away, leaving Leandro standing there, stunned. As she walked, Athel fumed inwardly. "He won't get his hands on a single thing that belongs to my family." Her anger burned hotter with each step. She thought of the abandoned mines, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her face. Thankfully, the Inala mine is still mine. She recalled the conversation she'd had with her father. "Father, you must give it to me. If I deed it to my future husband, the taxes we'll have to pay will be lower. The transfer inspection will be equivalent to a tax reduction," she had argued enthusiastically. "Besides, it's a shame to let them go to waste when new technology is on the horizon. We could mine even deeper." Her father had agreed readily. Yes, you're right. There's still some gems in the mine, but the problem is they lie so deep, making extraction more costly than the potential profit. But the long-term potential for wealth had been too tempting. "It's a golden goose, father," Athel had declared, "and it will be mine." To be honest, she mused, the mines were occasionally a topic of conversation, but I always had an excuse for why the transfer was taking so long. Her former husband had seemed perplexed. "I haven't received the paperwork from my parents yet," she'd told him once. Another time, she'd lied. "I think the paperwork was lost in that carriage accident." And on yet another occasion, her nose growing longer with each fabrication, she'd claimed the Wallace family treasurer collapsed from exhaustion. "He's been overworked. The Cassius family has been relentlessly trying to get their hands on my mine," she thought, her resolve hardening. "It was supposed to be part of the dowry, but I had to tell him that once transferred, it would be difficult to reclaim. So it's best we proceed with the divorce as soon as possible," she decided. The visitor's forest lay at the edge of the territory. Athel entered, picking her way through the trees with some difficulty. "I think he might be somewhere around here," she murmured to herself. A sudden rustling sound startled her. Oh dear, an awkward situation was unfolding, and Athel immediately took notice. She hurried towards the source of a flickering light. It illuminated the opening of a pit. Athel peered cautiously over the edge. There, below, was the story's worst antagonist, the thorn in Lyena's side, Marquis Jaren's Freehidden. He let out a soft grunt. Marquis Jaren's Freehidden. Athel gasped, her mouth dropping open in astonishment. She quickly ducked behind a tree, her mind racing in a panic. "I knew about him, but I can't believe we've met so soon. What am I going to do? Timmons is a high-ranking noble, actually concealing a much greater identity, and he'll soon wield immense power." Athel tapped her chin thoughtfully. "In this situation, I should probably pretend to be lost. We'll likely never cross paths again, right? I have to take advantage of this opportunity." Memories of past neglect surfaced. "I can't be ignored in that house forever," she thought fiercely. She pressed her lips together. Suddenly, Jaren's voice cut through the air. "Who's there?" Athel flinched, terrified that she'd been discovered. Jaren's voice turned cold and menacing. "Show yourself if you don't want to waste your life." He gripped his sword tightly. Without hesitation, he swung it towards the source of the noise. "You think I won't notice you holding your breath and hiding in the shadows?" he roared. Athel cowered, covering her head in fear. A loud crack echoed through the forest. Slowly, Athel opened her eyes. The tree she'd been hiding behind had been cleaved into splinters. She jumped back in fright. An assassin appeared, lunging forward with a crazed look in his eyes. "Damn you, D!" With lightning reflexes, Jaren's dodged the attack. His eyes turned icy as his sword flashed. Jaren's counterattack was swift and brutal. The assassin crumpled at his feet. Jaren sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Two, how boring." He drawled, "Why do they keep sending such mediocre assassins?" Athel had witnessed the entire scene, her hand clamped over her mouth in terror. She huddled in the shadows, trembling, as the Marquis dealt with the other assailant. Athel's body shook uncontrollably. Today doesn't seem like a good day for a meeting, she thought regretfully. What a shame. Perhaps we'll have to meet another time. Yes. Suddenly, her foot slipped. She tumbled forward, squeezing her eyes shut in anticipation of the fall. Her hair streamed out behind her. As she slowly opened her eyes, a thought crossed her mind. This grip is rather firm. Finally, her eyes focused. She stared in astonishment. Jaren's had caught her, his arms wrapped securely around her. Seeing him up close, Athel had to admit, he's quite handsome when you look closely. No, this isn't the time to be thinking about that. As her feet touched the ground, she wondered, when did he even appear? She immediately dipped into a curtsy, her voice rushing out in a flurry of gratitude. Thank you for saving me. I owe you my life. Jaren smiled in response. He asked curiously, what is a lady like yourself doing in such a remote place? Athel stammered slightly. I took a wrong turn. Jaren's raised an eyebrow. A wrong turn, he echoed, then continued. Forgive me, but could you tell me the purpose of your visit to the visitor's forest? Athel, sweating nervously, managed a weak, Jaren's, observing her flustered demeanor, grew more suspicious. He tapped a finger against his chin thoughtfully. Actually, this location is quite far from any path. You seem to be heading in the opposite direction entirely. Athel felt a chill run down her spine. I think I may have overdone it, she thought, her palms growing clammy. Were you lost while wandering alone in the forest? Jaren's asked directly. Athel quickly averted her gaze, her face flushed. That doesn't sound very plausible either, she thought, wiping a bead of sweat from her brow. Even he thinks so, she stammered, searching for an excuse. Well, what I meant to say was, finally, a plausible explanation sprung to mind. I came here on an errand, she blurted out, and while I was admiring the scenery, I lost my way. It's as simple as that. Could you tell me what this errand was? Jaren's pressed. Athel faltered. It's a personal matter. Jaren's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. He murmured. A glint of amusement flickered in his eyes as he looked at Athel. His voice dropped to a low tone. It's strange. The only people I've seen wandering around here lately are mercenaries. Athel's heart skipped a beat. He completely suspects me, she realized with a jolt. She instinctively clutched the protective charm she wore, her mind racing. If anything happens, I can use this. Jaren's gaze turned icy. I wonder, he said, his hand tightening on his sword, his stance subtly shifting to something more intimidating. If you might know someone who is currently in this forest. Athel scrambled for a response. Let me tell you something, she began, forcing a light laugh as a faint shimmer of magic surrounded her. Given the circumstances, I suppose I owe it to the man who saved my life. Jaren's hesitated, intrigued. Athel lowered her head, feigning a mixture of sadness and vulnerability. The truth is, she confessed, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, I came here to seek the protection of a mercenary group, to act as my bodyguards, so to speak. She let out a shaky breath. I've asked my husband for a divorce, and he refuses. I fear that even if I leave our estate, he'll find me. Jaren's looked taken aback. He sighed. I see. Then, he offered a suggestion. You seem to be a noble woman. In that case, perhaps you should request a personal knight for your protection. Athel responded with a melancholic sigh. Unfortunately, I can't afford one. Jaren's fell silent, and Athel, her mind racing, didn't dare speak. Finally, Jaren's broke the silence, his head bowed slightly. I apologize. I was unaware of your circumstances. Athel, surprised by a sudden shift in demeanor, quickly replied, No, it's I who should apologize. I startled you with my sudden appearance. Success, she thought, a triumphant little whistle echoing in her mind. With a cheerful wave, Athel said, Well then, I'll be on my way. As she turned to leave, she stumbled, momentarily confused by a tree blocking her path. Oh, she muttered, what's a tree doing here? The next moment, a wave of panic washed over her. Flustered, she blurted out, Oh, that man, you defeated him while practicing your skills. That's impressive. Hearing this, Terrence calmly replied, Well, you see, my skills aren't bad. I have to admit, I'm quite capable. If you hire me, you won't regret it. Athel froze, flustered. What were you talking about? Terrence pressed on. Let me be your companion. Athel's face fell. My companion. He continued, undeterred. I'm a wandering mercenary, looking for work. Athel clutched her handkerchief, inwardly fuming. Don't be absurd. You're a marquis, she hissed through gritted teeth. As I said, my financial situation isn't ideal. But Terrence had made up his mind. With an air of nonchalant ease, he said, Just pay me the minimum. Another round of verbal sparring ensued. Athel continued to present obstacles, hoping he would back down. How can I treat someone of your talent so poorly? But Terrence persisted. You just flew, didn't you? That's impressive. I've been wanting a female companion anyway. We won't be sharing a room. Why not give it a try? Suddenly, a thought struck Athel. Wait, she thought, isn't this an opportunity? A hand flew to her mouth to stifle a giggle. A chance to get closer to that deal. If you insist, she declared, I'll take you up on your offer. Call me Wes, he said. And so, Athel thought with a smirk, quite unintentionally, I've acquired the villain as my bodyguard. Just a small decision, right? I'm Athel, she said, beaming. As they walked through the forest, Athel began to elaborate. I took my husband's name, but we're about to get divorced, so just call me Athel. It would be troublesome if I suddenly used Cassius and made him suspicious, she mused. Besides, Terence has been avoiding society before he really starts his activities. It's just my maiden name for now. Terence offered his own introduction. I am Wes. I come from humble beginnings, so I don't have a family name. Athel, having read the script, knew the truth. She smiled, thinking he lies without even blushing. Glancing at his handsome features, Athel chuckled. A wave of infatuation washed over her. What am I even thinking about? Terence is ridiculously good-looking. If only the novel had illustrations, I would have fallen for him ages ago. Meanwhile, Terence turned to her, curiosity in his eyes. You said you're divorced. Where are you staying now? I'm at an inn at the moment, Athel replied cheerfully. I'm trying to find a new place as soon as possible. In that case, Terence offered, I suppose I should stay there too. Is there a vacant room next door? Athel immediately refused. Perhaps. Actually, on top of the room cost, I can add money for room service every week. For your health, you know. But Terence firmly declined. No, I'll take care of that myself. Do you have enough money? Athel inquired. Terence coughed, a little embarrassed. Let me ask you something. Meanwhile, Athel's mind raced with her own schemes. My lord Marquis, forgetting your poor mercenary act is going to be troublesome. Under the clear blue sky, they walked on. Athel whistled cheerfully, her mind buzzing with anticipation. For better or worse, Terence has a personality that can't live with debt. He'll pay me back eventually. The sky began to shift to gold, the setting sun casting a warm glow over the mansion. With the luggage neatly arranged, Terence's gaze drifted towards the window. A certain premonition, a subtle feeling, tugged at him. Looking out the window, Terence felt a growing fascination with Athel. She was undeniably an unusual woman. Recalling the recent events, he mused, I wouldn't mind seeing that worried expression on her face again. For some reason, looking at her, a part of him wanted to run, to escape her presence, while another part yearned to reach out and hold her close. Finally, Terence sighed, attempting to banish the thought. But I don't make a habit of courting trouble. He abruptly pulled open a drawer, a plan forming. Perhaps I should send a message. As he wrote, Terence thought, I'll keep my distance a while longer. My leave of absence is indefinite. Picking up the letter, a flicker of amusement crossed his features. This is my job. I must see it through. Night had fallen, and the moon hung high in the sky, its light streaming through the window, illuminating the room. Athel slept soundly, lost in a peaceful slumber. Elsewhere, Terence, too, was asleep, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Morning arrived. Inside a small shop, a cheerful voice rang out. Welcome, welcome. What remedy are you seeking today? Athel, with Terence in tow, entered the shop and cheerfully requested, I'm looking for some herbs for tea. Terence, meanwhile, browsed the shop, his eyes scanning the various wares. Studying Terence's back, Athel thought, he doesn't seem well. The Marquis's greatest weakness was his chronic headaches, a consequence of a curse placed upon the royal ancestors in exchange for a portion of the goddess's power. The royal family could freely manipulate mana, but they suffered the side effects. The intensity of the pain was directly proportional to the strength of the power wielded, and who possessed the greatest power in history. Even the current emperor's two sons were not immune. Mikhail, the male protagonist of the novel, and Lyena's lover, Prince Mikhail, and Terence, the emperor's illegitimate son, born before his marriage, his firstborn with the daughter of Marquis Molo. But the emperor's younger brother had passed away, and the current emperor, originally the second prince, had ascended to the throne due to unforeseen circumstances. The current emperor was deeply disappointed by the rumors of his fiancée eloping with a carriage driver after falling in love. The Marquis Molo's daughter vanished. He then married the daughter of Duke Rue. Marquis Molo had all but forgotten his daughter after her supposed death. But one day, she reappeared, holding a baby boy in her arms. She claimed to have been kidnapped by Duke Viru on the emperor's orders. However, with no clear evidence, there was no way to accuse a powerful noble like the Duke. Even with the deceased emperor as her alibi, her accusations couldn't shake the royal family. She couldn't find a place for herself, and her son, born during her captivity, carried royal blood but remained unacknowledged. If what she says is true, then he is the one who deserves the throne as crown prince. Yet he's become someone who lost everything due to that conspiracy. That is Terence Freehidden. He can't even call the emperor father, and he's constantly threatened by Duke Veru's assassination attempts. Unfortunately, he seems like a good person, Athel mused silently. The headaches were one of the things pushing Terence to the brink of ruin. The more pain he endured, the more dependent he became on that so-called devil's claw. Terence was frantically consuming that drug. The Crown Prince also suffered from headaches, but he had Laena by his side. Could Laena's goddess-given blessing dispel the curse? The protagonist's favoritism. The more Athel thought about it, the angrier she became. It was truly excessive. One becomes the crown prince, even has a lover blessed by the gods, while the other is criticized for being illegitimate and becomes an addict. Two contrasting backstories painted side by side. Terence frequently collapsed due to the drug side effects, and in the end, the shopkeeper handed Athel a jar of herbs, saying, "Here you are." Athel accepted it, saying politely, "Thank you." She smiled, thinking to herself, a cup of herbal tea will make Terence feel better. She calculated, this medicinal tea is a type of remedy that can alleviate the royal family's pain. She thought cheerfully, although in the future, someone else will take credit for inventing it first, this time, I'll make it. Thinking of the original female protagonist's indignant expression, that's mine. Athel's amusement grew. On the other hand, Athel also felt a bit worried for Terence. Actually, I initially intended to use Terence's strength to get a divorce and leave the empire before the fight for the throne became more intense. At that moment, Terence was rubbing his head. He carefully glanced at Athel. Seeing his expression, a feeling arose within her. But my heart aches for him. He seems like a better person than I thought. Athel smiled and said, "Should we go somewhere else?" The two of them left together. Athel told herself, as long as he has the herbal tea, he won't become addicted. Under the clear blue sky at a temple, Athel held a bottle of holy water. Terence spoke first. He asked curiously, "What did you buy holy water for?" Athel replied, "I need it for something. It's an ingredient for making tea." In her mind, she thought cheerfully, speaking of which. Suddenly, something occurred to her. She quickly turned to Terence and said, "I didn't know the tourist forest had a temple here." Terence replied casually, "Come here." Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. Immediately afterward, Terence grabbed Athel's hand and pulled her along. Confused, Athel questioned, "Hey, what are you doing?" Under the shade of a large tree, Terence's hand gripped his sword, ready. He pulled Athel close, carefully dodging behind the tree trunk. Flustered by his actions, Athel blushed. "What are you doing? Give me 2 reasons for this," Terence whispered, leaning down. "Sure." The close proximity made Athel's heart race, her face burning. She thought, he's too close. Footsteps approached. A mysterious figure appeared. Meanwhile, Athel was lost in the sensation of being held by Terence. The figure came into view. Athel thought, "Terra, is she following us?" Terence, alert, gripped his sword. In a flash, he darted out. Terra, too, was taken by surprise. The clash of their swords rang shrilly through the air. She parried Terence's attack, but the force of it was overwhelming. With a choked gasp, she faltered. Her sword clattered away. With a cry, she crumpled to the grassy ground. Terence didn't hesitate. Pressing his blade to her throat, he demanded, "Why were you following us?" Terra stammered, "West, I wasn't." Her gaze fell upon Athel. "My lady," she cried out. Terence glanced at Athel. "Do you know her?" he asked. "Yes," Athel replied. "She's a servant in my husband's household." Terra trembled. I saw my lady and came because I had something to tell you." Athel's brow furrowed. "Laena sent you, didn't she?" Terra's eyes widened in alarm. What? Lady Laena. You think I don't know?" Athel pressed. "I know you've been watching me, trying to find some weakness, some way to restrain me. Laena's loyal dog. Terra, trapped, could only sweat. Terra's parents had been granted a small plot of land in exchange for their unwavering loyalty to their lord's family. But it had all been a trap. Her family had lost their home that very night. Orphaned, Terra had dedicated her life to revenge, clinging to the false hope of retribution. But in the end, Athel thought grimly, she was executed for the murder of a noble. That had been in Laena's first life. After returning, Laena had sought out Terra, someone she'd never even met in her previous life. Athel studied Terra. She offered to help Terra, who hadn't yet achieved her revenge. Terra, in turn, looked back at her warily. Terrence's sword remained poised at Tara's throat. "My lady," he said, "is there anything I can assist with?" "Tara flinkid." Athel closed her eyes for a moment. "West," she said, "could I speak with Tara privately for a moment?" Terrence understood immediately. "Of course. I'll stand far enough away not to hear." Alone with Tara, Athel leaned in close, her voice a low murmur. "If you cooperate with me, I'll tell you where Viscount Salen, your enemy, is hiding." Tara's eyes flashed. "How do you?" Athel pulled back, placing a finger to her lips. "It's a secret," she replied with a cryptic smile. "Just like Laena. You've always wondered how Laena knows everything, haven't you, as if she were some kind of divine being. Laena didn't reveal that she'd lived before until the very end of the novel," Athel mused. Tara turned her head, her voice firm. "I don't care if you have the same skills as my lady. You're not my benefactor." Tara's hands trembled, but her voice remained steady. "My lady said she would tell me when the time is right." Athel raised an eyebrow, suspicion blooming. "Later. Why? I suspect it's all a lie." Tara sprang to her feet. "Shut up." Athel, however, seemed unfazed, a playful glint in her eyes. "Don't you want to know the information I have?" Her gaze hardened. Tara hesitated, her resolve wavering. Athel was certain. For Tara, revenge outweighed even loyalty. Tara remained silent, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Finally, she spoke. "What do you want from me?" Athel smiled inwardly, a sense of triumph blossoming. "I've got her," she thought. "Go to Laena," Athel continued, "and tell her what I'm about to tell you, Tara." Surprise flickered across Tara's face. A hushed conversation ensued. After a moment, Tara looked up bewildered. "Is that all?" she asked. "It's not too much to ask, is it?" Athel replied. Tara pulled her cloak tighter around her. "Very well," she conceded. "When will you give me the information?" Athel held up 2 fingers. "In 2 months." Tara turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Athel exhaled slowly. "She's more intimidating than I thought. It's not that Laena is deliberately withholding information. She can't tell you because she only knows Antima's assumed identity in Chile, which she saw in a newspaper before returning. It seems she's still a diligent newspaper reader in this life." Athel mused. Reincarnation seems more interesting than resurrection. Then, Athel closed her eyes. That went well. Suddenly, Terrence's voice startled her from behind. "I apologize," he said, "but until I divorce Tara, I must remain suspicious of Laena." Athel whirled around, surprised. "Terrence." He finally hopped down from the tree he'd been perched in, a playful pout on his face. "It seems you've forgotten about me." Athel, still slightly startled, asked, "Did you hear anything we were saying?" Terrence grinned. "How could I? I must obey my master's orders." Athel laughed. "Well then, I suppose I should treat my loyal bodyguard to lunch. Let's go back to the hotel." The sky was a brilliant blue over the mansion. "I'm home, miss." Laena, surrounded by maids, turned with a bright smile. "Welcome back, Tara. Did everything go smoothly?" Tara calmly replied, "Yes, very well." "Could you 2 step outside for a moment?" Laena asked. The maids immediately expressed their disappointment. "Try on one more outfit, Mississippi. How about this one?" No, try this." Exasperated, Laena put on a pleading expression. "Please, I need to speak with Tara privately. Could you all excuse us for a moment?" Her charm worked instantly. The maids, faces flushed, giggled, and filed out of the room. Desserts were laid out on the tea table. Alone at last, Laena sighed. "I appreciate their affection, but sometimes it's a bit much. Just tell them to stop," Tara thought to herself. Laena turned to the matter at hand. "How's my sister-in-law?" "Nothing of importance, madam. She went for a walk and did some shopping," Tara replied, thinking I'm not lying. Laena's curiosity was piqued. "What does she look like?" "She seemed well." "She smiled a lot," Tara answered, adding silently, though only in front of that man. "Just as I predicted, she has no intention of divorcing." Laena said cheerfully, oblivious to Tara's hands clenching into fists. "My brother told her about the Analamine. He's hopeful. I think she's just grieving, right?" Tara remained silent. Laena continued, picking up a book. "He keeps getting drunk and saying how much he loves her. What should I give her to cheer her up?" "While we're at it, miss," Tara ventured, "do you plan to temporarily reopen it for Lady Laena?" Laena laughed. "It should be that way. Its value will only increase." "Oh, this set is perfect." Understanding her intent, Tara bowed. "I will continue to keep an eye on the lady." Laena, clearly pleased, replied, "That's enough. Return to your original duties." The door clicked shut. Tara stepped out, a plan forming in her mind. The sky outside was a brilliant blue. She paused before a shop. Inside, Athel chatted cheerfully with Terrence. So, Terence, she asked, her curiosity evident. How does it taste? Terence, looking slightly embarrassed, replied, good. Athel pressed him for more. Taking the hint, he elaborated, it smells fragrant, a bit medicinal. Athel, clearly unsatisfied, interrupted, you've been drinking it for 3 days, and that's all you can say. Terence sighed, a touch exasperated. What else am I supposed to say? Athel adopted a serious expression. If your body feels lighter, you sleep better, you feel more energetic, something like that. Terence sighed again. I suppose it does, in a way. He set down his teacup, facing Athel, who looked troubled. Herbal tea isn't medicine, he observed. It's unlikely to have much of an effect. Athel's hands clenched into fists. It's not just any herbal tea, she thought fiercely. But another thought gave her pause. But if I ask about his headaches, his identity will be exposed. A new idea sparked in her mind. Could the blend be incorrect? Terence had closed his eyes, apparently dozing. Athel's eyes lit up. This is my chance. Athel closed her own eyes. The image of a book and a ticking clock filled her mind, pages turning rapidly. Finally, she opened her eyes, a small smile playing on her lips. Just as I predicted, she murmured, this combination is perfect. After all, she mused silently, my ability is to see the original storyline. I can read the original story. I can always walk the path within my mind, anytime, anywhere. She rubbed her eyes tiredly, a rather convenient skill, but the side effect is exhaustion. Glancing at the sleeping Terence, she thought, so I can only do it twice a day at most. A memory surfaced. Yesterday, he dozed off like this or was it the day before? She remembered Terence asking, is the bed in your room comfortable? Athel propped her chin in her hands, a rueful expression on her face. Well, I wouldn't know. I've never actually used it properly. Terence suddenly stirred, opening his eyes. As expected, he muttered, this place is too compared to a nobleman. He seemed to be searching for the right word. He leaned closer, his gaze intent. My lady, he asked softly. Their eyes met, and Athel felt a blush rise in her cheeks. Flustered, she quickly leaned back. You suddenly look tired, she stammered. No, that's right, I'm tired. Terence chuckled at her awkwardness. Then let's return to your room and rest. At least you can breathe a little. A bodyguard must always be by their master's side. He extended a hand. Athel placed her hand in his. All right, she replied, grateful. The more I understand him, she thought, the more I realize he's a good person. The late afternoon sun painted the clouds in hues of pink and orange. Suddenly, a voice called out, Marquis. Terence turned, his expression hardening as he looked at the newcomer. He then quickly excused himself to Athel, saying something about his mercenary comrades needing him. Athel replied, take your time, thinking to herself, that mercenary looks like a complete oaf. The sound of hooves approached. The carriage began to move. Both of them noticed it. The Cassius family carriage, Athel thought. The carriage came to a stop. Laena, stepping out in elegant shoes, cried out cheerfully, sister-in-law. The air immediately thickened with awkwardness. Inside, people bustled about. Athel and Laena now sat facing each other. Tara felt a blush rise in her cheeks. Athel was equally tense. Elsewhere, Terence spoke with a servant. Athel glanced over, thinking, thank goodness my uncle didn't think Laena would show her face at the party. Finally, Athel spoke. Laena, what do you want? Matisse, haughty as ever, interjected. Athel, are you being rude to the lady who came to see you? Athel glared at him, thinking he didn't even address her as my lady. Is that how a noble knight behaves? Laena then put on a show of chiding Matisse. Don't be rude to my sister. Chastened by her words, he backed down, though still defiant. But my lady. Laena pressed the point. That's an order. Apologize. He finally relented, muttering, I apologize, Lady Athel. Laena frowned. Apologize properly. Having had enough of their charade, Athel snapped, enough. I'm not a child anymore. She addressed Laena directly, and you shouldn't call me sister-in-law. Laena, however, persisted, suddenly grasping Athel's hand. Sister-in-law, what do you mean? She asked, feigning distress. I came here to apologize on behalf of my brother. Even if it's about the mine, it shouldn't be like this. Athel pulled her hand away. Undeterred, Laena continued. I don't know how to explain it well. Actually, I have a good feeling like. She rambled on. before I bought some pottery, which turned out to be masterpieces by a renowned artisan. Discovering that, I decided to invest, and it brought us great success. Athel thought, so she's using that as her excuse to come crawling back. Laina continued her pathetic act. You don't believe me, do you? I understand that feeling. At first, my family thought it was a joke too. Even in the original story, everyone believed her easily in the end. Tara, exasperated, asked, what did you do? Laina began to weave her tale. One day, I went to the Analava region and passed by your mine, sister-in-law. She gestured excitedly, and I had a premonition that the mine would be a resounding success. The story goes, she continued, embellishing her lie, Leandro went to the Wallace house to buy the mine. But my brother fell in love with you, sister-in-law, at first sight. Athel silently assessed Laina. She's a good person, she thought, but utterly incapable of distinguishing truth from falsehood. When reading the original storyline, I liked her because she wasn't like the others. Laina continued her charm offensive. Do you remember the first time you came to our house, sister-in-law? I liked you right away. Athel, seizing the opportunity, countered, you truly liked me. Laina, her performance well-practiced, beamed. Of course. Athel pressed her point. Then I shouldn't sell the copper mine, should I? Laina faltered, momentarily stunned. What? Athel continued. Could I have returned to you, even without handing over the mine? Athel chuckled, adding, honestly, I've had a terrible time because of it, but I'm glad I have Laina's permission to do this. Laina, now panicked, rushed to explain. Wait a minute, sister-in-law. Seeing Laina's distress, Athel pressed her advantage. It doesn't matter. Perhaps I should return it to my parents. Laina waved her hands frantically, but Athel, firmly in control, continued her relentless teasing. Didn't you say you liked me? Or did you only like me because of the mine? Laina, flustered, stammered, that's not it. Wait. Desperate to regain control of the situation, Laina changed tack. I brought you some gifts. Matisse, bring them here. Matisse obediently replied, yes, Lady Laina. Gifts piled high like a miniature mountain appeared before Athel. Laina urged her, you should think about the mine a little more. You could do what you want, but my brother might think differently. Our family has an image to uphold. Unfazed, Athel saw through the charade. I guess she doesn't want to admit that she only likes me because the mine is so valuable to her, she thought. Meanwhile, Laina continued her performance. I didn't know what you liked, so I chose many things. Athel opened a gift, her expression serious, her thoughts racing. Oh, this is expensive. A beautiful jewelry box lay revealed. Laina, eager to please, offered, this kind of gift is something I often use. She thought to herself, try it on. Don't you think it suits you? But Athel remained unimpressed. It doesn't suit me. Laina forced a smile. Well then, Athel, stubbornly persistent, asked, can you show me the other gifts? Laina, taken aback, could only stare. What? Box after box was opened. Athel examined each one. Oh, this is too gaudy for me. Laina sighed, defeated. Another gift was unveiled. Athel repeated her refrain. Oh, this is far too gaudy for me. Yet another magical artifact was presented. I wouldn't even know how to use these things. I don't know anything about them, Athel declared. Finally, a first stole was revealed. Athel found another reason to object, and to think a white fox had to die to make a coat for someone. I feel so sorry for it. She thought to herself, I'm finding every excuse to refuse, but the result is still the same. Her anger simmered. Athel, useless without the mine, can't accept such expensive gifts, she thought bitterly. Remembering her family's past treatment, she scoffed inwardly. She could just honestly admit that she only wants the mine and apologize for it. But she keeps hiding behind lies and gifts. Disgusted, Athel mocked herself. Since when have they treated an invisible person like me this way? Laina feigned sympathy. You must be very angry, sister-in-law. This only fueled Athel's resentment. The more you act like this, the angrier I get. You want me not to be angry. What am I even looking at? What are you talking about? Athel could read Laina's intentions with a single glance. Could she just stop? She thought. But Laina continued. I know you're angry with my brother, Leandro. Her eyes began to well up. But you don't have to treat me like this, she said, her voice laced with a manufactured hurt. She moved closer to Athel, feigning intimacy. Can we just put that aside and act normal? Athel was momentarily stunned, a question mark forming above her head. What's she talking about? Me? Laina? She thought incredulously. Laina suddenly took Athel's hand, offering a saccharine assurance. I'll put in a good word for you with Leandro. Athel's bewilderment deepened. What is going on? She recalled Laina's earlier tearful plea. Give him another chance. I'll apologize to you on Leandro's behalf. Athel's eyes widened in disbelief. Laina's only apologizing for Leandro, not herself. Don't tell me. Does she think I hate Leandro, but like her? Dark memories surfaced. The truth is, I hate Leandro the most, but I don't particularly like any of them. If they've ignored me, I'll ignore them right back. Athel's brow furrowed as she asked coldly, "Why would you think I like you, Laina?" Laina laughed in response. "What do you mean? How could you possibly hate me?" The question struck Athel like a bolt of lightning. Does she always act like this? She clapped a hand over her mouth, stunned. Wait, no way. Since her return, Laina has been enveloped in affection. Servants and attendants surround her, devoted to her every whim, and her entire family dotes on her. Only villains would utterly despise Laina. That's always been Laina's world. Since her return, she hasn't even considered the possibility that someone might dislike her, Athel thought, suppressing her irritation. Noticing Athel's silence, Laina leaned closer, feigning innocence. "What are you thinking so hard about, sister-in-law?" Athel avoided her gaze, replying curtly, "It's nothing." Laina beamed, her voice dripping with false concern. "Show me some goodwill and accept at least one gift, won't you?" Athel rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. "I'm worried. My gut tells me I have to act and save Laina, because if she becomes my enemy..." The thought made her break out in a cold sweat. "I'm not just taking advantage of the original Athel's image. I'm actually weak in the face of Laina's manipulations." Laina continued her charade, smiling innocently like a child, playfully tugging at Athel's sleeve. "Don't ignore me now, sister-in-law. Answer me." Athel's irritation finally snapped. She couldn't hold back any longer. She flung Laina's hand away, her voice ice cold. "Laina, let me be frank. I don't like you. So stay out of my sight and don't come back. Understand?" She stood abruptly, her displeasure evident. Laina, taken aback by this unexpected rejection, looked stunned. She clearly hadn't anticipated Athel would refuse to give her face. After a moment of stunned silence, a chill settled over Laina's features, a flicker of malice replacing her earlier facade of innocence. Her maid and knight were equally surprised by Athel's outburst. Athel, wanting nothing more to do with them, turned and headed for the stairs. "I won't see you out. Leave on your own. Goodbye." Matisse, scowling, started to follow her, threatening, "How dare you treat the lady like that?" Consumed by rage, he failed to notice someone approaching. The other person, showing no respect, stuck out a leg to trip him. The result was a sprawling fall, a full-body embrace of the unforgiving ground. The thud echoed, painfully sharp. Athel, instinctively turning, saw Gerens standing protectively behind her. The fallen knight crumpled at his feet. Gerens chuckled, a sound devoid of genuine amusement. "My apologies," he said, his face a mask of insincerity. "Where did you come from?" The knight scrambled to his feet, indignation burning in his eyes. "Who are you?" Gerens, nonchalantly picking at his ear, dismissed him. "A guest of the hotel, just passing through." Athel's thoughts raced in a panic. When did Gerens get here? Did he hear everything I said to Laina? Matisse, furious, drew his sword, poised to strike. "How dare you?" Gerens, equally alert, mirrored the stance, ready to deflect any attack. This would be self-defense, not assault, he thought. At the critical moment, Laina's voice shrieked, "Stop!" Feigning righteousness, she cried, "Stop! You're ruining the Cassius name." She turned sharply and commanded, "We're going home." Now, they quickly retreated. Athel watched them until they disappeared through the doorway. Gerens approached, his voice laced with concern. "Are you all right?" He smiled teasingly. "I've seen things I shouldn't have. Compared to my family, you truly are a noble." Athel laughed awkwardly. After a beat of silence, he grew serious. "What was that all about?" "I didn't know your husband was the Duke Cassius." "I wasn't trying to hide it," Athel replied. He considered this for a moment. If that was Cassius, a divorce won't be easy. Athel sighed. "I know. I've filed the papers, but it hasn't been officially processed yet." Suddenly remembering, she asked, "What about your meeting with your friend?" Gerens responded vaguely, Fine. He said someone was waiting for me at home." Athel reminded him, "Then you should hurry back." He seemed unconcerned. "I see them often enough. A little delay won't matter." Athel pondered his words, a thought taking root. Who visits Gerens so often? Even if Gerens doesn't mind, it must be someone important if the servants are so anxious. Her eyes widened in sudden realization. Wait a minute. Someone who visits Gerens often and doesn't want to be kept waiting. Staring at his handsome, seemingly innocent face, a shocking possibility dawned on her. Could it be the Emperor? The thought spurred her to action. Gerens, she urged, you need to go. He looked at her reluctantly. But I only wanted to stay a little longer. Athel was firm. I'm Fine. Go quickly. Hurry. Under her insistent prodding, Gerens finally relented and departed. Athel watched him go, a knot of anxiety tightening in her stomach. If it really is the Emperor, he's bound to mention this to Gerens. The man who has been hidden in the shadows for so long. The plan was to officially reveal his identity soon. Night had fallen. At the Marquis Freehidden's estate, a carriage had just arrived and stood at the gates. As Gerens stepped down, Giac rushed towards him, relief evident in his voice. Marquis, he cried, near tears. I told you to come immediately. Where's His Majesty? Gerens asked as he walked. Giac, still agitated, replied, he's still in the drawing room. Gerens was surprised he had waited. You should have told His Majesty to return without waiting. Giac insisted. He specifically wanted to see you, Marquis. Suddenly, Giac noticed Gerens' attire. Marquis, your clothes. Gerens grasped the doorknob. I don't have time to change. He stepped inside and saw the Emperor sitting calmly, waiting for him. He bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, Emperor of the Asteros Empire, I greet you. The Emperor, Dominic, the 23rd ruler of Asteros, smiled, his face crinkling at the corners. I was beginning to think I'd go mad waiting. Gerens knelt on one knee. My apologies, Your Majesty. I wish you had sent word of your arrival. Seeing the depth of his bow, Dominic waved a hand dismissively. It's all right. No need for formalities. Relax. Obeying, Gerens rose and took a seat to speak with the Emperor. Dominic's tone grew serious. I'm glad you're enjoying your youth, but how long do you intend to be away? His gaze swept over Gerens, taking in his attire. And these clothes? Gerens clenched his hand, the memory surfacing. These are the clothes she bought me. He recalled her radiant smile. Don't chase trends. You should choose carefully. Your face is also the face of the Empire. The memory of her serious expression, her piercing gaze, lingered. In this harsh world, how can you survive without ambition? He'd been so lost in the moment, captivated by her presence. She was so gentle, it was almost difficult to look her in the eye. I still didn't understand what she meant. He was adrift in the memory, immersed in the world where she existed. Gerens. Dominic's voice broke through his reverie. Gerens blinked, avoiding the Emperor's gaze. I have nothing to say, Your Majesty. Does observing the world bring no joy? The Emperor chuckled, looking at his young son. It's time you started learning the duties of a king, you know? Gerens' brow furrowed, thinking he'd misheard. What? Dominic smiled kindly, delivering his news. Gerens, you are my son. I'm bringing you into the Imperial Palace. In the opulent, spacious room, the two men sat facing each other, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Gerens, Marquis, free-hidden, looked away, a flicker of discomfort in his narrow eyes. Give me some time to think, Your Majesty. Dominic sighed, muttering, what's there to think about? He saw his son as naive and kind. But was that truly the case? Gerens tapped his finger against his thigh, his mind racing. A prince. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't imagined it. With Cassius's growing influence, perhaps this was the right time for Duke Virus to regain his own. He thought of the woman, Athel, and her connection to Cassius. This could be advantageous. Furthermore, due to the Crown Prince's relationship with Lady Laena, his relationship with the Empress has deteriorated. Dominic, mistaking Gerens' silence for reluctance, pressed on anxiously. Don't you feel any desire for power? Gerens remained silent, his face an impassive mask. This man is a devil disguised as a pure, unambitious soul. A faint smile touched Gerens' lips. I wish I felt nothing, but I wonder how the Empress would react if I sent assassins after her. Even Prince Maikai, who has had everything since birth. Dominic's voice echoed in his ears. You could wield immense power on the throne. Do you truly desire nothing? What I desire. He wondered, the image of Wallace, anxious and foolishly complaining about everything, flashing unbidden through his mind. A sudden panic seized him, his idle hand beginning to tremble. What am I thinking? As Dominic's gaze bore into him, a mixture of reproach and inquiry, Marquis Freehidden felt the weight of his own heart. Accepting this proposal meant turning the page onto an entirely new chapter of his life, a path of no return, no option to refuse. He closed his eyes, seeking the composure to make this momentous decision with a clear mind. Finally, the man spoke, his eyes resolute and unwavering, his voice carrying the same unwavering conviction. I will become the prince. Dominic's face erupted into a wide grin. Friheden, he chuckled, do you have a wish? Friheden didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, I wish to help someone who is being wrong. Dominic's curiosity piqued. Help someone. Who is it? Friheden remained enigmatic, a gentle smile playing on his lips, a softness he himself hadn't realized was there. I can wait. I'm rather busy. Dominic sighed dramatically for the second time. Friheden, you're so tedious. Friheden abruptly changed the subject. Speaking of which, Your Majesty, I've heard something rather interesting. Meanwhile, in another palace, the booming voice of a man echoed. How did you handle this? I apologize, came Leandro's trembling voice. He stood before Duke Cassius, his head bowed low in supplication. Cassius rubbed his temples wearily, muttering, the emperor could use this to his advantage. The incident in question had occurred a few days prior at the Imperial City Hall. The commanding voice of an official rang out, Emperor's direct inspection team. Cease all activity and surrender all documents. Ignoring the ensuing chaos, the inspection team focused on their task, meticulously examining every document, leaving no page unturned. Suddenly, someone attempted to discreetly snatch and tear a divorce petition. But just as quickly, an inspector's hand shot out. Stop. The individual, presumably named Tim, froze, the blood draining from his face. So, that's how it is. Emperor Dominic's voice dripped with sarcasm from his elevated position, bribing officials to conceal a divorce petition. Your son's affection for his wife must be truly profound. Cassius bowed his head respectfully. It was a mistake, Your Majesty, he stated calmly. Dominic scoffed. Indeed, an illegal one. We shall, of course, be discreet for the sake of the Duke's reputation. Cassius seethed, but could do nothing but lower his head further. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Back in the present, he slammed a newspaper onto the table. So, what do you intend to do now? He snarled. The divorce petition has been filed. It's only a matter of time before it goes to court. His voice grew sharper as he glared at the headline. Noble couple divorces after 2 years. Shocking news sends ripples through society. Cassius slammed his fist on the table again. Sooner or later, they'll know it's you, he spat. Leandro stammered nervously. I'll stop it. I'll try to persuade Athel before the trial. Cassius's patience wore thin. He rose abruptly. If you could persuade her, we wouldn't be in this mess. I can do it, Leandro insisted. Cassius had lost all faith in his son. No, he said flatly, you can't just blunder into this. Leandro, accustomed to getting his way, whined. You've never treated me like this before. The tension in the room thickened. Suddenly, the door burst open and Laina rushed in, her face pale, her voice choked with tears. Stop it, father, don't scold my brother anymore, she cried, her expression a mask of anguish. Laina's eyes, brimming with tears, were fixed on Cassius. He, having always indulged her, could only stammer awkwardly, this doesn't concern you, Laina. Her frustration only grew. He's only trying to do what's right. Cassius touched her arm gently. Leave us, Laina. She protested loudly, but her whole body trembled. Her voice, strained and filled with a frightening intensity, rose. This is a family matter. You can't send me away. If I have to stay here and listen to this. Her voice cracked. I want to eat lunch. She shrieked like a petulant child. The threat, while seemingly childish, proved remarkably effective on the two men. They recoiled as if struck. Laina, don't be absurd. They stammered in unison. But she wasn't finished. With an air of grave seriousness, she declared, I won't eat dinner either. Cassius, aghast, tried to reason with her. If you do that, you'll get sick. But Laina remained stubbornly silent, her face a mask of indignant fury. Cassius pleaded, his voice laced with anguish. If you do this in front of everyone, it will be so embarrassing. She remained unmoved. Then, adding to the chaotic scene, Liam burst into the room, crying out, Laina, you're so frail. This is dangerous. Laina seized the opportunity, turning to Cassius with a pleading look. Father, please, if you don't like this, just trust Leandro one more time. As expected, Cassius couldn't refuse her. He stroked her hair gently. All right, Leandro, he said, turning to his son, do as you wish. Laina's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Thank you, father, she said, and exited the study. Outside, she turned to Leandro. Leandro, do you have a plan? He looked down, a troubled frown creasing his brow. I should apologize to Athel, he mumbled. Laina considered this. Be careful, she warned. I think she's angrier than we realize. She hesitated, a troubled expression clouding her features. Actually, she confessed. I went to see her yesterday. She said she hates me. She doesn't like me. Liam looked disbelieving. Sister-in-law is lying, he declared. Leandro's despair deepened. He sighed heavily. I'm sorry, Liena. You shouldn't have to hear things like that because of me. Laina offered a small smile. I was surprised at first, she admitted, but then I realized it couldn't be true. Athel and I get along so well. Liam grumbled indignantly. Sister-in-law is being unreasonable. She's angry at you, fine, but why take it out on Laina? Laina, her expression thoughtful, spoke up. If you want to change your mind, you have to be sincere. Leandro sounded defeated. What can I do? Every time we meet, things get worse. Suddenly, a spark of an idea lit Laina's eyes. What do you think about this? The three of them stood at the edge of Flower Garden. Meanwhile, in the beautiful garden, Wallace was speaking excitedly. Wow, I can't believe they've done this with the hotel gardens. She turned to Jaren's marquee, free hidden. The weather's so lovely. Shall we have some tea? Jaren's agreed readily. All right, let me order some. Wallace sat contentedly, waiting for the tea and lost in thought. The divorce proceedings are happening so quickly. Could Terrence be behind it? Well, whatever the reason, I'll pour him a nice cup of tea. She was admiring the scenery when the whispers of young women nearby caught her attention. Oh, look, isn't that? Seeing the magnificent carriage, Wallace inwardly groaned. Cassius again. A polished shoe, gleaming and spotless, stepped gracefully onto the ground. Moments later, the dashing Leandro appeared, a cheerful call of wife, escaping his lips. He even carried a lovely bouquet of roses. That's Leandro. Wallace heard herself scream internally. The sudden appearance startled her so much she stood up abruptly, beautiful sapphire eyes wide with alarm. What's he doing here? She silently shrieked. Before she could even process the situation, Leandro quickly closed the distance between them. In his hand, the exquisite bouquet of roses, likely quite expensive, shimmered a cool pink under the sunlight. Without a second thought for his expensive trousers, he sank to one knee, presenting the flowers to Wallace with a look of sincerity. I sincerely apologize, he declared. I only asked for another chance. The romantic scene, picturesque as a fairy tale, did nothing to sway Wallace. Instead, a cold sweat broke out on her skin. What is happening? She thought frantically. Oblivious to her discomfort, Leandro continued his passionate plea. Please come back to me, my love. Wallace felt the urgent need to tell him to get up, and so she did. Get up, she said, her voice tight with annoyance. But Leandro remained stubbornly on his knee. No, he insisted. I will kneel here until you forgive me. Enough, Wallace growled. Get up. Leandro affected an air of magnanimity. Don't worry, he said smoothly. My knees and my pride won't be hurt. Wallace, however, refused to let him continue this charade. Hey, she snapped, her irritation palpable. Get up. The barely contained fury radiating from her finally seemed to give him pause. With a final, gritted teeth glare, Wallace turned and muttered, Come with me. Confused, Leandro could only rise and follow, a plaintive wife, trailing after her. Moments later, in the hotel's back courtyard where blankets dried in the sun-drenched air, Wallace turned on him. Why are you here? She demanded, her voice laced with suspicion. Leandro shifted uncomfortably under her sharp gaze. Why am I here? He echoed, his handsome features creased in a slight frown. I'm here to apologize, of course. Wallace crossed her arms, a sardonic laugh escaping her lips. I can't believe you have the audacity to ask for my forgiveness. Leandro's response was delivered with an air of nonchalance, his ability to rationalize and argue truly impressive. Why are you surprised? He asked. If one is wrong, one should apologize and ask for forgiveness. But Wallace saw through his practiced charm. Some people are just too smooth with their words, aren't they? She retorted, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Barging in here and causing a scene. Is this your idea of being polite? Is this how Cassius apologizes? Leandro's voice rose in protest. But if I hadn't done this, you wouldn't have agreed to see me. Of course, Wallace replied coolly. I have the right to refuse to see you. Leandro, a mixture of frustration and anger swirling within him, argued, we're married. What's wrong with a husband visiting his wife? Wallace let out a short, sharp laugh. Huh. Her voice turned icy. Do you and I resemble anything close to a married couple? Leandro's composure faltered. He lowered his head slightly, as if to retort, but the words seemed to catch in his throat. Bathed in the sunlight, Wallace's resolute and sharp features radiated strength and defiance. Do you think you're entitled to a second chance, Leandro? She asked pointedly. Leandro, visibly uncomfortable, mumbled, avoiding her gaze. I heard from Laina about the mine issue. Wallace's voice dripped with sarcasm. Oh, you mean the lie where they initially proposed a mine to you, but you were actually the one aggressively pursuing it. A moment later, Leandro stammered, his explanation a jumbled mess. It's not complicated. I was just embarrassed, so I didn't offer a clear explanation. Wallace wasn't buying it. Really? She murmured skeptically. Then why have you treated me so coldly for the past 2 years? Leandro's gaze dropped to the floor. Oh, he mumbled, I can't tell you that. Wallace spun around, her words a breath of icy air. Fine, this conversation is over. Whether you can do it or not is your problem. Refusing to be dismissed, Leandro cried out, but I promise you one thing. He thrust the bouquet of roses forward again. He dropped to his knees again, the picture of shameless desperation. I swear, he vowed, if you come back to me, I promise to fulfill my duties as a husband, to love and cherish you. Wallace remained motionless, not reaching for the flowers. A triumphant smile spread across Leandro's face at the sight. Wallace took slow, deliberate steps forward. Finally, standing before him, she tossed the bouquet into a nearby trash can. Too late, she said, her voice devoid of emotion. Leandro's deep blue eyes flashed with shock, and beyond that, despair. Wallace glanced at him, her voice cold. Don't waste any more of my time. Just go. But Leandro seemed incapable of giving up. After a moment of stunned silence, he recovered, scrambling to his feet. Wait, he pleaded, give me a chance. Just one chance. He grabbed her wrist roughly. I promise I'll make time to talk to you. Wallace struggled against his grip. Let go, she yelled. Why should I? Leandro's composure shattered. What's so difficult about talking for a bit? He roared. Wallace's voice rose even louder. I said no. She wrenched her hand free. Before she could say anything more, a powerful kick sent Leandro sprawling. It was Jaren's, Marquis Freehidden. He appeared like a prince, but unlike Leandro's polished, aristocratic air, he exuded a raw, rebellious charm. Casually holding a tea tray, he said, you can't hold on to someone who doesn't want you. Ignoring Leandro's pathetic state, he turned to Wallace with an apologetic smile. Sorry I'm late. I had to wait for the tea shop owner. Recovering from the unexpected blow, Leandro looked up, suspicion clouding his features. Who are you? He demanded. His eyes narrowed, taking in the ornate golden sword at Jaren's hip. A waiter. I don't think so. Jaren's expression remained relaxed. His narrow eyes flickered briefly. I'm a tea brewer at the moment, but I dabble in other things, too. Wallace watched him nervously, thinking Cassius won't recognize him, and Leandro won't remember Terrence's face. Jaren's continued, his voice laced with a playful bite. I can brew a fantastic cup of tea, but I'm also good at other things, like being more helpful to a lady than with useless gifts like flowers. Wallace sighed, exasperated by his teasing. He's my escort, she explained quickly. Escort. Leandro scrambled to his feet, aghast. Wallace ignored his reaction. I hired him because I knew you would look for me, just like now. All pretense of elegance gone, Leandro's hair was disheveled as he barked. What's your relationship with him? Jaren's, never one to miss an opportunity for mischief, retorted. Does her ex-husband have a hearing problem? Leandro bristled. No, I don't have a problem with my hearing. He quickly retorted. Why do you call me her ex-husband? I'm still her husband. Jaren's gave a polite but cold laugh. Apologies, perhaps I was a bit hasty. You're about to be her ex-husband. Wallace felt the need to put an end to this squabble. She waved a dismissive hand. Jaren's, don't argue with him. With that said, she turned to Leandro, irritation clear in her voice. Leandro, if you have anything else to say, please be quick about it. He ignored her, practically yelling at them like a child. If he's her escort, does that mean he's always going to be by my wife's side? Wallace calmly delivered a cutting reply. Just like you are when you're away on business trips. He trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Jaren's. How can that be? She's a married woman. Clang. Wallace slammed her teacup onto the saucer. Without even glancing at him, she raised her voice. What did you say? Leandro, his face drained of color, stammered, "How can a married woman be seen with another person? What if people misunderstand?" "Misunderstand what?" she asked, feigning ignorance. Leandro, increasingly flustered, blurted out that she's being unfaithful. Wallace let out a short, sharp laugh, as if she'd just figured out a puzzle. "Uh-huh, so you're talking about infidelity." Leandro, intimidated, meekly replied, "My dear wife, I trust you, but what about other people?" She laughed louder. "You only need to trust me, my dear husband. Worrying about what others think is superfluous." The word hung in the air, heavy with irony, especially with the dazzlingly handsome Gerrans standing beside her. Leandro, near tears, choked out, "But what about your pristine reputation?" Wallace dropped her playful demeanor and turned serious. "Have you ever been suspected of anything yourself?" Leandro, confused by the sudden shift, asked anxiously, "What do you mean?" Then, she abruptly turned the tables, looking around as if searching for someone. Her voice took on an interrogative tone. "Isn't Chris with you?" Her counterattack clearly rattled Leandro. His hackles rose. "Why are you suddenly bringing up Chris? What's her gender?" Wallace posed a seemingly strange question that Leandro didn't understand, but he answered anyway. "She's a woman." Suddenly, he erupted in anger. "Don't tell me you want me to choose between you and Chris." She scoffed. "Not at all. I'm telling you, I've never misunderstood the relationship between the two of you." Leandro grew increasingly agitated. He challenged her. "And what about my wife?" Wallace feigned confusion, laughing lightly. "What are you talking about?" Leandro thumped his chest, declaring with absolute certainty, "Chris and I have a purely professional relationship." Wallace sighed dramatically, gesturing towards Gerrans. "We also have a purely professional relationship." For some reason, this statement seemed to startle him. He shot a troubled glance at Wallace, but Leandro, oblivious to the complex look in her eyes, eagerly affirmed, "Us too." Wallace's voice dripped with icy sarcasm. "I'm doing my job, and this is my escort. Do you understand?" Her eyes narrowed, and a chilling aura emanated from her. Her voice dropped to a low, menacing tone. "I told you before, you always spend at least half your time with Chris." Whether it was he or she remembering, the memory surfaced of their bleak days together, when she could only stand back, forcing a smile as she pleaded, "Could you spend more time with me?" And the response she received was Leandro's irritated frown as he turned away, snapping, "I'm tired. Don't you know what it's like to come home from work?" He left her with tears welling in her eyes, a deep sense of injustice stinging her heart. The past resurfaced, causing Leandro to flinch and avoid her gaze, yet he still offered a flimsy excuse. I only said those things because I was so tired." Wallace felt the need to make him understand. "Why don't you get it? We should end this." Her voice held a steely resolve. Leandro clung to her like a leech, pleading, "I'll change." Wallace responded bluntly, "I don't believe you." Suddenly, he blurted out something incredibly foolish. "What if you give up the mine?" Wallace was speechless, thinking, does he want me to just hand over the mine to him? Leandro continued, uttering words he likely believed were noble and deeply affectionate. "I swear I'll never touch the mine if that's what you want." By now, it was clear that Leandro's emotional intelligence was inversely proportional to his fear of upsetting Wallace. And that handsome face continued to spout nonsense. "But I want it named after Laina," his thoughts drifting to his pure, innocent sister. Wallace spoke with clear annoyance. "It seems you never stop thinking about Laina, but I'll never give it to her." Leandro became irrationally angry. "What did you just say about Laina? It sounds like you're insulting her. Just stop talking nonsense." Wallace crossed her arms, blocking him, and said with disappointment, "It doesn't matter." A mixture of boredom and irritation colored her voice. "It's not enough. I don't care if you give up the mine, or even become someone I like. I'm being completely honest with you." Leandro recoiled as if struck, despite Wallace having made her feelings clear all along. Wallace's resolve was absolute. Her voice hardened, "Just stop bothering me. Go live with your precious little sister for the rest of your life." Her cutting remark brought a faint smile to Jaren's lips as he stood beside her. Leandro wore a pathetically worried expression, unable to say anything other than a pitiful wife. Wallace ignored him, saying haughtily, "Let's go, Gerrans." "Yes, my lady," Gerrans replied smoothly, extending his hand for her take. She turned away coldly, glancing back at Leandro's stricken face. I don't even know what he meant by not wanting the mine, she thought. Regardless, I'll walk my own path. Now at the tea shop, Wallace took a sip of tea, a worried thought crossing her mind. Leandro met with Terence. It won't be long before Laina finds out about this, will it? She glanced at Jaren's handsome face, thinking, if only he were just an ordinary bodyguard. I should contact Tara and see what's happened with her family. Lost in thought, she stared at Jaren's, leaving him bewildered. She spoke first, a touch of embarrassment in her voice. I apologize. My husband was rather rude, wasn't he? He narrowed his eyes at her, then set down his teacup, correcting her coolly. Ex-husband. You should call him your ex-husband. The annoyance flickered across his face for only a second before he resumed his usual bright, cheerful demeanor. But I don't understand why he's acting so dangerously unpredictable. Wallace quickly corrected herself. Right, he's my ex-husband. She spoke awkwardly. I wonder if my ex-husband offended you when he started arguing? She stammered, her long hair falling around her face. She bowed her head respectfully. I want to apologize for what he said, because he thought there was a relationship between us. I apologize. In contrast to her flustered state, Jaren's remained calm and cheerful, sipping his tea. It's all right, he said. I wasn't offended at all. His magnanimity made Wallace's heart swell with gratitude. Jaren's, watching the elegant, noble way he held his teacup, Wallace smiled to herself. He really was too good. Her composure returning, she asked with concern, that being said, why have you looked so downcast this whole time? Jaren's placed his teacup down for the second time, his voice flat and emotionless as he remarked, your ex-husband is more handsome than I expected. I mean, physically. The more he spoke, the more dejected he seemed, like a child denied a treat, sulking and hurt. Leandro's dazzling looks were undeniable, but Wallace couldn't see what they had to do with Jaren's mood. Still, she waved her hand dismissively, offering comfort. Oh, come now, that's not it at all. You know that. She thought to herself, a little white lie to get him on my side won't hurt. Jaren's usually hidden eyes flickered with a sudden spark. He asked hesitantly, really? Wallace, growing bolder with her fabrication, replied with feigned sincerity, of course. You're much more attractive than Leandro. A flush of pleasure colored the already handsome man's face, transforming him into a living portrait in Wallace's eyes. He coughed, murmuring, so it seems my appearance is more effective than I thought. Wallace smiled inwardly, finally getting the response she wanted. Aloud, she asked why. Do you think it isn't true? He rubbed his head slightly. I've suffered from chronic migraines since childhood, but they've been much better lately. He then inquired, if you don't mind, could you perhaps share the ingredients and composition of the medicine? Wallace clasped her hands together, thinking, finally, a divorce in exchange for a prescription. This is my chance to put the plan into action. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, of course, I can give you what you want, but she paused, then continued with a bright smile, could you do me a favor in return? He readily agreed. I can do anything you ask. Wallace hesitated for a beat. Then, with firm resolve, she declared, help me get a divorce, Marquis, Freehidden. She addressed him by his title. The man seemed to freeze, his eyes widening as he stared at her. Around them, the tea shop buzzed with its usual lively chatter. Only Wallace and Jaren's remained silent, locked in a gaze, a sudden hush falling over their little corner of the world. After a protracted silence, Jaren's finally broke the stillness. How did you know? Having anticipated this reaction, Wallace wasn't surprised by his question. She replied with a cheerful, almost mischievous smile. I overheard someone visiting me at the hotel address you as Marquis. Jaren's could only sigh in defeat at her words. Jack, such a fool. Meanwhile, a pang of guilt pricked Wallace's conscience for implicating Jack. Sorry, Jack, she thought. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Jaren's pressed on. But you probably don't know which Marquis I am. Wallace responded calmly. While I don't often participate in social events, I am destined to be the next Duchess. She recalled the countless hours spent studying in preparation for her future title. I've met many marquises at various weddings, and those I haven't met, I know by their portraits. You are a young marquis whose portrait I have never seen. She began to mentally eliminate possibilities. It's not the social season, so if you're here, her gaze locked with his, her voice firm with conviction. It means you're either someone who always resides in the capital or someone who does not hold land. Seeing that his true identity had been completely exposed, Jaren's didn't hesitate to pick up where Wallace had left off. The only person who meets all those conditions is at Marquis, Freehidden. He didn't let Wallace say anything more, lightly tapping his fingers on the table as he continued. However, A slightly awkward expression crossed his face as he looked at her. He hesitated before speaking. You discovered it due to a mistake made by my servant. Hearing this, Wallace scratched her head sheepishly. Actually, I only became certain recently. Wallace's answer surprised Jarens so much that he froze for a few seconds. As understanding dawned, he rubbed his forehead wearily. It seems you've been watching me, haven't you? Wallace wasn't the least bit worried about being discovered. She smiled brightly. To truly disguise yourself as a commoner, you'll have to try much harder, won't you? His identity revealed, Jarens couldn't hide any longer. He regained his usual aloof demeanor and spoke formally. Well then, allow me to reintroduce myself officially. Folding his arms across his chest, his voice imbued with the air of nobility, he began, My name is Jarens Freehidden. While I hold the title of Marquis, it's nothing grand. Now that Jarens' identity was clear, Wallace made her proposal. Let's cooperate on my divorce in exchange for the formula. She hesitated, a touch of awkwardness in her voice. I mean, I'd prefer to offer it without expecting anything in return, but my current situation isn't ideal. Seeing Wallace's unease, Jarens quickly offered reassurance. A medicinal formula that belongs to you deserves a fair price. Hearing Jarens say the formula belonged to her, Wallace could only mentally retort, it actually belongs to Lyaina. Then Jarens continued, So, what kind of cooperation are you hoping for? Monetary. Finally receiving the question she'd been waiting for, Wallace responded eagerly. What I'm hoping for from a Marquis is political cooperation. At the very least, I want to prevent Cassius from using his power to interfere with the trial. Wallace's concern was well-founded. She recalled details about the Cassius family from the novel. Although they were the protagonists, they weren't above using underhanded and treacherous tactics. There were even rumors that one of their ancestors was a demon, and they were known as the Demon Duke. Jarens was a little surprised by Wallace's request. Are you certain the Duke will do something? Wallace didn't hesitate. Absolutely. I'd bet all the money I have on it. Suddenly, Jarens looked at Wallace with a scrutinizing gaze. He asked coldly, What makes you think I have the power to stop Cassius? I'm just the Emperor's powerless, illegitimate son. Wallace didn't flinch at his imposing demeanor. Instead, she smiled inwardly, thinking because I've read the novel. I know you'll be recognized as a prince soon enough. But she couldn't reveal those thoughts to Jarens. So, Wallace searched for another explanation. You already helped me file for divorce, she said calmly. Jarens didn't seem satisfied with her reasoning. Was that just a coincidence? He pressed. Wallace was taken aback by his sharp question. He's perceptive, she thought. Sensing Jarens' continued disbelief, Wallace elaborated. The divorce papers were submitted the day after the Marquis was absent, and it was because, well, I'd like to believe it was because... Jarens stared at her in surprise. You'd like to believe what? Sensing Jarens' astonishment, Wallace continued slowly. I feel like I'm fighting this huge battle all on my own. So, I suppose I'd like to believe that there's someone out there to help me. As she finished speaking, she gently placed her teacup back on the table. Jarens, listening to her explanation, fell into deep thought, gazing out the window, a conflicted expression on his face. After Wallace's words, Jarens remained lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the street outside. Wallace lowered her head, neither of them looking at each other, neither speaking a word. Seeing Jarens' continued silence, a flicker of worry crossed Wallace's mind. Had she been too hasty? What if he refused? Just then, Jarens' voice reached her ears. My lady. Looking up, Wallace saw Jarens standing beside her. He bowed slightly, extending a hand towards her. Perhaps a stroll would be agreeable, he suggested gently. Taken aback by this unexpected gesture, Wallace could only stammer, What? She stared at him, bewilderment clouding her features. Seeing her stunned expression, Jarens kept his hand extended, offering a soft explanation. The weather is lovely, perfect for a walk. A moment later, they were strolling along the bustling streets. Wallace glanced at Jarens, hesitantly beginning, Marquis. Then, looking up at him, she continued with a bright smile, Shall we do some shopping? Jarens, hearing this, looked at her with a slightly troubled expression. Don't tell me you're planning on buying me something. Wallace quickly corrected him. No, I know you're much wealthier than I am. At Wallace's unexpected compliment, Jarens responded with a touch of embarrassment. Well, I'll repay your gift in cash then. Wallace immediately refused. How can you repay a gift? Jarens started to reply, but before he could finish, Wallace interrupted. If you're worried, Marquis, you could give me a gift. Faced with her resolute attitude, Jarens could only concede with a sigh. All right, fine. Buy whatever you like. Wallace, triumphant, beamed at him. Then I won't refuse. But what if you run out of money? A moment later, they were surrounded by glittering displays of jewelry and accessories. She excitedly tried on piece after piece, each new item captivating her attention. Meanwhile, Jaren stood behind her, quietly observing her charming enthusiasm. Wallace, looking at the array of jewels before her, hesitated. What should I choose? Seeing her indecision, Jaren's turned to the shopkeeper. I'll take everything in this display case, he declared. Wallace immediately interjected, wait, I've decided. I'll just buy this one. The shopkeeper, watching their exchange, couldn't help but look exasperated. After their shopping spree, they decided to enjoy some pastries. Wallace, humming a cheerful tune, offered Jaren to bite. Try some. Jaren's, weary from the shopping, watched her boundless energy with a tired smile. I don't have a sweet tooth, he replied. Their day continued in this manner, and soon evening approached. Wallace walked happily beside Jaren's, who was now laden with her purchases. Suddenly, a shadow of sadness crossed Jaren's face. He murmured, my life used to be so lonely. He recalled the days of his abandonment, the Emperor's cold words echoing in his memory. Enjoy what you are given. Desire nothing more, and live quietly as if you don't exist. Wallace looked at him with a touch of pity in her eyes. Jaren's continued, there are times when one must live under a false name instead of their true self. This is one of those names. He paused, then slowly explained to Wallace, therefore, I need time to consider to accept the agreement you've proposed. He turned to her and said, because I must become more than just Marquis, free hidden, a man who bears only a title. After Jaren's finished speaking, the two stood in silence, gazing at each other. Wallace, studying him, thought to herself, I want to know more about the kind of person he truly is. Breaking the awkward silence, she replied with a cheerful laugh, I understand what you mean, Marquis. Please think it over carefully before you give your answer. Then, with a look of absolute confidence, she added resolutely, I'll show you how serious I am about this divorce. The sky had begun to darken. Just then, the carriage arrived. Wallace quickly said her goodbyes to Jaren's. I plan to move to the Crystal Branch Hotel. If I'm not here, please leave a message at the reception desk. She finished. Jaren's, perplexed, asked, were you going alone? Are you leaving your guard behind? Sensing his intention to accompany her, Wallace quickly explained, since I know your true identity, how could I possibly let a Marquis act as my bodyguard? Jaren's immediately feigned disappointment. It's a shame our relationship is so poor. Wallace, surprised, wondered aloud, oh, and what is our relationship? Avoiding his gaze, Wallace stammered, you should spend some time thinking about my proposal. Before she could finish, Jaren's interrupted, I can do whatever you wish while protecting you. He looked at her tenderly and continued, a proposal is a proposal, and a bodyguard is a bodyguard. They're two separate matters, aren't they? Seeing his persistence, Wallace could only manage a strained laugh. Ah, right, she replied, thinking to herself, he's trying to figure out what kind of person I am. Meanwhile, Jaren's cheerfully inquired, where are you headed next? Pushing aside her inner thoughts, Wallace smiled and answered, William Street, Marquis. I'm thinking of finding a lawyer. As soon as she spoke, Jaren's began stroking his chin, lost in thought, his expression serious. Wallace found this puzzling, and a flicker of worry crossed her mind. Why does he look like that? Does he dislike the idea of me meeting a lawyer? After a moment, Jaren suddenly extended his hand towards her. You should call me Jay, he said softly. Wallace, pleased, placed her hand in his. Let's go, Jay, she replied. Then, Jaren carefully helped her into the carriage. After a while, they arrived at a large building. A voice from inside called out, feel free to drink whatever you like. Thank you, Wallace replied politely. She and Jaren's were now sitting across from a woman in an office overflowing with papers. Documents were scattered even across the floor. The woman sitting before Wallace was the divorce lawyer, Cher Martins. Wallace glanced around the room, silently assessing it. As expected, the office isn't very bright. But looking at the elegant woman before her, she couldn't help but think, but Sharon's abilities are well regarded. The original Laina attested to that. She began to recall what she had read. In the novel, Laina, to save a woman from an abusive husband, had sought out Sharon. Based on her memories from her past life, she knew Sharon would become very successful in the future. Thanks to Sharon, the woman had safely secured a divorce. Sometime later, a startling truth came to light. The abused woman was the long-lost daughter of the ambassador of the Lyak Kingdom. This revelation spurred Ethel to action. Turning to Sharon, she made a direct proposal. Sharon, I want to hire you as my lawyer. Sharon hesitated after hearing the request. It won't be an easy fight, she cautioned Ethel. Ethel, unwavering in her resolve, countered Sharon's apprehension. It doesn't matter, she declared, because I must get a divorce. Even Sharon's was taken aback by the steel in her voice. Ethel's unwavering determination put Sharon in a difficult position. Avoiding Ethel's gaze, she stammered, "There are other lawyers more skilled than I am." Ethel immediately pressed her point. "But are you not the only divorce lawyer?" she asked, her hands clenching into fists. Her gaze locked onto Sharon's. "You're the only one who won't succumb to the temptations of Duke Cassius," she declared, her voice rising. "The man who will bribe both lawyers and judges." Despite Ethel's persuasive words, Sharon remained deeply worried. Her head bowed. She murmured, "Ethel's case will become the most famous divorce case since the founding of the nation. Are you sure I can win this?" Seeing Sharon's distress, Ethel reached out and gently took her hand. "Are you worried," she said softly, "that if my divorce fails, the number of divorce cases will decrease?" Ethel knelt beside Sharon, her voice a blend of comfort and persuasion. "I've done my research on you, Sharon." Ethel began to recount what she knew. "You've repeatedly provided free legal representation to impoverished women desperately in need of a divorce. You've even fallen into debt because of it." Sharon, a little embarrassed, replied, "But Lady Ethel, you're different from them. You can find a lawyer much more capable than me." Ethel adopted a pitiful expression. "You're the only one in the empire who hasn't refused to be my divorce lawyer. I have no other options. If I lose, those considering divorce will only further retreat, their families crumbling." Sharon pulled her hand back, a hint of anger in her voice. "Are you threatening me?" Ethel covered her mouth, a small laugh escaping. "I'm simply offering a reasonable prediction." Her tone brightened. "This could be a risk," she said to Sharon, "but it's also an opportunity." Seeing Sharon's silence, Ethel pressed on. "Come now, this will be a landmark victory against Duke Cassius." Ethel's relentless enthusiasm finally wore Sharon down. "Oh, all right," she conceded, though her inner turmoil about the case remained. "What if," she worried aloud, "there's a reason all the judges would grant you a divorce? Even then, it will be difficult because of the Duke's influence." Ethel's voice took on a serious tone. "There is a reason," she revealed. "My husband, Leandro, is having significant problems with the succession." Sharon's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh," she exclaimed, "if it's about the succession, there might indeed be a problem with Duke Cassius." Even Sharon's, overhearing this, was startled into silence. Sharon, having found the key to resolving the issue, was no longer afraid. On the contrary, she spoke with excitement. Concealing such a serious matter before marriage is solid grounds for divorce. She gave Ethel a little shake, her voice eager. "Is it true? Is there really something wrong with the Duke?" Inwardly, Ethel thought, there's no way the amazing older brother of the novel's female lead could have such a problem. Despite her inner thoughts, Ethel feigned a pitiful expression. "Although I've never experienced it myself," because she trailed off, burying her face in her hands, her voice laced with sorrow. "He hasn't even attempted to start a relationship." Sharon gasped, astonished. "Oh my goodness." Sharon's face was a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. "I heard a rumor back at the academy, but I never thought it could be true." Ethel, recalling the rumors surrounding Leandro, responded, "Oh, that rumor. Duke Cassius's enemies spread it, but Leandro, remember, this could become very bad, very terrible." The mere thought of him made Ethel seethe with anger. "I'll make him want to abandon the divorce proceedings and everything else." Seeing Ethel's apparent distress, Sharon asked urgently, "So, if that's the case, you knew nothing about it before the marriage?" Ethel shook her head silently. Both Gerens and Sharon were so outraged they sprang to their feet. Sharon straightened up, her voice ringing with indignation. "He's insane." She clenched her fists. "This is clearly a fraudulent marriage. Grounds for divorce. And you still wanted to stay with him." Gerens, beside her, couldn't contain his own outburst. "He's the worst." Ethel, seeing their fierce reactions, amplified her performance of misery. Tears welled in her eyes. "Well, I didn't know this could be used for a divorce, and when I was choosing my wedding dress." She recalled the Cassius family's attitude during her dress fitting, her voice thick with sadness. Sharon's anger intensified. "This is madness. Utter madness." Gerens was so furious he was speechless. Sharon took Ethel's hand, her voice softening with compassion. "You've worked so hard. You must have had such a difficult time. Let me help you. You're not alone." Tears began to stream down Ethel's face. Even she was surprised by their appearance. Seeing Ethel cry, Sharon panicked. Ethel, she cried out. Suddenly, a handkerchief appeared before Ethel. She gratefully accepted it, looking up at Jarens with a small smile. Thank you. Jarens replied gently, You're welcome. Clutching the handkerchief, Ethel silently thanked Sharon. Her comfort feels so genuine. Thank you so much. After hearing Ethel's story, Sharon was filled with remorse. I never thought something like this would happen to you. She bowed her head apologetically. I'm so sorry. Ethel, seeing Sharon's self-reproach, quickly reassured her. It's not your fault. I didn't tell you everything. With that, Ethel handed Sharon a bag of money. I'll leave you a generous sum, she said calmly. If you're willing to cooperate, don't hesitate to use it to pay off your debts and hire trustworthy people. As she gave Sharon the money, Ethel thought cheerfully, Farewell, beloved emergency fund. Sharon carefully opened the money pouch, but after seeing the amount inside, she froze, speechless. Noticing her unusual reaction, Ethel pressed, Is something the matter? Sharon immediately shook her head in denial. No, nothing at all. Worried that Sharon was too embarrassed to speak, Ethel urged her, Come now, tell me. Sharon looked at Ethel with a touch of embarrassment, finally stammering, The thing is, this isn't enough to cover my debts and hire someone. Ethel felt a pang of shame, silently berating herself. Cassius should have given her more jewels. Meanwhile, Jarens looked on, bewildered. Seeing Ethel's discomfort, Sharon quickly interjected, But you don't have to pay me everything. All you need to do is pay the required import fees by the end. Jarens unexpectedly picked up the money pouch and examined it. Looking at the contents, he said innocently, Ethel only has this much. Then, Jarens handed Sharon a check. Write the amount you need here and take it to the Royal Bank. Taking the check, Sharon gasped in astonishment. This is a blank check. Seeing Sharon's surprise, Jarens simply said, To pay off your current debts. Please write down the full amount you need. He added, So you can focus solely on this matter and not take on any other cases. Ethel was touched by his generosity. Sharon, upon receiving such a large sum, was overjoyed. She responded with a shy, but then seeing the name on the check, exclaimed Terence Freehidden. Seeming to understand Sharon's thoughts, Jarens instructed, I don't want to reveal my identity for a while longer. You understand. Sharon clutched the check, a delighted smile spreading across her face. Of course. Seeing the matter resolved, Jarens looked at Ethel with a gentle smile, which she happily returned. Suddenly, Ethel remembered something. Oh, right. We have to find the ambassador of the Lyoc Kingdom's daughter, too. Turning to Sharon, she continued, Recently, I saw a woman named Anna being dragged away by her husband. It looked like domestic abuse. Could you look into it, Sharon? After hearing Ethel's concern, Sharon agreed without hesitation. All right, leave it to me. Following their meeting with Sharon, the sky began to darken. In the carriage, Ethel's voice rang out. I thought you'd need more time to think about my suggestion. She looked at Jarens cheerfully, thinking to herself, since he revealed his identity to Sharon and provided her with the funds, I assume he's accepted. Responding to Ethel's question, Jarens replied casually, I'm a simple man. I don't overthink things. Hearing this, Ethel immediately thought, You liar. Regardless, she was grateful for his decision. Thank you for saving me the money, she said. I'll pay you back later. Jarens waved her off. No need. Consider it payment for the medicine. Ethel beamed. If you help me get a divorce, what's a recipe? I can make you some for life. A chuckle escaped Jarens' lips. I understand. Ethel continued. I'll have to change rooms as soon as we get to the hotel. I don't know when Cassius's people will come calling again. Seeing Ethel's worry, Jarens spoke up. This carriage isn't going to the hotel. Ethel stared at him blankly, confused. Jarens simply replied, To my estate. You can rest there. His words startled Ethel. She stammered, waving her hand slightly. I appreciate that, but a wave of fear washed over her. What if someone saw her entering the Marquis' estate before the divorce was finalized? Understanding her apprehension, Jarens explained, You misunderstand. This isn't the Marquis' estate. It's a villa on the outskirts of the capital. Etol, surprised, écoute, au villa. Seeing her astonishment, Jarens confirmed, Precisely. It belongs to someone else, so even Cassius will have difficulty finding it. The explanation seemed reasonable enough, and Ethel found herself agreeing. In that case, she said, I'm incredibly grateful for your kindness. Pleased with her agreement, Jarens continued, Good. We're officially in the same boat now. Here, let's shake on it. Ethel was taken aback by the gesture. Looking at his outstretched hand, she thought, he's doing far more than necessary. What's he planning? Putting aside her reservations, Ethel took his hand, a smile gracing her lips. "You won't regret this," she assured him, a thrill of anticipation coursing through her. "I won't overthink it. Gerrans, from now on, you're my partner." Sometime later, they arrived at the villa. Gerrans sat brooding in a corner, an air of gloom surrounding him. Jack, observing him, wondered what's wrong. Gerrans rubbed his temples in frustration. "Why did I give them the book so readily? I intended to wait a week to assess the situation. And now the villa's location is compromised. Strange." He recalled Ethel's determined expression, "Please cooperate with my divorce," and her charming surprise. "Something the matter?" Jack finally asked. Gerrans sighed. "Why did I give him the book so easily? I plan to wait a week to observe. And the villa's location is compromised. It's odd." He recalled Ethel's determined expression, her plea for cooperation with the divorce, and her charming surprise. Jack suddenly spoke. "The woman you're with. She's not ordinary, is she? I'll instruct the maids to keep an eye on her." Gerrans snapped. "Enough nonsense. Prepare yourself." Confused, Jack asked, "Prepare for what, sir?" Gerrans closed his eyes briefly. "I'll be traveling elsewhere for a few days with our guest." Jack's hands flew to his head. "What? Where are you going?" Gerrans calmly uttered a single word: Aston. The next day, a train embarked on its journey. Its destination, Aston, Cassius's seat of power. At the station, a familiar voice rang out. Finally, Gerrans glanced at Ethel. "Thank you for making the trip." Ethel beamed, stretching her arms. "I'm delighted to be traveling first class." Adjusting his hat, Gerrans said, "It seems we've arrived ahead of schedule. Let's take our time." Ethel replied enthusiastically, "Certainly." As they walked, their conversation continued. "Will May be here?" Gerrans inquired. Ethel responded confidently, "If it's Laura, I'm certain she'll appear." Ethel's thoughts drifted to her past hardships. "I personally brought Laura from the Wallace district," she continued. "She'll testify that there's no relationship between Leandro and me." Looking up at the sky, she wondered. "I sent her a letter. I wonder if she'll come." Gerrans, noticing the bustling activity around them, turned to Ethel and asked, "It seems quite lively today. Is there a festival?" Ethel explained that Cassius held numerous festivals. Suddenly, Gerrans stopped in front of a stall and said, "Wait a moment." With those words, he picked up a mask and turned back to her. "You mentioned you weren't well known, but..." He placed a mask on Ethel's face. "Just a precaution." Ethel, flustered by Gerrans's unexpected gesture, blushed and turned away. "Thank you," she murmured, "but you could have at least warned me." Meanwhile, Gerrans stood there, momentarily speechless, watching her. Taking in the grandeur of their surroundings, he asked, "Is this little Laina's birthday?" The Marquis's affection for his daughter is so great that he throws a festival for her. Ethel gave a slightly embarrassed laugh. "Laina, Cassius isn't little Laina," she clarified. "Posey, Laina's dog, is affectionately called Little Laina. Laina has a different birthday altogether. This festival is nothing compared to her actual birthday celebration." Recalling the extravagant affair, she continued, "It lasts a magnificent 15 days. It's the day the Marquis adopted her, an orphan." Gerrans could only respond with a bewildered, "A festival for a dog's birthday." Ethel, seeing his expression, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance, "Lady Ethel." It was Laura. Seeing Laura, Ethel rushed forward and embraced her. "It's been so long," Laura exclaimed, returning the hug. Ethel gestured towards Gerrans. "This is Terence," she introduced. "He's been helping me." Gerrans politely bowed his head in greeting. Ethel then took Laura's shoulders, her voice urgent. "Have you thought about my proposal? Going against Duke Cassius could be dangerous." But before she could finish, Laura interrupted with a firm, "Don't ask." "Of course, I'll go with you, my lady." Relieved and happy, Ethel breathed. "Laura?" Her gaze fell on the suitcase beside Laura. "Is it your luggage?" she asked. "Yes," Laura replied quickly. "I've already submitted my resignation to Duke Cassius. I can leave with you now without any problems." Ethel, excitement bubbling up, took Laura's hand. "Then shall we head to the train station now?" But as she touched her hand, Laura cried out in pain. Alarmed, Ethel stared at Laura. "What's wrong?" she asked anxiously. "Does your hand hurt?" Laura clutched her trembling hand. "Oh no." Ethel moved closer, her voice soothing. It's all right. Can you tell me what happened? After a moment of hesitation, Laura finally spoke, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry, she confessed. I didn't resign. I was dismissed. What? Ethel exclaimed. Who would dare do such a thing without my permission? Laura sobbed, the housekeeper. A few moments later, the three of them had moved to a quieter spot. Laura, her voice heavy with despair, continued her story. It was the day I received your letter. The other maids brought a portrait of Lady Laina and hung it in your room, she explained. They said, from now on, this will be her room. Ethel's anger flared. What in the world were they talking about? Laura continued her story. I want to stop them, but when I tried, she recalled, her voice trembling in the chaos, an inkwell was knocked over. It spilled all over Laina's painting. Ethel's face hardened. Is that why the housekeeper dismissed you? She asked, already dreading the answer. Laura hesitantly held out her hands, revealing a network of angry red welts. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. I'm glad they didn't make me pay for the painting, she choked out, but they wouldn't give me a letter of recommendation. I won't be able to work anywhere else. Ethel's heart ached as she looked at her former maid. A wave of anger washed over Ethel. That woman, she thought furiously, referring to the housekeeper. How dare she? Laura probably hadn't known what she was doing. She was still learning the intricacies of service after all. Laura's voice, small and apologetic, broke through Ethel's thoughts. I'm sorry, she whispered. I lied to you, my lady. I didn't want to upset you. Ethel looked at Laura, a mixture of affection and reproach in her eyes. You did upset me, she admitted softly. You were on my side, and that's why you were hurt. A flicker of happiness lit Laura's tear-streaked face. Laura threw her arms around Ethel, sobbing uncontrollably. Ethel, however, looked past her, her gaze fixed on Gerance. A steely resolve hardened her expression as she looked towards the opulent estate looming in the distance. Duke Cassius, she thought, one of the 5 most important families in the empire, protectors of the northern frontier. Her mind raced, recalling the endless duties and expectations that came with being Ethel Cassius. Meanwhile, within the walls of Cassius's estate, a birthday celebration was in full swing. Happy birthday, Percy. Cheers and laughter filled the air. Suddenly, the doors burst open. Ethel strode into the room, Gerance and Laura close behind. The maids, startled by her unexpected arrival, gasped. My lady, they exclaimed in unison. What are you doing here? The Duke said you would be staying in the capital longer. Ethel noted their surprise. None of them have heard about the divorce then, she realized grimly. Her eyes fell on a box resting on a table, and a flicker of satisfaction crossed her face. Just as I expected, Ethel's voice dripped with controlled fury. Laura tells me you try to hang Laina's portrait in my room. Did I instruct you to do such a thing? The maids trembled, fear etched on their faces. No, my lady, they stammered. Ethel advanced on them, her voice low and menacing. Is there a law in the Cassius Duchy that allows servants to do as they please with their master's rooms? The maids cowered under her gaze. And no, of course not, my lady. Ethel gestured towards the offending portrait. Then why did you try to hang Laina's portrait in my room? W.E. thought. You wouldn't be so angry, one of the maids whispered. Ethel's eyes narrowed. Do the people of Cassius think everyone adores Laina? She thought, disgusted. How utterly foolish. There's no good reason for this. She pointed at them, her voice ringing with authority. You, and you. You're all dismissed. And of course, you won't be receiving letters of recommendation. The 3 maids burst into tears, pleading with her. My lady, oh please, let us stay with Lady Laina. Just then, Maria II entered the room. Stop, she commanded. She quickly approached Ethel, dipping into a curtsy. Forgive me for not greeting you sooner, my lady, she said smoothly. No one informed me of your arrival. The dismissed maids exchanged smug glances, emboldened by Maria's presence. Laura, spotting the housekeeper, shrank back in fear behind Ethel, stammering, H. housekeeper. Ethel's gaze suddenly fell upon a box in one of the other maids' hands. Here, she commanded, what's in your hand? Give it to me. The maid, startled, replied, What? Are you talking to me? Ethel took the box, a thought flickering through her mind. It seems we're about to have a very important conversation. She opened it, pressed a small figure of a horse nestled within, and thought with a grim satisfaction. It seems they really do need this. The housekeeper, with a distinct lack of deference, addressed Ethel. "This is a magical artifact sent for Lady Laina." Ethel's response was nonchalant. "I'll deliver it to her myself. I'll be returning to the capital soon anyway." Suddenly, Maria II bowed her head. "I requested Lady Laina's portrait be hung in the ladies' chambers. If you wish to punish someone, it should be me." Ethel was momentarily taken aback by Maria's words. The housekeeper was Laina's caretaker when she was young, she recalled. "She's Laina's strongest ally." Anger flared. "But what right do you have to dismiss Laura, my maid, and to strike her?" Both Gerrans and Laura fixed their gazes on the housekeeper, but she remained undaunted by Ethel's rising fury. "What are you talking about, my lady? I have the authority to manage all the servants in the Cassius household." Ethel's patience snapped. "That's not true. That authority belongs to me, the lady of the house. You require my permission, and your orders do not apply to my personal staff." The housekeeper's face darkened at these words. Ethel, meeting her gaze directly, continued, "I can't believe the housekeeper doesn't even possess the common sense to understand that. I suspect Lady Laina shared the same flawed thinking when she recommended you for this position." At this, the housekeeper's composure finally cracked. "Don't speak of the lady that way," she snapped. She raised her voice, no longer attempting to hide her disdain. "It's true that you have some authority as the lady of the house. However, that doesn't mean you have complete control." Ethel's brow furrowed. "My husband is the eldest son of this family, the one entrusted by Duke Cassius. Furthermore, the Duchess has long since passed. Who else could be the lady of Cassius Manor but me?" The housekeeper's only response was to practically shriek, "Lady Laina." Unfazed, Ethel pressed on. "You seem to be unaware that even if the Duchess, my mother-in-law, were still alive, I would still be the lady of the house, because my husband is the one in charge of managing this estate." As Ethel finished speaking, the housekeeper offered a condescending smile. "You don't understand, my lady. In Cassius Manor, the true lady of the house is the one who holds the key to the family treasury." She placed a hand over her heart, affecting a pose of utmost reverence. "And the only one who holds that key, both past and present, is Lady Laina. Duke Cassius himself entrusted the treasury key to her." Her voice took on a mocking tone, echoing the Duke's words. "Laina, my clever and capable daughter, even though you are young, I entrust the management of the estate to you." Ethel seethed inwardly. Because he truly favors her, she thought bitterly. The housekeeper's voice rang out again, finishing the Duke's pronouncement. "I will kill anyone who disagrees with this." Ethel wistfully recalled the time after her marriage to Leandro, when she had attempted to take the reins of the Duke's household. "Now, I'll take care of the household affairs," she had cheerfully told Laina. But Laina had demurred. "Sister-in-law, you needn't bother yourself with such trivial matters." The rest of the Duke's family had quickly chimed in, placating Laina. "Father had no idea you felt this way about your new sister. Truly, Laina is an angel. How can you navigate this world with such a pure heart?" Meanwhile, Ethel, standing beside them, could only sigh inwardly. Well, she thought, having plenty of money and a comfortable life isn't so bad either. Now, the housekeeper's voice dripped with provocation. "My lady," she said, "you don't have the authority to punish me or these children, or even to dismiss them." Seeing the housekeeper's attitude, anger flared within Ethel. "Now I understand," she thought. "All those days I misunderstood her, the days I didn't realize her true intentions." Her finger pointed accusingly at the housekeeper as she raised her voice. "Are you treating me like a figurehead? You'd best drop that arrogant attitude. I'll report this to my husband." Unfazed by Ethel's threat, the housekeeper calmly replied, "The young Duke also believes that entrusting internal affairs to Lady Laina is for the best." Contrary to her outward anger, Ethel's heart leaped with joy. "I've recorded the crucial words." She thought triumphantly. The box she had been holding all this time was a recording device. Ironclad evidence for the divorce proceedings, Ethel thought gleefully. "This proves Laina has usurped my rightful place as mistress of the house, and Leandro is fully aware of it and even condones it." Having obtained what she wanted, Ethel abruptly ended the argument. "Fine," she said, her voice tight with feigned annoyance. "I have no right to interfere in your affairs." Seeing Ethel concede, the housekeeper responded with smug satisfaction. "After all, my lady, you are still my superior. I will treat you as I always have." Ethel turned to leave, her tone laced with a touch of irritation. "All right, I'm going back to my room. You attend to your duties." Then, Brightening, she looked at Percy. "Oh, and happy birthday, Percy." Percy beamed back at Ethel in acknowledgement. As she walked away, Ethel thought, "And thank you very much." If it weren't for Percy's birthday, this recording device from that eccentric inventor wouldn't be here. Ethel's mind drifted back to the so-called eccentric inventor. He was one of the talents Laina had recruited based on her memories from her past life. She sponsored him, and in return, received many innovative and useful gadgets, including this recording device. Whenever there's a special occasion, Ethel mused they record it with the device and gift the recording to Laina. And Percy's birthday certainly qualifies as one of those occasions. After the confrontation, the manor returned to its usual tranquility. But then, the housekeeper hurried after Ethel, calling out, "My lady, wait a moment." Just then, Ethel flung open her door. She stared into the room, stunned. Her room was filled with Laina's paintings. Ethel glared at the housekeeper. "So many paintings. Are these all gifts for me?" The housekeeper, seemingly oblivious to Ethel's displeasure, gazed at the artwork. "Yes, these are the final works of the artisina under the patronage of the Cassius family." Ethel gave a small, sharp laugh. "Even if I'm not the mistress of the house," she said, "I have the right to do what I want with gifts, don't I?" She looked at the paintings and promptly ordered, "Take them down." Servants began removing the paintings one by one, revealing a floor littered with portraits of Laina. The sight ignited Ethel's fury. "Destroy them," she commanded. Maria II, the housekeeper, stared at her in terror. "My lady," she stammered, "what did you say?" While the housekeeper remained bewildered, a foot suddenly descended, crushing the paintings scattered on the floor. Gerens, glancing at Ethel, murmured, "Would this be acceptable, my lady?" Both the housekeeper and the maid, Laura, gasped in horror. "What?" Ethel, pointing at the ruined portraits, raged, "Are you truly unaware of your transgression? I cannot believe you dare to hang such obscene depictions of Laina in my room." She fixed her gaze on the trampled canvases. "Do you think the woman in these paintings resembles Laina? Who is more beautiful? Tell me." The housekeeper blurted, "Lady Laina, of course. How could a mere painting compare to Our Lady's beauty?" Ethel nodded, a satisfied smirk playing on her lips. "Precisely. These are nothing but cheap imitations, a mockery of Laina's true beauty." Maria II trembled. But that is the nature of art, my lady." Ethel's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Oh, you think these mediocre paintings are worthy of her?" "Oh no, my lady." The housekeeper quickly backpedaled. Ethel pressed her advantage. "Then tell me, why shouldn't I destroy them? Speak up." "Well," Maria stammered, unable to meet Ethel's piercing gaze. "Why can't you speak?" Ethel snapped. Gerens and Laura watched, their faces a mixture of awe and fear. Heads bowed low, the housekeeper and the maidservants could only offer apologies. "I apologize, my lady. I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me." Ethel affected a magnanimous air. "Part of me wants to burn every painting in this house, but I'm feeling generous today." She thought to herself, the carrot after the stick. The housekeeper and the maids were taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor, but they continued to grovel. "Yes, my lady. Thank you, my lady." Gerens, seizing the opportunity, continued to grind the remaining paintings under his heel. Even Laura joined in the destruction. Ethel declared, her voice ringing with righteous indignation, "This is an affront to the gods, an unforgivable sin. At the very least, these abominations must be destroyed." As Ethel finished speaking, Laura hurled a painting across the room. "I will destroy all these half-baked images," she cried. No, the housekeeper shrieked in dismay. The housekeeper and the maidservants fell to their knees before Ethel, pleading for mercy. "My lady, please stop. Please spare the paintings." Ethel continued her tirade. "How dare you hang such vulgar depictions? Are you mocking Lady Laina and me?" "I was wrong," the housekeeper wailed. "I was wrong to commission these paintings and hang them in my lady's room." The maid sobbed, "I'm sorry. Please forgive me." The housekeeper continued to beg, "But I cannot bear to see a likeness of my lady destroyed. I will take any punishment in their place." Ethel sighed dramatically. "Unfortunately, I am not the mistress of this house. I have no authority to punish you." As soon as Ethel finished speaking, the housekeeper, Maria II, and the surrounding maidservants fell to their knees at her feet, weeping. "I was too arrogant. Of course, you have all the authority. Please, punish me severely. Please forgive me, my lady." Ethel pointed at Laura, angrily reminding Maria, "There's someone you need to apologize to standing right next to me. Laura was wrongly dismissed, and you're responsible. If she doesn't forgive you, neither will I. Hearing this, Maria and the maids rushed to Laura's side, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry, Laura. I'm so sorry. Ethel watched them with a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. Suddenly, she turned to Gerence. I acted a bit strangely, didn't I? He looked at her with a teasing glint in his eyes. I never knew you cared so much for Duke Cassius. Ethel gave him an exasperated look. Are you teasing me? Gerence didn't bother to hide his amusement. A little, Ethel echoed, raising an eyebrow. Gerence grinned. A lot. Ethel puffed out her cheeks, feigning annoyance at his persistent teasing. Finally, her room was clean. She quickly ushered the housekeeper out. Get out of here and do your job. Once everyone was gone, Ethel breathed a sigh of relief. She hurriedly searched through the jewelry and carefully placed it in Laura's bag. Gerence watched her, bemused by her cheerful thievery. With their preparations complete, the three of them stealthily made their escape. Ethel signaled for the others to stay silent as she cautiously scanned their surroundings. Moments later, they successfully slipped outside. I'll never return to Cassius Manor again, Ethel thought triumphantly. She pointed to a small opening ahead. We can go through that gap. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. It's been a while, my lady. Ethel turned, startled, to see the head steward standing before them. Gerence quickly stepped in front of Ethel protectively. Do they think we'll go this way? She worried silently. The head steward simply looked at Ethel, then closed his eyes. He reminisced about her arrival. I remember when my lady first came here, you complimented me on how beautiful the manor looked. Ethel quickly replied, you must have heard about my divorce from Leandro. The steward answered respectfully, yes, His Grace and the young Duke mentioned it briefly. Fear crept into Ethel's voice. Are you going to call the guards to stop me from leaving? The steward bowed low. You needn't worry. I only came to say my final farewell. Final? Ethel asked, surprised. She looked at him seriously. Whether the divorce is finalized or not. The steward bowed again. Whether the divorce is finalized or not, my lady's heart will not return here. Strange sounds began to echo in the distance. Ethel, alarmed, tugged at Gerence's arm. Let's go, Gerence. The three of them quickly moved their belongings through the gap and hurried away. Before leaving, Ethel glanced back at the steward, a strange feeling stirring within her. The steward remained where he stood, watching Ethel's departure in silence, making no attempt to raise the alarm. Finally, Ethel was free of the dreaded manor. They carefully climbed into the carriage. As soon as they were seated, Gerence spoke. Just as planned, we'll head to Aston train station. Suddenly, Ethel raised her hand. Wait. She pondered the head steward's perplexing actions. Why had he allowed them to leave the manor so easily? Ethel recalled what she knew of him. A loyal servant of the Cassius family for over 20 years since his youth. But during my time as a puppet at Cassius Manor, she mused, the steward would occasionally invite me for tea. Nothing of particular import was ever discussed, but it was a pleasant respite. Gerence, listening intently, considered this. Well, he offered, if someone possesses even a modicum of decency, perhaps they can be swayed. Laura added, yes, the steward was always kind to me too. Ethel, surprised, turned to Laura. The steward looked after you. Laura elaborated on the steward's kindnesses. When the lady was away, he would often give me small errands to run, and he even let me go into the city. He even gave me a little spending money. Ethel's expression turned serious. We must speak with the steward. She looked at Gerence. If there's anyone who witnessed everything from the beginning, his testimony would be invaluable. Laura spoke up quickly. I know where the steward lives. I ran errands there a few times. And so, the carriage turned towards the steward's residence. After a while, the three of them arrived. Laura, with a touch of eagerness, gestured towards the woman who greeted them. This is Mrs. Herman. She takes care of the steward's house. She added, with a pointed look, oh, and Mrs. Herman passed away a long time ago, so don't get confused. Gerence and Ethel exchanged bewildered glances. After the introductions, Laura carefully handed Mrs. Herman a basket. The steward asked me to bring the leftovers from the banquet. Here they are. Looking at the contents, Mrs. Herman beamed. With this much, Joshua and I will eat our fill. Joshua, Ethel echoed, surprised. Mrs. Herman suddenly seemed flustered. Wait, I forgot to make the tea. As she hurried away, Gerence turned to Ethel, perplexed. Who is Joshua? Ethel explained. Joshua is the steward's only son. He only appeared once in the novel. When he was young, Joshua fell head over heels for Laina and gave her a handmade gift. The Duke, witnessing this, flew into a rage. From then on, any young man who came near Laina was embroiled in scandal. She continued, a hint of exasperation in her voice. For instance, Laina didn't pursue the crown prince. The crown prince pursued her. Just then, Mrs. Herman returned with the tea. Here we are, she chirped, her demeanor shifting quickly. Now, what were we talking about? Ethel, thoughtful, observed the change in Mrs. Herman's manner. Suddenly, something caught Ethel's eye. Looking at the charming figurines displayed around the room, she couldn't help but admire them. Oh, these are lovely. Noticing Ethel and Jaren's interest, Mrs. Herman said, beautiful, aren't they? Then my husband's work. Ethel examined a small statue, a thoughtful expression on her face. Compared to the others, this one seems a bit less refined. Could Joshua have made it? Suddenly, footsteps sounded from upstairs. A man's voice called down, Mrs. Herman, are those people gone yet? Who's causing such a commotion? Hearing the voice, Jaren's instinctively stepped in front of Ethel. The man, catching sight of Jaren's, looked startled. Then, a flicker of fear crossed his features. Then he ran upstairs, so fast that he lost a shoe. Both Jaren's and Ethel watched the strange scene unfold, utterly bewildered. They stood silently, staring at the staircase, unsure of what to do next. Mrs. Herman, seeing their confusion, rubbed her forehead wearily. What am I supposed to do now? She sighed. She began to explain. That's Joshua, the steward's son. He's suffered from psychological trauma since he was young, so he rarely leaves the house. She glanced at Jaren's. Today is worse than usual. I think it's because of the knight's sword. Jaren's looked down at his sword, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This, Mrs. Herman nodded. Yes, Joshua can't even touch any kind of knife. Ethel, astonished, asked because of this sword. Could Joshua's symptoms be because of... She didn't finish her sentence. A sharp voice cut through the air. What are you doing here? It was the head steward, his tone laced with displeasure at finding Ethel in his home. The head steward appeared, radiating anger. He barked at them. This is outrageous. You come here without even informing the owner of the house. Ethel responded calmly. You seem agitated. Some people hide their shame with anger. The head steward glanced up the stairs. Then, closing his eyes, he said to Mrs. Herman, Mrs. Herman, you may leave now. Mrs. Herman gave a strained smile and quickly rose to her feet. Well then, I'll be going. After she left, the head steward sank onto the sofa. Leaning forward, he said to Ethel, my son is not something shameful I need to hide. Ethel sat down in a small chair opposite him. I wasn't referring to Joshua, she said, but to the head steward's irresponsibility. The head steward looked up at her. Did you just call me irresponsible? Ethel's voice was firm. Indeed, it is irresponsible to treat the person who deeply wounded your son as if they were your master. Stunned by the accusation, the head steward's eyes widened. How could that be? He stammered, bringing a trembling hand to his head. It was just an accident. Ethel no longer held back. No, she stated plainly. Duke Cassius deliberately pointed his sword at Joshua. Laura and Jaren's, standing behind her, exchanged surprised glances. Ethel continued. Duke Cassius saw Joshua lingering near Laina. He rushed over, brandishing his sword, and yelled, How dare you? Joshua, terrified, had fallen to the ground, his toy duck tumbling from his trembling hands. Laina, tears welling in her eyes, had stopped him. Father, no. Ethel's voice softened. Laina's intervention prevented anything serious, but Joshua's innocent childhood affection became a scar that would never fade. As she spoke, Ethel's mind drifted back to that moment. Every time the steward sees Laina, she thought, he's reminded of Joshua, now wounded and broken. Ethel's voice was filled with conviction. By staying at Cassius Manor, you made a mistake. You shouldn't have abandoned Joshua like that. The head steward crumbled. He trembled, covered his face, and wept. Then, a cry of anguish tore from his throat. What am I supposed to do? Tears streamed down the head steward's face, his hands trembling. He sobbed, that man. I devoted my youth to him. Even the Duke, back then, stood with the downtrodden. Tears dripped onto his trousers as he continued. He promised to build a place of happiness for everyone, regardless of their humble origins. But I can't leave, he cried. The Duke wouldn't spare a traitor. Ethel leaned closer. Disappointing, she said. I thought you might be my witness. She rose to her feet. Still, if you care for Joshua, she walked towards him as she spoke. If you desire a formal apology from the Duke and healing for Joshua's troubled mind. The head steward looked up at Ethel. She gently took his hand and placed the wooden figurine Joshua had carved into his palm. Meeting his gaze directly, she said, Come see me. You can contact me through Sharon Martins, my lawyer in the Capitol. You've served the Cassius family faithfully for so many years. Why not dedicate the rest of your life to being a father to your son? The head steward looked at the wooden figure, visibly moved. Well, that's taken care of, Ethel announced to Gerrans and Laura. The last train's already gone. Let's stay at the inn tonight. Then, with a flourish, she declared, tonight, it's all on me. That evening, the three of them dined at a local restaurant. Afterwards, Ethel returned to the inn and sank into a hot bath, humming softly to herself. After her bath, she settled into the plush bed, the day's exertions catching up with her. As she lay there, her thoughts drifted. In Walking on Flowers After Regression, the villains suffer, and the heroine, Laina, and the good people around her live happily ever after. But, she wondered, was the Ethel in that novel ever truly happy? Just like the head steward and Joshua, how many others have suffered because of the Cassius family? The next day, at Aston Station, as they prepared to board the train, Ethel suddenly noticed the head steward approaching her. Turning to Gerrans, she said, I'll just speak with the steward. You go ahead and board. All right, Gerrans replied. Ethel quickly walked towards the head steward. He spoke as soon as she was within earshot. Is there any way to cure Joshua? I hear doctors in the Capitol are researching psychological treatments using counseling and medication, Ethel answered. Yes, he replied, I understand. I was afraid people would find it strange, so I kept him hidden. The head steward hesitated. So, will he truly receive an apology? Ethel replied, well, if the Duke has any of the compassion you spoke of from his younger days. Right now, the person the Duke cares for most is Laina. If I can, I'd like to see him return to the man he once was. Lady Ethel, Laura called out, the train is about to depart. The head steward still seemed uncertain. I haven't made up my mind yet, he confessed. Ethel smiled gently. That's all right. Contact me when you do. Their conversation ended there. Ethel turned and boarded the train. The head steward watched her go, then removed his hat and, with a deep bow, paid her his respects. Back at Gerrans' estate, the two of them were enjoying tea together in the garden. Delicious, isn't it? Ethel asked brightly. Gerrans took a sip. Just the right blend, he replied. Gerrans and Ethel continued their casual conversation. Why isn't my tea as delicious? I must not have a talent for brewing, Gerrans mused. Ethel cheerfully replied, does this even require talent? I think it tastes good. She thought to herself, at least, thank you. Chatting together every morning and evening isn't such a bad idea. Gerrans then said with a hint of regret, I apologize, but I have some business to attend to today, so I won't be able to accompany you to the lawyer's office. Ethel responded easily, oh, that's all right. Gerrans continued, I have someone I'd like to introduce to you instead. Ethel, hearing this, was taken aback, unsure of what he meant. A little while later, at the lawyer's office, Sharon, adjusting her glasses, asked, oh, is she the new escort? The strong, brown-haired woman extended her hand and introduced herself. My name is Venetta. I'm Lady Ethel's temporary escort. It turned out that she was the person Gerrans wanted to introduce to Ethel. Sharon inquired, you're from the academy, aren't you? I think I've seen you when I was there. Venetta, clasping her hands cheerfully, replied, indeed. The Marquis recognized my talent and is sponsoring me. She added, teasingly directing her words to Ethel. Please don't misunderstand, Lady Ethel. I only have a guardian-assistant relationship with the Marquis. Ethel, puzzled, looked at Venetta. Don't misunderstand. Whether she didn't understand or was feigning ignorance, Ethel forced a smile. Why is everyone in the mansion so kind to me? She wondered. Suddenly, someone rushed in, announcing, excuse me. Young Duke Cassius is here. Outside the courtyard of the lawyer's office, the morning sun shone brightly. After hearing the news, Ethel and Venetta went down to meet Leandro. Whatever he said clearly irritated her, as she exclaimed, oh. Leandro looked around and remarked, you chose a fancy lawyer's office, huh? This kind of lawyer, expensive. Must have cost you a pretty penny, eh? Ethel responded coldly. So, Leandro said arrogantly, isn't that the money I gave you? When we married, you had nothing but a bare mind. Ethel retorted sharply, what else? Isn't it cruel to take back everything you've given? Venetta, standing behind them, stifled a laugh. Leandro, momentarily speechless, blurted out, cruel. He then composed himself and feigned concern. Well, where are you staying now? Ethel maintained her cold demeanor. Why should I tell you? She replied, Leandro brought a hand to his head, sighing dramatically. I'm really tired of this. I'm trying to be patient. Ethel responded irritably. Why are you being patient? She thought angrily. What does he mean by patient? Leandro, losing his composure, shouted at her, his concerns solely focused on Laina. How dare you take down Laina's painting? Do you know how much you surprised her? She thought you hated her too and was very upset. Even if you cry and beg, my father will never allow you to come back. Ethel thought, who wants to go back? He continued to rant, just like Laina begged father to give you another chance. She's so foolish, an angel without wings. Leandro still seemed to be struggling with the situation. He adopted a commanding tone with Ethel. My father is very busy these days, so you should quickly go and beg him for forgiveness. Ethel responded irritably. Why should I do that? Leandro replied. Perhaps it's a bit difficult for you. Unable to bear him any longer, Ethel turned and stated clearly that is precisely why I'm demanding a divorce. Suddenly, Leandro mentioned the head steward. The head steward has disappeared. He left a letter of resignation on my father's desk. Ethel asked him what about his son. Leandro responded, his son. Come to think of it, I believe he did have a son, but we've never spoken. He's probably living somewhere far away, acting like a rebellious brat. Ethel frowned, raising a questioning eyebrow. There must be a reason why he was never mentioned before, right? Leandro put on a sanctimonious air. Impossible. He was part of this family. He was by my father's side for a long time. Ethel's thoughts drifted back to her time within that family. She mused, close like family, them and the head steward. She wondered if he had ever taken her side. At least he didn't ignore me like the others. Leandro continued. My father suspects the head steward simply ran away. Ethel thought to herself, that's what you want to believe. She turned her back on him. Anyway, I should be going. Leandro, startled, rushed forward and spread his arms to block her path. Wait, you must come with me somewhere. Ethel frowned in annoyance. Why should I go with you? I don't want to. Leandro explained, I've made a reservation at a restaurant in a nearby hotel. Ethel firmly replied, I have nothing more to say to you. Despite this, Leandro continued, but you could talk to someone else. Countess Wallace is waiting for you. Ethel thought to herself, she's here. Ethel recalled the novel storyline. In the novel, Ethel was an impoverished noblewoman who sacrificed herself for her family. There's no way the Wallace family, the ones who sold me to the Cassius family, would want me to get a divorce. But that was when the real Ethel was still here. She agreed to his proposal. All right, let's go. Leandro's face immediately brightened. He then led the way, with Venetta following behind Ethel. Noticing Venetta, Leandro felt a pang of annoyance and turned back to ask, who is she? Ethel teased him. Can't you tell just by looking? She's my escort. Venetta beside her could only sigh at his obliviousness. He then continued in his self-satisfied manner. It seems you fired that ruffian from before. Good work. Ethel and Venetta could only roll their eyes at him. Leandro continued to lead them, seemingly cheerful, humming a tune as he walked. Ethel and Venetta, trailing behind, had been growing increasingly irritated. Finally, the three of them arrived at the restaurant. As they stepped inside, all eyes turned towards them, murmurs rippling through the room. People whispered amongst themselves about the pair. Isn't that Leandro Cassius? Wait, didn't he divorce his wife? Then why is she with him? Leandro led Ethel into a private room where food and drinks were already laid out. Sitting inside was Countess Wallace, her mother. Upon seeing Ethel enter, she exclaimed, Ethel, putting on a saccharine voice. Countess Wallace gushed, oh my goodness, it's been so long. Let me get a good look at you, dear. Venetta immediately stepped forward, shielding Ethel. Stop right there. You're not permitted to approach Ethel whenever you please. Countess Wallace bristled. I'm her mother. But Venetta stood firm. There are no exceptions. You must ask Ethel's permission first. Leandro, standing nearby, barked you. You're just an escort. You have no right to interfere in family matters. Ethel, beside Venetta, turned to snap at him. You should keep your mouth shut. Leandro looked startled. What? Countess Wallace forced a sympathetic smile. It's all right, Duke. Her escort has to be assertive, doesn't she? Then, resuming her performance of maternal affection, she turned back to Ethel. It's been so long since we've seen each other, Ethel, hasn't it? Ethel, irritated, replied, I don't like this. The Countess froze, her plastered smile cracking. What? Ethel repeated, her voice tight. I don't want to do this. Stay away from me. Leandro, standing beside them, interjected loudly. Stop it. You can't speak to your mother like that. Ethel's expression hardened. Starting today, Countess Wallace, I am no longer associated with you or the Wallace family. The Countess's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? If there's something that's upset you, Ethel continued, from now on, I will not lend you any more money. I will not pay the Wallace debts. Leandro gasped. Wife. Countess Wallace trembled with rage, her lips pressed into a thin line. Unable to contain herself, she snapped, shut up. Leandro flinched at the Countess's outburst. What? The Countess, realizing her slip, quickly composed herself, forcing a laugh. Oh dear, I lost my temper for a moment there. Ethel remained silent, glaring at the Countess, her anger simmering. I can't stand this anymore, she thought. I see right through her constant attempts to intimidate me. The Countess turned to Leandro, her voice now a soft murmur. Could you give me a moment alone with Ethel? I'd like to have a private word with her. He readily agreed. Of course. Countess Wallace resumed her charade of motherly concern in front of Leandro. Ethel is such a sweet and obedient girl in front of her parents. Leandro, equally gullible, chimed in, don't worry, she'll soon realize her mistake and regret it. With that, he turned to leave. As he passed Ethel, he leaned in, his voice low and commanding. Speak to your mother properly, Ethel. Then Leandro walked out of the room. The Countess glanced at Venetta. You can leave too. Venetta's reply was icy. Absolutely not. The Countess resorted to a pathetic display of tears, lamenting, after all this time, I just want to spend a few moments with my daughter. But both Ethel and Venetta remained impassive, infuriating the Countess further. Suddenly, the Countess noticed someone. She looked at the dark-haired, hat-wearing figure standing behind them. Wait, who is he? Where did he come from? The young man scratched his head. Oh, I'm just here for odd jobs. I came with them from the beginning. Rewinding a few minutes, before leaving the lawyer's office, Sharon had introduced this young man to Ethel. Take Robbie with you, she had said. He's practically invisible with how quickly he moves. If you need anything, just ask him. Back in the present, Countess Wallace wanted Robbie out of the room as well. Can't you at least leave? She snapped. Ethel immediately retorted, no, Robbie doesn't need to leave. The tension between the two women thickened. Knowing she was beaten, the Countess sat down. Then her tone shifting to saccharine coaxing, she said, sit down, Ethel. I want to see you enjoy this delicious food. Ethel, watching this performance, felt a surge of irritation. Her attitude changes on a dime, she thought bitterly. She remembered how, in the novel, Ethel had clung to these meager scraps of kindness. The Countess had embraced her, stroked her hair, and murmured, Ethel, you're the only one who understands my feelings. Those words had given the original Ethel hope. She had tried harder, believing she could finally earn the love her brother received so freely. But that Ethel was gone. I'm not her daughter anymore, she thought fiercely. Unmoved by the Countess's sudden sweetness, Ethel turned away. If that's all you have to say, I'll be leaving. The Countess, as if a switch had been flipped, exploded. Ethel, I told you to wait. That's atrocious behavior. She slammed her hand on the table, her face contorted with rage. That's proper upbringing, is it? Are you acting like this because you married into the Cassius family? Venetta stepped forward, shielding Ethel. Please step back. Ethel glanced at Robbie, who, sensing the shift in atmosphere, was discreetly trying to slip out of the room. Ethel placed a reassuring hand on Venetta's shoulder. It's all right, Venetta. With Leandro absent, the Countess had dropped all pretense, unleashing a torrent of abuse. I invited you here, and you dare to act so arrogantly. Ethel shot back. You invited me. I was already here. The Countess jabbed a finger at her. What? I fed you, gave you a roof over your head, and made you who you are today. Taking care of your children is a mother's duty, Ethel retorted. Are you even sure you fulfilled that responsibility? The word struck a nerve. The Countess faltered, scrambling for a defense. That? She latched onto Ethel's refusal to meet with her regarding a loan. How could you ignore us after you got married? Ethel saw through her immediately. Wasn't your motive money all along? I already used Samuel's business savings for that. I received money from Leandro, Ethel stated bluntly. So that's no longer an issue. The Countess trembled with fury, her voice shaking. I truly don't understand you. Her mind still fixated on money. She clutched her head and shrieked, cursing both Ethel and her former husband. Your foolish husband lent you money, and now you say you can't lend me any. You're asking for a divorce. You could demand he give you all the money he can lend at once. She collapsed onto the floor, muttering, I heard Duke Cassius is furious. This will ruin the family. Ethel remained unmoved, her gaze cold. So, she replied. The Countess gasped. What? Ethel's voice was steady. Pay back what you borrowed. If you borrow money, you have to return it eventually. And if you can't repay it, you have to pay in other ways. The Countess's fierce demeanor vanished, replaced by trembling and a desperate plea. "Ethel, my child," she begged, "you don't seem to understand the gravity of this situation. We could be thrown out into the streets at any moment." Ethel flung her mother's hand away. "That's why you shouldn't borrow money you can't repay," she retorted. The Countess, trembling, whispered, "I'm your mother. How dare you?" The Countess, seemingly losing control, lunged at Ethel as if to strike her. "You don't even understand the sacrifices I've made for you." Vanetta reacted instantly, seizing the Countess's hands and pinning them behind her back. The Countess struggled and shrieked, "Let me go. Let me go this instant. Do you think this is how I raised you?" Ethel, consumed by rage, raised her hand. Both Vanetta and Countess Wallace, taken aback, anticipated a blow. The Countess squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the impact. A sharp slap echoed through the room. To everyone's astonishment, Ethel had struck herself. Immediately after the slap, she cried out, feigning distress, causing the Countess's eyes to widen in disbelief. "Mother, don't, mother." She then dramatically collapsed, just as a voice called from outside, "Lady Ethel, what's happened?" Leandro burst through the door, followed by a curious crowd that had gathered in the hall, drawn by the commotion. Countess Wallace, horrified, froze, unsure how to react. Ethel, meanwhile, continued her performance, feigning pain and collapsing into Vanetta's arms. Leandro, witnessing the scene, was utterly bewildered. What in the world is going on here?" he stammered. Ethel, with tears welling in her eyes, adopted a pitiful expression. Her voice trembling, she whispered, "Enough, mother. Enough." Then, before everyone assembled, Ethel launched into a litany of accusations. "You make me do everything: laundry, cooking, dishes, cleaning. You make me sew your clothes and give you money." Robbie, ever the opportunist, skillfully steered public opinion. "Good heavens," he exclaimed, "does she treat her own daughter like a servant? What a tyrannical mother. No decent person would behave this way." Ethel, unrelenting, continued her tirade. "And you hit me." The Countess, drained of color, recoiled in fear. Robbie, playing to the crowd, shouted, "She's violent too." "Oh, dear Lord." Vanetta helped Ethel to her feet. As she straightened up, Ethel sobbed, "I didn't want to get married, but I had to because mother insisted." Robbie chimed in again, "My God, she was forced into marriage. How dreadful." Murmurs rippled through the onlookers. "Poor girl. How awful." His work done, Robbie winked at Ethel and flashed an okay sign. Ethel, catching his eye, silently applauded his quick thinking. He even called Leandro and the others. What a clever boy. It turned out that Robbie had slipped out earlier to orchestrate this very scene. He had sought out Leandro, feigning concern. "Something's not right in there," he'd whispered urgently. "I think something's about to happen. Please, sir, come with me and prevent a disaster." Trailing behind Leandro, Robbie continued his performance, speaking loudly enough for those nearby to overhear and follow. "The Duchess Cassius is in there. Something terrible might happen to her." Back in the present, Leandro, hearing Ethel's claim of being forced into marriage, was stunned. He could scarcely believe his ears. "You were forced to marry?" he asked, incredulous. Ethel, eyes brimming with tears, covered her mouth with her hand, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "I never wanted to marry someone I'd only met a few times," she told him. "Duke Cassius frightened me, but they said I had to marry him to settle the family's debts." Those around them, swayed by Ethel's performance, began to murmur amongst themselves. "Think about it," one whispered. "House Wallace is deeply in debt, isn't it? It's like they sold their daughter. How pitiful. Did they coerce the poor girl into marriage?" Countess Wallace, her face a mask of obstinate denial, retorted, "What are you saying? You know I cherish you." Ethel, no longer able to contain her fury, cried out, "Mother, father, and Samuel have wronged me, and I can no longer bear it." The onlookers, now fully believing Ethel's story, turned their ire on the Countess. What a dreadful family. A disgrace to the nobility. The Countess trembled, muttering, "It's not like that." Ethel closed her eyes and declared, "From now on, I will no longer live according to your will, mother. From this moment forward, I will forget House Wallace." Dusk was settling, and Vanetta and Ethel had left the restaurant and boarded their carriage. Vanetta applied ice to the spot where Ethel had struck herself. "You hit yourself too hard," she observed. "So," Vanetta inquired, "have you achieved your goal?" Ethel replied with a triumphant smile. "Everything went exactly according to the plan I outlined. It unfolded precisely as expected. Back then, after Ethel had declared, "From this moment forward, I will forget House Wallace," both Countess Wallace and Leandro had been stunned in a shocked silence. The Countess, regaining her composure, pointed a furious finger at Ethel, preparing to unleash a torrent of abuse. "What do you mean by?" But Leandro had rushed forward, shielding Ethel from his mother's wrath. His face grim, he dismissed the Countess. "Please leave, Countess." Robbie, quick to seize the opportunity, ushered the Countess out of the room. "Excuse me, make way," he murmured, closing the door firmly behind her. Leandro bowed his head, offering a contrite apology. "My wife, I was completely unaware of all that has transpired." Ethel responded with a flash of anger. "I suppose I haven't warranted enough of your concern. You're rather busy, after all." She looked him directly in the eye and asked, "Did you not receive any reports about my attempts to avoid my family?" Then, with a touch of sarcasm, she added, "Well, I'm sure it seemed a rather trivial matter to you." Leandro, hearing her words, adopted an expression of profound anguish. Outside the window, darkness had begun to deepen. Ethel, unwilling to prolong the encounter, turned to leave. Leandro's gaze followed her, unwavering. Ethel, maintaining her air of indignation, glared back at him. Returning to the present, the carriage had now arrived at Marquis Gerens's residence. Vanetta extended a hand to assist Ethel in alighting. As she took Ethel's hand, Vanetta said wearily, "Now we still need to overcome one final crisis." Ethel, feigning innocence, inquired, "What crisis?" Vanetta replied with a sigh, "Something of that nature, my lady." Ethel entered the residence with a cheerful step, her eyes alight with anticipation at the prospect of seeing him. Without pausing, she called out, "We're back, Marquis." Hearing her voice, Gerens turned, a smile gracing his lips. "Welcome back." But the words died in his throat as he noticed the mark on her cheek. Ethel, affecting an air of naivete, asked what happened. He reached out, gently touching her cheek, his eyes darkening with anger. His voice was low and dangerous. "Who did this?" Ethel raised a hand to her face, about to offer an explanation. "Oh, this." But Gerens, unable to contain his fury, his face a thundercloud, demanded, "Who did this?" Marquis Gerens radiated a chilling aura, turning accusingly to Vanetta. "I told you to protect her. No one was to lay a hand on her." Vanetta knelt, accepting the blame. "I apologize, my lord. It is my fault." Ethel, startled, waved her hands dismissively. No, it wasn't her fault at all." Gerens, still furious, pressed Ethel. "Tell me, who did this to you?" Ethel blurted out, It was me. I slapped myself." Gerens stared at her, dumbfounded. "What?" he asked, bewildered. Later, in the drawing room, with everyone settled and sipping tea, Ethel explained the entire charade. Gerens finally understood. "So that's how it was," he murmured. He then complimented Ethel. A clever plan, he admitted. Ethel, her cheek now treated, smiled and defended Vanetta. Then it wasn't Vanetta's fault. Vanetta bowed her head, still taking the blame. "It was my fault, my lord." Ethel looked at her, surprised. "Huh, why?" Vanetta's fists clenched, trembling as she berated herself. When Lady Ethel explained her plan, I didn't stop her. I couldn't speak. I failed in my duty to protect you. I should be punished. Hearing Vanetta's words, a wave of gratitude washed over Ethel. She was truly loyal. Gerens, weary of the two women's back and forth, extended an invitation. "If you haven't eaten, would you care to join me for dinner?" The two left the drawing room and headed towards the dining hall. As they walked, Ethel asked, "I wonder what you were so worried about." Gerens, his gaze intense, replied, "What else?" "You, of course." Ethel's eyes widened. "Me." Gerens met her gaze directly, answering without hesitation. "Yes, you." He then hurried forward, adding, "You've helped me a great deal, Ethel." Ethel, a smile playing on her lips, followed after him. "But I told you, I'll give you the formula in exchange. If I can't do it myself," she continued, "I can teach someone else." Gerens turned, opening the door for her. "That's precisely what I wanted to discuss. Now let's eat." The dining table was laden with a feast. Ethel and Gerens sat down to dinner together, their conversation flowing easily amidst the delicious food. Outside, the moon climbed high in the night sky. Gerens sat on the balcony, sipping his wine. Ethel, having changed her clothes, approached the door. She pushed it open. The sound startled Gerens, who jumped up. "Lady Ethel." Ethel's eyes widened in surprise. "Marquis." She walked slowly towards him. Gerens poured her a glass of wine. Does calling me my lord make you uncomfortable? He asked. Ethel replied, Oh, I just called you that out of habit. Accepting the wine, she continued, I suppose there are people here who don't know Terence's true identity. All right, she said to Gerens, if you just call me Ethel, I'll call you my lord. Gerens spoke her name immediately, his eyes softening. Ethel. Ethel froze for a moment, a blush creeping up her cheeks. Taking a sip of wine, she thought to herself, why am I so flustered? Gerens, noticing her blush, asked with concern, is your cheek feeling any better? Ethel touched her cheek. Oh yes, it's much better. I applied some medicine and used a cold compress. Gerens advised her, you should take better care of yourself. Then, he asked gently, how are you feeling? It couldn't have been easy making such a clean break with your family. Ethel replied cheerfully, isn't everything all right? Gerens confided in her, I hate my father's wife. I wish I could have left them long ago. You didn't even believe me when I was serious. Ethel asked. No. Gerens waved his hand dismissively. It's not like that. I think my feelings are similar to yours. Hearing him say that, Ethel chuckled softly. Thank you for comforting me, she said. Don't mention it, Gerens replied. We're comrades, after all. Ethel closed her eyes, thinking to herself, Leandro, I never thought I'd feel more comfortable with you than with him, someone I only met a month ago. Ethel, Gerens began, do you have any particular plans after the divorce? I haven't thought about the specifics, she answered, but I plan to leave the empire. Gerens was taken aback. What? He exclaimed, gazing at her reflection in her wine glass. Ethel confided, I can't stand facing everyone anymore, letting them know I'm getting divorced and gossiping about it. I don't want to see the Cassius family again, she thought. Ethel planned to leave the empire because she knew full well that Laina was about to marry the crown prince and become the beloved empress of the entire empire. The Cassius family will rise to even greater heights than they are now. When that happens, the Wallace family won't leave me alone. I'll probably take the money from the abandoned mine and settle down in another country. Money is the best thing, after all. Should I invite Laura to come along? She mused. Cerrone and Veneta too. That's why, out of all the people I've met recently, you're the closest. The one right in front of me. Ethel glanced at him, noticing the deeply sorrowful expression on Gerens's face. Startled, she asked, why do you have that expression? You're leaving the empire. Gerens asked. I'm sorry, Ethel replied. I should have told you sooner. Gerens brought a hand to his head. It's not your fault, he said. Of course not. He forced a smile and turned to her. I guess I thought I was more important to you than I actually am. I just realized that. Confused, Ethel asked what? Gerens deflected, raising his glass. Come on, let's have a toast. Because we're comrades. Wonderful, Ethel replied with a smile. As they clinked glasses, Gerens said, I hope I achieve all my goals. I hope your goals come true too, Ethel responded. Gerens took a sip of his wine, his gaze distant. Well, my goals, I wonder. Isn't it to defeat the crown prince and become emperor? Ethel thought. Or maybe to become a successful prince, she suggested. Gerens glanced away. Actually, I'm still not quite sure, he admitted. I should start asking myself that question from now on. You'll find your purpose in life, Ethel reassured him cheerfully. If you say so, Gerens replied, I'll believe you. Under a star-filled night sky, a shooting star streaked across the heavens, visible from the balcony where they sat, enjoying their drinks. Each harbored their own private thoughts. Ethel drank her wine happily, contemplating the days to come. Beside her, Gerens was also lost in thought, but surely among them, his gaze kept returning to her. The next morning, in the office of lawyer Cerrone Martins, Ethel and Cerrone sat poring over documents, preparing for the impending divorce trial. Ethel sighed, a sheaf of papers clutched in her hand, and slumped back against the sofa cushions. Ugh, she groaned, divorce is exhausting. Ever thoughtful, Cerrone suggested, perhaps some fresh air would do you good, my lady. Ethel's face brightened. Really? She exclaimed, sitting up. Just then, the door swung open, and someone entered. Robbie hurried in, a letter in hand. Ethel, he announced, a letter for you. Ethel glanced at the envelope, a puzzled frown creasing her brow. There's no return address, she questioned. The messenger said you'd know who it was from, Robbie replied. Ethel tore open the letter. Her eyes widened as she read its contents. She turned abruptly, a sense of urgency in her movements. I have to step out for a moment, she declared, already heading for the door. Outside, in the park, an old man sat on a bench, leaning heavily on a cane. Ethel approached slowly, her footsteps measured and quiet. She sat beside him, pulling the brim of her hat low over her eyes. Lowering her voice to a near whisper, she murmured in the middle of the capital, "Isn't this dangerous?" The old man was the former butler. He looked up at Ethel. "It has been a long time since I resigned," he said. "I trained all the Duke's servants. Is that not answer enough?" Ethel replied, "I can trust this information. How is your son?" Instead of answering, the butler offered a surprising compliment. "My lady." "No, Ethel, you are very kind." Confused, Ethel turned to him. "What do you mean?" she asked. The butler smiled faintly. "Before asking me to be a witness, you inquired about Joshua's health." He continued, "Joshua is well. The night Ethel left, I asked Joshua if he wanted to go to the capital for treatment. It was then I realized how foolish I was to keep him in the Cassius territory." His voice trembled as he spoke. "That sweet boy, he just quietly endured." Ethel offered gentle reassurance. "If I were your son, I think I would be glad that my father is acting for me now." The butler looked at her, his eyes filled with a deep sadness. "Even though I pretended not to see it in the past?" he asked, his voice heavy with self-reproach. "Your son trusted you and found his courage again?" Ethel replied. Just then, a father and son came into view, playing together. The boy, full of energy, darted around while his father chased after him, calling out, "Slow down, you'll fall." Catching up to his son, the father scooped him up in his arms, lifting him high in the air. They laughed together, their joy infectious. The scene seemed to stir something within the old butler. He spoke again, his voice thoughtful. "You asked me that day to be a witness at the trial." Ethel's heart quickened. He was finally giving her an answer. He looked at her, his eyes glistening. "Is there still room on the witness stand?" he asked. Overjoyed, Ethel beamed. "Of course," she exclaimed. Realizing her outburst, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. After her meeting with the butler, Ethel departed. But something had clearly upset her. Ethel strode forward, fuming. He dared to say that, she thought, her anger simmering. The butler had just recounted Leandro's words to her. When Leandro had called the butler into his office, he'd lamented, "Perhaps I was mistaken. Before the marriage, I was infatuated with her. I thought she was a good person. Now, Ethel doesn't feel like a normal woman to me anymore." Ethel's indignation boiled over, and she found herself raising her voice right there in the crowded street. "Well, I wasn't exactly head over heels either. I just read a novel, liked your character, and had a little crush. A fleeting infatuation, that's all it was." Ethel's thoughts drifted back to her time with him. How dare they look at me like that? She seethed, like I'm the villain. She recalled her conversation with the butler. She had asked him, "Will you testify in court, just as I've told you?" The butler hadn't hesitated. "I will tell the truth," he'd replied, "about everything I saw and heard." Still simmering, Ethel continued walking. "If I had indulged those feelings, I would have only suffered," she thought. "Thanks to him, I have the perfect testimony." Just then, a newsboy ran up to her, shouting, "Newspaper! Get your newspaper!" Venetta, walking behind Ethel, reacted instantly, stepping forward to intercept the boy. "Oof!" the startled newsboy exclaimed. Ethel placed a reassuring hand on Venetta's shoulder. "It's all right, Venetta." But Venetta simply wanted to buy a paper. "One newspaper, please," she said. "Thank you, miss," the newsboy replied cheerfully. "The news about Duke Cassius is quite something." Of course, it's him again, Ethel thought, a sense of foreboding washing over her as she unfolded the paper. What she read astonished her. Even the advertisements featured him. Even the ads. She thought incredulously. "When people see this, they'll think he's such a devoted husband." The paper declared, "To my beloved, I have made many mistakes, but please come back to me. If you return, I will give you anything you desire. Leandro Cassius." The news spread like wildfire. Everyone was reading the article, and the entire city buzzed with gossip about her divorce. Thanks to the article, public opinion was shifting in Leandro's favor, with many now blaming Ethel. "Have you seen the paper?" People whispered. "It's so shameful. Duke Cassius, he must love his wife very much. Perhaps he simply couldn't come home because of his work. His wife is terrible." Venetta looked at her with concern. Ethel feigned composure, her fingers tightening around the newspaper. "I'm fine," she replied. Controlling public opinion like this is a typical tactic. Ethel racked her brain. Is there a way to turn public opinion around? She wondered. Something that would capture the public's attention and give me the advantage. Suddenly, Cerrone appeared. "You're here. I've been looking everywhere for you." Cerrone was practically bursting with excitement. "I found someone who fits the criteria you mentioned." Ethel's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh." The next day, Ethel sat in a carriage with another woman. Looking at the brown-haired girl with the anxious expression before her, Ethel felt a surge of triumph. "I found her," she thought. "My trump card." The Lyot kingdom, though small, was wealthy and powerful. During a visit to the empire, the Laik ambassador's daughter had disappeared. Instead of returning to her kingdom, she had remained in the empire, relentlessly searching for her daughter. The girl spoke to Ethel, her voice tinged with sadness. I don't remember anything about my childhood. Anna closed her eyes, stammered, saying she only knew she was the Laik ambassador's missing daughter, which didn't make any sense. Ethel thought to herself, from the moment I saw Anna, I felt certain. Not just the situation, but her name and appearance are exactly like in the original novel. Ethel crossed her arms, a confident thought blossoming in her mind. It's fortunate I asked Sarone beforehand. Anna fidgeted, her hands, scarred and worn, rubbing together nervously. While watching the missing child advertisement, she trembled. I wished I were that child. Anna cast a wistful glance out the window before continuing. As you can see, my hair is brown. The child in the advertisement had golden hair. Ethel sought to reassure her. It's common for hair to darken from blonde to brown as one grows older. Taking Anna's hand, Ethel added, "Trust me, Anna, you look exactly like the Duchess." She added silently to herself, even though I've never actually met her. But Anna remained unconvinced. It's because, she explained, I was found in the East, while the Duke who lost his daughter lived in the South. Correct. Ethel started to explain, but then decided to take Anna directly to the Laik ambassador's residence. We've arrived at the Laik ambassador's residence. The carriage stopped directly in front of gates. Ethel and Anna stepped out. A guard, seeing the unfamiliar face, immediately blocked their path. Halt! Ethel spoke calmly to the guard. Please, allow me to see the ambassador. I believe I found the Duke's missing daughter. The guard snorted with derision. Missing daughter. Another fraud. Do you know how many people, just like you, have come here with the same claim? The guard looked Anna over, his tone dismissive. At least the hair color is close. But even a glance shows how dreadfully out of fashion she is. How could she possibly be the Duke's daughter? Anna's face flushed crimson with humiliation. I suppose this isn't the place for me, she murmured, embarrassed. Ethel spoke up. Please take a look at this. What? The guard asked, puzzled. But when he saw what she held in her hand, his eyes widened. The Cassius family crest. The guard turned and hurried away. Wait here. I'll bring the ambassador immediately. Ethel turned to offer Anna a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I'm here. Right, Anna replied. A short while later, in the garden of the Laik ambassador's residence, the sound of approaching footsteps could be heard. The Laik ambassador and her husband hurried out, the ambassador calling out before they even reached them, "Are you from the Cassius household?" Ethel and Anna stood in the garden. Ethel offering the ambassador a bright smile. The Laik ambassador's eyes fell on Anna, and in that instant, recognition dawned. She froze, stunned. Her husband, placing a hand on her shoulder, asked with concern, "Darling, what is it?" The Laik ambassador pointed a trembling finger towards Anna. There, over there. Her husband followed her gaze, his own eyes widening in surprise. Good heavens. The Laik ambassador called out, "Diana. Is that you, Diana?" Anna's hand trembled, her voice thick with emotion. And mother. Ethel handed a folder to the Laik ambassador. This is a letter from the person who found Diana at a resort in the South. The information was confused due to an error at the nursery. Until now, Diana believed she was found elsewhere. The ambassador and her husband dropped the folder, rushing forward to embrace Diana. Ethel stood by, a warm smile gracing her lips as she watched the family reunion. The Laik ambassador, tears streaming down her face, cried, "Diana, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for losing you." Diana sobbed, "Mother." Ethel, too, was moved to tears by the scene. She thought to herself that initially, the task of finding Diana had fallen to Laina, but Avaka, the guard standing behind them, seemed to be weeping even more profusely than the reunited mother and daughter. Diana suddenly noticed Ethel about to leave. "Wait," Diana cried out. "Where are you going?" Ethel offered a self-deprecating smile. "I'm not going anywhere," she replied. "I just wanted to give you two a moment alone." Diana turned to her parents. "She brought me here," she explained. "If it weren't for her, I would never have found you." The Laik ambassador was overwhelmed with gratitude. Beaming, she addressed Ethel. "You are a benefactor to our family. How can we ever repay you?" Her husband added his own heartfelt thanks. We can't simply let you go like this, he insisted. Please, accept a gift from the Muir's family. The Laic ambassador continued. Anything you need, just ask. We are at your disposal. Tell us what you desire, and we will grant it. Ethel considered for a moment, then replied, If you insist, there is something I would like to ask of you. A few days later, at the central courthouse of the Asteros Empire, a large crowd had gathered, their cheers echoing through the square. They're here, the Cassiuses. Carriages bearing members of the Cassius family arrived one after another, finally coming to a halt. The two young lords, Lihen and Leandro, emerged from their respective carriages. The door of the final carriage swung open, revealing Laena. The crowd, eager for a glimpse of her, erupted. Oh, it's Laena. Laena gracefully descended from the carriage, escorted by Duke Cassius. She waved, offering a sweet, hello, everyone. The crowd was utterly captivated. Princess, look over here, they cried. I love you, Laena. So adorable. Lihen clamored, I'm riding home with Laena. Duke Cassius chuckled. Only if you win at rock, paper, scissors. Suddenly, a voice called out, Duke Cassius. It was a group of reporters. How are you feeling right now? One of them asked, Do you think you'll win the upcoming trial? The Duke pretended not to hear, continuing on his way. The reporters, however, were relentless. Your Grace, just a word. Please look this way. Is it true your wife was abused by her own mother and forced into marriage? At this question, Leandro could no longer maintain his facade. He stopped abruptly, turning back with a furious glare. Seeing her brother's anger, Laena quickly rushed to his side, shaking her head slightly to caution him. Leandro regained his composure and turned back to the reporters. There's only one thing I want to say, he began. Resuming his performance as the devoted husband, he declared with feigned sincerity, I desire to clear up any misunderstandings with my beloved wife, and I hope our happy marriage will continue. Laena played her part, clasping her hands together with an air of pious innocence. Everyone, she pleaded, please pray that my brother doesn't have to face the tragedy of divorce. The crowd was completely taken in. Laena, I'll pray for that. They responded. The reporters, however, were left with nothing substantial, standing dumbfounded. Ugh, damn it, one muttered. I don't understand any of this. Just then, another carriage approached, and the crowd stirred again. Another carriage. There's another one. Is it Ethel Cassius? Black horses galloped to a halt, their arrival heralded by the clatter of hooves. The Laic ambassador emerged from the carriage, stunning the onlookers into awed silence, quickly followed by a ripple of excited murmurs. The Laic ambassador. What brings her to the courthouse? Is there a diplomatic conflict brewing between the Empire and the Laic Kingdom? The ambassador stepped forward, her voice ringing out across the hushed crowd. I am here for one reason only, to welcome someone of great importance to me. She gestured towards the carriage. Allow me to introduce a benefactor and honored guest of the Laic Kingdom, Lady Ethel. Ethel gracefully descended from the carriage, offering a composed greeting. Greetings, everyone. I am Ethel Cassius, though I am endeavoring to shed that name. Another wave of murmurs washed over the crowd. The Laic ambassador beamed, her voice brimming with joy. And I have one more joyous announcement to make. This is Diana, my daughter, lost to me 20 years ago. The ambassador embraced Diana, her face radiant with pride. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of excitement, the reporters amongst them practically vibrating with the thrill of a breaking story. Questions flew thick and fast. The ambassador's daughter. This is incredible. How was Diana found? The ambassador, basking in the happy chaos, readily provided an answer. Ethel visited us. She is a true blessing to our family. Even the king of Laic rejoices. Ethel has been formally invited to our kingdom. Then, with a decisive tone, she commanded, escort Ethel into the courthouse. Ensure her safety. Yes, ambassador. For soldiers formed a protective circle around Ethel as she moved towards the building, a throng of reporters jostling and clamoring for her attention. Ethel, how did you find Diana? Notepads and pens at the ready. The reporters bombarded her with questions about the impending divorce trial. How are you feeling? Have you reconsidered ending the marriage? Ethel paused, turning to face them, her expression calm. All will be revealed at the trial. With that, she turned and entered the courthouse, her escort close behind. Inside the building, Ihio gazed out the window. There's no separate entrance for the mayor at the moment. Veneta, one of Ethal's escorts, offered a reassuring word. Don't worry, no one can get into the courthouse now. Suddenly, Leandro's voice called out from behind them. Wife. Ethal and Vanetta turned, their expressions hardening. Ethal inwardly cursed, another leech. Leandro, his face a mask of anguish, pleaded with her. Please, give me another chance. Even if you were forced to marry me, I swear I'll make you happy from now on. Ethal turned away sharply, her voice cold. Further words will only deepen the wound. We will speak in court. Leandro trailed after her, his voice desperate. Just a moment, please. Talk to me. Suddenly, Laina appeared. Brother, she said, I'll speak with sister-in-law. Leandro gasped. What? Laina? Ethal frowned, her irritation mounting as she watched the siblings' performance. Laina continued, addressing Leandro. I'll do my best to persuade her to change her mind. So, brother, please arrange a room for us. Leandro, still hopelessly naive, readily agreed. He placed a hand on her shoulder. All right, Laina. Ethal watched, sighing inwardly. She thought to herself in exasperation, leaving the divorce to his sister. How foolish can he be? Leandro then departed, leaving Laina to speak with Ethal. Wanting to dismiss Vanetta, Laina said, Could you move over there? Vanetta firmly replied, I can't. I'm Ethal's escort. Laina put on a sweet facade, glancing around before saying, You're truly loyal. I just want to talk with her. Ethal kept her eyes fixed on Laina, sensing a hidden agenda. Ethal thought, I have a feeling she's up to something, though I'm not entirely sure what. Then, she instructed Vanetta, Vanetta, could you excuse us for a moment? Now, only Ethal and Laina remained, facing each other. Suddenly, Laina stepped forward and clasped Ethal's hand. Startled, Ethal cried out, what is this? Laina leaned closer, feigning concern. My brother told me how badly you were treated by your family. It must have been so difficult. How difficult indeed, Ethal thought, her skin crawling. She couldn't stand Laina's sickening performance. Laina's eyes welled up with tears, her voice trembling. She feigned empathy. I understand how you feel. She continued her fabricated tale of woe. Back at the orphanage, I was bullied by the caretaker. Laina sobbed as she spoke. He was a terrible man. I was constantly hungry until I finally fought him off and ran away. Ethal wasn't fooled by this charade. She thought, and you even told Duke Cassius about that cruel caretaker, so he would be punished. I know it was you. Laina leaned in even closer, her voice dropping to a low murmur. A smile played on her lips as she said, So, I think I understand how my new sister-in-law feels. I'll help you get revenge on your family. Ethal remained silent, memories of her own family flashing through her mind. Revenge. Laina seemed to read her thoughts, gently stroking Ethal's hand as she continued, Yes, revenge on Leandro. I'll take care of you, sister, and make you happy. So please call off the divorce. Ethal stood in thoughtful silence for a moment. If this were the real Ethal, perhaps she would have accepted the offer. Laina doesn't know what she's saying to make me angry. A short-haired girl bowed by a grave. A girl with bangs. She secretly laughed on this side. Then, walking over and whispering something to her. In the original novel, Tara also achieved her revenge thanks to Rihanna. So, the things just now were told by Laina. She gripped Ethal's hand tightly, speaking resolutely. I'll drive Willis out of this mansion, so they can't raise their heads again. Ethal looked at Laina with suspicion, thinking, Laina must be sincere in saying she'll help me. But I'm not Tara, nor am I the real Ethal. Laina's hand remained firmly clasped around hers. Ethal finally spoke. Laina. She looked directly at her. I appreciate your kindness, but I have no intention of seeking revenge. If you truly care about me, help me divorce Leandro. Laina's eyes widened in surprise. Why don't you want revenge? She asked, then cried out, They're bad people. They deserve to be punished. Hearing those words, Ethal sharply pulled her hand away. She turned, leaving Laina with only one sentence. Everyone has different values. That's just how it is. Seeing Ethal's resolve, Laina lowered her head. I see, she replied quietly. Then, lifting her face, she said louder, Leandro has promised to atone for his actions. The other family members have also promised to care for you more. But Ethal simply replied indifferently, So if he grants me the divorce, Leandro trailed off, his voice laced with desperation. The divorce proceedings aren't simple, you know. People will gossip endlessly. Ethal's head snapped around, surprise flickering across her face. Seeing that her initial approach wasn't working, Laina softened her tone. So, when you manage to persuade father or my brother, you'll stop this, won't you? But even Laina's conciliatory words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Ethal's expression remained unchanged. Even if I were to go back now, she stated coldly, my feelings would only be further wounded. She still thinks I'm begging for attention and affection, that this divorce is just a means to an end. Ethal stared at her, a single thought echoing in her mind. Seeing Ethal's silence, Laina offered a strained smile. You still love my elder brother, don't you? The question hung in the air, casting a palpable chill over the scene. Ethal remained motionless, her face darkening as she thought. It's useless no matter how many times I explain it. Laina doesn't even see me as their equal. A realization dawned on Ethal. Thanks to her, things are clearer now. Finally, she spoke. I don't love him. I never loved Leandro. Laina's jaw dropped, her eyes widening in disbelief. A flicker of memory crossed Ethal's face. It's true, I was once fond of Leandro. He was the first familiar face I met in this strange world. He rescued me from the hell that was the Willis family. But upon further reflection, she realized I only desired to build a family with him. She reiterated firmly, I don't love Leandro. Ethal's voice rang with conviction. This was a loveless marriage from the very beginning. Laina was taken aback, speechless. Finally, she managed to shake you, right? There are many couples who live without love. Ethal pressed her point. This was an arranged marriage. She didn't stop there. In the Cassius family, I'm completely an outsider. Laina still refused to give up. She clasped her hands together, her gaze fixed on Ethal. It's probably just because everyone isn't good at expressing themselves. But from now on, Ethal cut her off sharply. There is no from now on. After this trial, my relationship with the Cassius family will be over. Our relationship, too. Laina's face crumpled with anxiety. What? Even without my brother, we're still friends. I told you before, I don't dislike you. Ethal's voice was resolute. We're not friends. Laina's expression hardened, her face darkening. Lily, she cried out. But Ethal continued her determined stride away, tossing a single sentence over her shoulder. Don't say anything. Ignoring Laina's outstretched hand and desperate pleas, she continued on. Wait, just a moment, sister-in-law. Let me tell you something. Sister-in-law. Laina's voice was laced with desperation. As she tried to approach, a hand barred her path. Venetta's hand stopped Laina, but she remained rooted to the spot, still calling out sister-in-law. As Ethal walked away, memories flooded back. Lost in thought, she mused, I truly love the characters in return and only walk the flower path. A sharp cry of Ethal jolted her back to reality. Laina, seemingly at the end of her rope, furrowed her brows and shouted angrily, Why don't you understand? Who do you think I'm doing this for, Ethal? It's all for you. Her face flushed with anger. How are you supposed to escape the Cassius family and survive in this harsh world? That crossed the line. Ethal whirled around, her voice dangerously low. Watch your words. Laina. The name, spoken with such icy precision, stopped Laina in her tracks. Her eyes widened in fear, and for a moment, she was speechless. There, Laina said after a moment, her voice laced with false contrition. I was wrong. Ethal, still bristling, retorted, Sister-in-law, you're exaggerating. Even Venetta, standing beside her, looks exasperated. Ethal placed her hands on her hips, fixing Laina with a pointed stare. Why are you doing this? Once Venetta released her comforting hold, Laina spread her hands in a theatrical gesture of innocence. Oh, so you'll feel safe and secure under the protection of the Cassius family, she declared, her voice dripping with saccharine concern. Ethal's expression hardened as she considered this. That sounds like an excuse, she said flatly, but it doesn't ring true. Having seemingly achieved her aim, Laina turned with a bright smile and a wave of her hand. Too late now. See you later, sister-in-law. She chirped. Laina, Ethal called after her. As they watched Laina skip away, Ethal turned to Venetta. Should I go after her? She asked. No, Venetta advised. Using force could be disadvantageous for us. Ethal replayed the recent encounter in her mind. Something felt off. That hadn't seemed like the Laina she knew. She brought a hand to her chin. a flicker of doubt crossing her features. Wait a minute, she murmured, closing her eyes in thought. How much do I really know about Laina? I've read the original novel, practically Laina's biography, but do I truly understand everything about Laina, Cassius? She continued, her brow furrowing. Up until now, I've assumed everything happened because the people around her loved her too much. A cascade of images flooded her mind, Laina's face flashing before her eyes, leaving Ethel with a growing unease. But what kind of person is Laina, really? Beneath the glittering chandeliers, Laina strolled down the hallway, a smug smile playing on her lips. She placed a hand on her chest, letting out a sigh of relief. I got a little carried away there, she thought, but there's no need to worry now. The door to her room swung open. I'm here, she announced. Leandro, his expression calm and composed, stepped forward. Laina, he greeted her. Meanwhile, Laina's thoughts raced. Divorce is simply not an option. Did you speak with Ethel? Leandro inquired, his voice laced with concern. A shadow fell over Laina's face as she shook her head. Leandro sighed, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Duke Cassius, his face impassive, spoke in a low, steady voice. Don't worry about that ungrateful woman. Laina and Leandro sat down, the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a knife. Laina bristled at her father's words. We've wronged my sister-in-law, she protested. Cassius, unmoved by her objection, arched an eyebrow. What we done wrong? He challenged. She's just complaining because we haven't paid enough attention to her. He frowned, picking up his teacup with a deliberate air. She's not a child anymore, he stated firmly, setting the cup back down with a decisive clink. Why is she making such a fuss about not wanting a divorce? And why is she burdening Laina with her complaints? Laina, flustered, offered a quick, placating smile. No, father, she said brightly. I offered to speak with her because I wanted her to come back. Cassius beamed at her. My good daughter, he praised. Laina's smile widened, radiating an almost unsettling cheerfulness. We'll definitely win the case, she declared, and then we'll all celebrate together. Cassius and Leandro exchanged a look, a silent acknowledgement of Laina's obliviousness. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Laina turned to Leandro, noticing the subtle sadness in his eyes. What's wrong? She asked, her voice tinged with concern. Leandro hesitated, then spoke. You were with sister-in-law, so you might not have heard. He handed her a newspaper. Things are getting a little strange. Take a look at this. Laina took the paper, her brow furrowing in question. What is it? Her eyes scanned the headlines, widening in surprise. Is something big about to happen? She murmured. The headline screamed, daughter of Laik ambassador, missing for 20 years, returns. Is the much-rumored Duchess Cassius the key to this family reunion? Laina frowned, a flicker of unease in her eyes. This, she began, her voice trailing off. Leandro leaned closer, his gaze cautious. The carriage that took sister-in-law belonged to the Laik embassy. He revealed, his voice low and serious. We didn't realize it because we were inside, Duke Cassius mused, but I imagine it's quite chaotic out there. Laina fell into a thoughtful silence. I endured it for so long, the Duke continued, his voice taking on a somber tone, referencing the newspaper in his hand. Tortured mentally by my abusive husband. Every day, I prayed for an end to this marriage, but seemed impossible. He gestured to the image on the page. A young woman in a blue dress. She's the one giving her testimony, pleading her case. He tapped the headline. Because the law isn't on my side, I hope to create a society that doesn't sacrifice individuals for the sake of so-called family peace. Back in the present, Lihem held up 5 fingers, then continued, and right at this moment, sister-in-law finds the ambassador's lost daughter. Laina remained silent, her head bowed, while Leandro sighed in exasperation. It's admirable to be a benefactor, reuniting lost family members, he said, his voice laced with annoyance, but why interfere in the internal affairs of another family? Laina remained still, lips pressed together, her thoughts churning. She was indirectly showing her support for Ethel's divorce. If we make a mistake, she thought, the Cassius family will be seen as cruel, pressuring the victim. She tightened her grip on the edge of the newspaper, then, with a forced cheerfulness, addressed the others. Don't worry, she said, public opinion might be slightly swayed, but we have no reason to lose. She turned to Leandro, her voice softening. Even if brother made mistakes, he couldn't be there for sister-in-law because he was too busy. But now he'll change, won't he? Leandro offered a strained smile. all right. He could already predict the outcome after witnessing the maid being removed from the Cassius estate. Sister-in-law's efforts are insignificant, he thought, his expression remaining fixed, especially if her family lawyer is involved. Lee Him chimed in. And what's more, even the jewelry brother gave her after winning the auction was taken, a ring with a blue-green ruby. It's called the Green Princess. Laina quickly added, yes, I heard Lady Delazin saw the Green Princess at a jewelry store a few days ago. Lee Him skolet. Sister-in-law, she's really going too far. Selling the jewelry her husband gave her to fund the divorce. Duke Cassius's face darkened at the implication. Leandro's expression was equally grim. Only Laina remained outwardly composed, her mind racing. But how did she find the ambassador's daughter? I searched too, but only learned her name and that she was in the capital. Ethel had uncovered something that even the Cassius family's resources and connections couldn't, and right before the divorce. She bit her nail, a disturbing glint in her eyes. Is it really a coincidence? A chilling thought crossed her mind. Or just like me, did she also live again? Lee Him, startled by Laina's vacant expression, gasped. Are you all right? Your expression is terrifying. Laina snapped back to reality, her face shifting abruptly. With a slightly awkward but determinedly bright smile, she replied, my expression is perfect. I was just wondering how she found the ambassador's daughter. Lee Him, relieved, pointed to the woman in the newspaper. Sister-in-law's lawyer is a divorce specialist. Sister-in-law met her at the law office and realized she resembled Ambassador Lyack. Laina turned to Leandro, a question in her eyes. Leandro, has sister-in-law ever met the ambassador? Leandro looked bewildered. What? He saw his brother mouth the word, his jaw clenched, his face a mask of fury. Suddenly, Laina's voice sharpened. What? This is our sister-in-law. Get a grip. Leandro's eyes widened in surprise, his voice laced with concern. Huh, Laina. She realized she'd overdone it and offered a quick, strained smile. Sorry, I'm a bit tired lately. A moment later, Leandro brought a hand to his chin, pondering. Perhaps she caught a glimpse of her while in the capital for a family gathering. Ethel often goes out alone, after all. Laina fell into thought. It was a futile notion. Returning to a past life was a rare occurrence. But so far, she had no impression of being her past self. It seemed she wasn't blessed by the divine as she was. Come on, it's time. A voice called out to them. Everyone rose in unison. For now, let's focus on the trial, Laina thought. Elsewhere, the hallway outside looked peaceful. Inside the room, Ethel's group seemed tense. Ethel placed a hand on her chest and sighed. Sharon Heron hung her head, anxiously muttering to herself, I can do this. I can do this. Ethel, Laura, and Vanetta watched her with concern. Suddenly, Ethel looked thoughtfully towards the crack in the door. She peeked out. Two figures, one with blue hair and the other with red, were talking. Where's the second courtroom? Over here. Ethel withdrew back inside and closed the door, thinking, is this the first time in history with so many spectators? Sharon was still panicking. According to Terrence, due to the Emperor's influence, Cassius supporters have been excluded from the audience. He also said the judge has a conflict with the Cassius family. But the reason the Emperor is helping me in this fight against the Cassiuses isn't because of my divorce. Footsteps sounded outside. Ethel remained lost in thought. I can't expect any more help. On top of that, the problem is, Gerens appeared before her. May I come in? He asked. Ethel was startled. Oh, she breathed. Gerens removed the hood of his cloak. It's so crowded, it's hard to go unnoticed. Ethel was curious. But you said you were busy today. I finished up, so I rushed over to see the trial, he explained. Ethel's jaw dropped. No way. A member of the royal family is here to watch. Gerens chuckled. Indeed. I applied and luckily got selected. She squinted. Was it really luck? He then produced a box and offered it to Ethel. I have a gift for you. It was an eye-catching box of chocolates. Ethel's face lit up. Oh, chocolates. I heard they're hard to get. You're so thoughtful. You're about to enter a fierce battle. You need to replenish your energy. Ethel accepted the gift and began to savor the chocolates. She turned to the others, offering the box. Everyone, have some. The three of them stared, dumbfounded. Sharon hesitantly asked, are we allowed to have something this precious? Gerens replied cheerfully, of course. He then called out, Rark, bring in 4 boxes of chocolates for them. Silence fell again. Jaren sat down, fidgeting slightly. He turned to Ethel. But I don't see that person. Ethel just smiled faintly. Robbie suddenly appeared, bursting through the door. We have a big problem. The steward has been detained by the Cassius family. Both Jaren's and Ethel froze at Robbie's news. Robbie's face was a mask of panic. He quickly explained to Ethel that Joshua had suffered a seizure the previous night, necessitating a doctor's visit. He voiced his growing unease, revealing that the Cassius family guard had detained the steward. They'd apparently caught him just as he was leaving for court, intercepting him at the door. Robbie wasn't alone in his anxiety. Everyone present shared his concern, knowing the steward's testimony was crucial to their case. What were they to do? Postpone the hearing. Proceed without him. The protracted divorce proceedings were already taking a toll on Ethel. This unexpected development only deepened her despair. Ethel Wallace sighed. No, I'm not sure we can postpone. So, she turned to Sharon, her divorce lawyer, with a small, desperate request. Sharon, please, could you reschedule the steward's testimony? Sharon, ever the efficient professional, readily agreed. Yes, I'll rearrange his schedule. Now, Laura, it's your turn. You need to stretch your part of the testimony for as long as possible. The maid, Laura Emerson, nodded curtly. Understood. With just that single word, she became a trusted ally in their precarious fight. Jaren's free-hidden, ever proactive, sought a way to contribute. He looked at Ethel. I'll get the steward here. Ethel stared at him surprised. You can, Jaren's replied, his tone confident. It's not difficult. Not unlike when he was confined to the Cassius estate. He then abruptly mentioned his servant. If Rack creates a diversion, I can slip him out. Jaren's words startled Rack. His face contorted in a grimace, mouth agape. Me, Robbie, standing nearby, expressed his admiration. Wow, Rack. Jaren's winked reassuringly at Ethel. We'll be there in time to ensure that rare free ticket you secured doesn't go to waste. True to his word, Jaren swept his cloak around him and strode off, his bearing as regal as ever. Only Rack, trailing behind him, looked forlorn. Sharon approached Ethel. Ethel, she reminded her gently, it's time to begin. Laura Emerson called out anxiously, my lady. Ethel offered a reassuring smile. It will be all right, Laura. A determined glint entered Ethel Wallace's blue eyes. Shall we? The four members of Ethel's party walked with a newfound resolve. Trust Terrence, she told herself. I will fight this for myself. Outside, the sun continued to bathe the world in its golden light, its rays painting patterns on the crimson floor of the long hallway. Inside courtroom 2 of the Asteros Central Courthouse, a large crowd had gathered. This divorce case was clearly a spectacle, unlike anything seen before. The three Cassius men, father and sons, sat imperiously in the front row. With the presiding judges yet to arrive, they became the subject of hushed whispers. Is that the Cassius family? Just like the rumors said, they're truly an aristocratic family. The men are as handsome as paintings. Two noble women, attending the trial, whispered amongst themselves like so many others. The one with violet hair spoke first. Have you heard the rumors? The Duchess was struck by her own mother. Her companion, with orange hair, replied, a friend of mine saw it with her own eyes at a restaurant. They say her husband actually escorted his mother-in-law away. Poor woman. Amidst the buzzing gossip, Leandro, his face impassive, calmly took his seat in the defendant's chair. Beside him sat another figure, most likely his defense attorney. The whispers continued. Someone remarked, judging by his demeanor today, he seems like the good guy. Ethel, accompanied by her divorce lawyer, Sharon Heron, sat down on the plaintiff's side, her expression remarkably composed. Ethel Wallace closed her eyes briefly, a small smile playing on her lips. The atmosphere is certainly lively, she thought. Everyone's captivated by a juicy scandal. She thought of her husband's adopted sister. Lyanna must be racking her brain right now, she mused. She's probably wondering how I managed to find my daughter. A deeper, more knowing smile curved Ethel's lips. Let her stew, she thought. Let her worry less about her brother's divorce. Finally, the three judges presiding over the trial entered and solemnly took their seats. The chief judge, a stern figure, brought down the gavel with a resounding crack. We will now commence the proceedings, he declared. Immediately, a voice called out, the plaintiff requests permission to present their case. Sharon Heron rose, her tone and expression the epitome of professional seriousness. Your Honors, she began, the plaintiff and the defendant were wed 2 years prior. According to the royal calendar, on the 13th of April, 652, under the witness of the goddess Mila, they vowed to devote themselves to one another. However, the defendant has neglected the woman who wished to stand by his side, forsaking his marital duties, even using the excuse of being busy. He shirked the responsibility of maintaining a normal married life, and despite knowing of the injustices she suffered within his family, he remained indifferent. Leandro's expression shifted slightly, his brows furrowing as he listened to Sharon's accusations. Furthermore, she continued, instead of offering sincere apologies, he has repeatedly offered justifications. He investigated Lady Ethel, monitored her movements, and caused her distress through threatening behavior. The faces of the 3 other members of the powerful Cassius family, seated nearby, were stony as they listened to the accusations against their kin. Unfazed, Sharon pressed on. Therefore, Lady Ethel has filed for divorce based on Article 408, Clause 5 of the Civil Code. Sharon delivered the final piece of information, a detail that rippled through the courtroom in a wave of astonishment. She seeks only a swift divorce, requesting neither alimony nor division of assets. Even the judges seemed taken aback by this request. The judge with round spectacles peered at Ethel. Madam, he inquired, is this correct? Ethel Wallace replied calmly, unperturbed by the surprise her request had generated. Yes, Your Honor. The request, as voiced by her divorce lawyer, didn't strike her as unusual at all. In fact, it streamlined the path towards her ultimate goal. I require nothing else, she stated, so long as I am granted a divorce. Ethel's thoughts drifted. Some might assume I'm divorcing for financial gain, she mused. A pity they're mistaken. Sometimes, one must forego the smaller prizes to secure a greater victory. No added dramatic flourishes, no orchestrated spectacle as many had assumed when someone like her chose to divorce the son of a nobleman. Ethel had chosen a flawless path, one that ensured her comfort and happiness. Compared to the immense wealth she'd gained from the abandoned mine, the alimony was a pittance. Now, it was Baron Farrell's turn, the chief lawyer for the defendant, to present his case and defend his client. He used a sharp gaze and even sharper arguments to rebut Ethel's claims. Your Honors, he began, his voice resonant, this is a grave injustice. The transgressions of the Viscount, as alleged by the plaintiff, are either misunderstandings stemming from differing perspectives or, in truth, unavoidable circumstances dictated by his responsibilities. Viscount Leandro is deeply saddened by his wife's drastic decision to pursue this divorce after a mere 2 years of marriage. Immediately following the ceremony, the Viscount, on behalf of the Duke, the permanent title holder, assumed the immense responsibility of managing the family's vast estate. Farrell began to enumerate the many good deeds performed by the supposedly virtuous Leandro during his time as Ethel's husband. Even when overwhelmed with work, often missing meals, the Viscount consistently strived to protect his family. He provided his wife with a generous allowance, showered her with expensive gifts, and even offered financial support to her family during times of hardship. It is true that the couple did not spend much time together, but we implore the court to understand that this was a necessary sacrifice. He had duties he could not shirk. Farrell was not just a lawyer. He was a consummate actor, delivering his pointed pronouncements with a face etched with sorrow. He feigned anxiety for the suffering his client supposedly endured. Regrettably, he continued, the plaintiff failed to appreciate the Viscount's circumstances, making unreasonable demands for his undivided attention. Furthermore, she consistently displayed disdain and disregard for the Viscount's family and staff. Farrell's accusations, devoid of any credible evidence, startled Ethel. She searched her memory, bewildered. What did I do any of that? She wondered. Farrell continued his relentless monologue. The plaintiff accuses my client of forgetting their anniversary due to his preoccupation with a mining operation. She even hurled insults at him in front of his entire family. Ethel wanted to vehemently protest. She bit her lower lip, her brow furrowed in frustration at having to listen to these fabrications. It was preposterous. The gunshot on the second floor had occurred when she and Leandro were alone. And when she heard Leandro's chief lawyer claim that the Viscount still loved her, Laina, observing silently, smiled. Farrell stated his own and Leandro's position clearly. He categorically refuses to accept this divorce. This prompted the three judges to exchange glances and begin a hushed deliberation. Leandro seized the opportunity to speak. "No matter how busy I was," he said, his voice trembling, feigning tears, "I was wrong to leave my wife feeling alone. I deeply regret it and will strive to do better. I beg the court to prevent this divorce." Ethal's face flushed with anger. Had he learned to act from Laina? She fumed inwardly. Among the aristocratic ladies in the gallery, whispers rippled. "Perhaps the Viscount truly does love his wife," murmured the girl with rose-colored hair. The girl with vibrant orange hair nodded in agreement. Indeed, finally, Ethel could remain silent no longer. Her voice, when she spoke, was ice cold. "Love me, and become a good man because of it. If that is your love, then I refuse it." She then delivered words that left Leandro stunned. Ethel's thoughts churned, her gaze fixed on the man who was soon to become her callous, avoidant ex-husband. "I can't say I don't want to miss that blasted mine, the real prize," she thought bitterly, "but I can't let that be the reason for breaking this wretched alliance with the Willis family." Ethel Wallace's fingers clenched the hem of her skirt, her hand trembling with a suppressed fury. "Because the fault is mine, I have no right to ask for a divorce. Does he mean to say that Leandro still loves me and will continue to live with me?" Ethel's brow furrowed. He's lost his mind. Following the presentations by both the plaintiff's and defendant's divorce lawyers, the presiding judge spoke in a stern voice. "The central issue in this case appears to revolve around whether the Viscount's conduct constitutes grounds for the court to grant a divorce. If you have any evidence, please submit it and speak up." Ethel Wallace's divorce lawyer, Sharon Heron, seized the opportunity. Her voice rang clear. "Laura Emerson, a maid who previously worked at Cassius Castle, is requested to testify." Baron Farrell, Leandro's chief lawyer, immediately rose to his feet. "Objection. Laura Emerson was a servant brought from the lady's parental home. It is highly likely her testimony will be biased." Sharon Heron calmly countered his argument. "Laura was a servant hired by the Willis family only a month before the wedding. She is now employed by Cassius and no longer has any significant connection to the Wallace family." Baron Farrell looked up at the three presiding judges. "Laura Emerson was dismissed from her position at the Viscount's castle. She has ample reason for resentment." Sharon Heron retorted, dismissing Farrell's accusation. "That is mere speculation. The steward who dismissed her admitted the dismissal was unfair and even apologized. The matter was settled amicably between the parties." The presiding judge considered for a moment, then spoke. "I see no valid reason for dismissal. We will accept the witness." Laura Emerson took the stand, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes, just as the plaintiff's side had anticipated. Sharon Heron began her questioning, fulfilling her duty and authority as Ethel's advocate. "You were the one who served my client most closely for the past 2 years, correct?" She paused. "According to your observation, what was the Viscount and Viscountess's daily interaction like?" Laura Emerson stood at the witness stand, facing Sharon Heron. "Actually, I don't have much to say. The Viscount didn't seem to seek out Ethel very often. They've lived in separate rooms since they were newlyweds." Ethel Wallace frowned, displeasure etched on her face. Laura Emerson continued. "Unless there was a special occasion, they ate their meals separately. There were many days they didn't even see each other." Sharon guided Laura gently. "Would it be fair to say they saw each other perhaps 2 or 3 times a week?" Laura followed her lead. "At the beginning of the marriage, yes. But after half a year, it was at most 2 or 3 times a month." Sharon prompted. "Perhaps one of them had to travel to the capital to attend the Cassius family functions." Laura agreed. "Yes, they never saw each other during the months without such gatherings." Gasps rippled through the noble women observing the proceedings. A blonde-haired woman exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness!" Another, with brown hair, echoed her bewilderment. Were they truly a married couple? Leandro's chief lawyer, Baron Farrell, raised his hand to interrupt Laura's testimony. "Your Honor, there are quite a few cases where couples cannot meet frequently due to special circumstances." His words, however, were met with the presiding judge's curt reply. "Your Honor, please refrain from speaking during the questioning unless it's a crucial objection." Sharon Heron continued her interrogation of Laura Emerson. "You stated that initially, after the marriage, the two of them met about 2 or 3 times a week. Was the relationship better then compared to now?" Laura instinctively waved her hand dismissively. Certainly not, she asserted. Lady Ethel had practically given up. At first, she was eager to be close to him, but the Viscount always refused. Leandro had indeed repeatedly waved away Ethel's requests. One day, Lady Ethel was standing in front of the Viscount's study door, and I even saw her crying. Ethel Wallace sat still, a blush creeping up her neck at the revelation of this unintended incident. It had happened during a particularly bad bout of yawning. It wounded her pride to be seen as such a fool by Leandro, but she couldn't help it. Sharon Heron pushed her glasses up her nose. Does the witness believe the Viscount was genuinely busy? She asked seriously. Laura Emerson looked dubious. What does the festival food have to do with this trial? He didn't seem free, but I don't know if he was that busy. Viscount Leandro seemed preoccupied with something. His complexion wasn't very good then, either. Sharon pressed. Does this imply a flaw in the witness's memory? Potentially. It's something to consider, although both events happened close together. A blonde noblewoman muttered irritably. The witness doesn't remember clearly, a brunette whispered, covering her mouth with her hand. Verklo dzvari. Now, it was Laina's turn to worry. Official festivals at Cassius Castle number up to 100 each year. Ethel gasped. What? 100 a year? Baron Farrell, Leandro's chief lawyer, spoke up. Hard to believe, isn't it? He walked directly towards Laura. You said the Viscount was taking a walk when the lady arrived. When did this occur? Laura answered him. Since it was spring, it was around this time last year. Baron Farrell acknowledged her answer. That's right, late spring. Now that I think about it, there's a festival at the edge of Cassius in late spring called Little Laina's birthday. Do you recall this festival being held last year? Suddenly confronted with this question, Laura flinched slightly. What? Sharon stood up abruptly, indignant. Objection. This topic is completely irrelevant to the trial. But Farrell stubbornly insisted it's entirely relevant. The presiding judge intervened. Silence. Let us hear the defendant's counsel. Having been granted permission, Farrell continued. Do you recall Little Laina's birthday last year? Laura affirmed firmly. Yes, I do. Farrell asked at Cassius Castle. All festivals are celebrated elaborately. I hear they have different special dishes for each one. Laura replied, that's correct. Farrell then posed a rather pointed question. Do you remember the special dish served that day? Ethel Wallace frowned, deeply annoyed. There were at least 2 festivals a month. How could anyone remember them all? Indeed, Laura was struggling to recall. Well, Sharon interjected, Your Honor, what does festival food have to do with this trial? Farrell stated, it may not be directly related, but I offer this example to demonstrate how fallible human memory can be. Sharon challenged him. Does this imply a flaw in the witness's memory? Farrell replied, potentially. It's something to consider. But even though both events happen close together, our witness doesn't remember clearly. Sharon, Ethel's lawyer, retorted with exasperation. The workload is vastly different. Official festivals at Cassius Castle number up to 100 each year. A murmur rippled through the courtroom. What? 100 a year? That's hard to believe, isn't it? Farrell, Leandro's lawyer, shrugged. Indeed, the workload is different. This means there's room for error if we rely solely on the witness's testimony. Whether or not the Viscount had ample free time is ultimately the witness's subjective opinion. Laura, the former maid, anxiously interjected, I'm not lying. Farrell's voice was sharp. There's testimony suggesting the Viscount declined the lady's requests even when he was free. Is that correct? Does Miss Emerson, the lady's personal maid, have complete knowledge of the Viscount affairs? Ethel Wallace seethed inwardly. He's such a smooth liar. This is making Laura's testimony seem unreliable. But they also had plenty to say about Leandro's busy schedule. She glanced at Sharon. Her lawyer had risen to her feet. Your Honor, please take note of the regularly reported schedule here. This is a business trip of approximately 1 week, occurring once or twice a month. The presiding judge frowned. He has quite the schedule, doesn't he? But the details are vague. Farrell spoke up in defense of his client. The business trips are crucial opportunities to report on the state of the territory to the Duke of Cassius. Sharon countered. Even by direct rail, the journey from the territory to the capital is only a single round trip. A busy man wouldn't have time for his wife while wasting time traveling. Was there any reason for him to report in person? Farrell pressed on. Reporting isn't everything. He also attends meetings of the palace nobility, assists with family matters, and performs the minimum required social engagements. This is the evidence we've prepared to obtain an accurate answer from the defendant. Last year, he attended Ambassador Agrisanto's banquet with Princess Laina. A month later, the Duke of Cassius brought his sister to the imperial tower. After that, he had a family trip with the younger children. The Viscount is undeniably busy. To make time for his family in the capital, he must utilize his time in the territory to handle his work. Sharon addressed Leandro directly. Defendant, do you acknowledge this? Please answer. Farrell quickly interjected, Your Honor, I acknowledge the defendant has specific family obligations. But that is not the reason the lady is seeking a divorce. Laina sat between the two men, her relatives, a smug smile playing on her lips. Farrell continued, The defendant and his family have repeatedly asked the lady to join them, but she refused every time. He pointed directly at Ethel Wallace. This is clearly a scheme on the lady's part. Farrell was skillfully shifting all the blame onto Ethel. One could argue that both parties are at fault for the breakdown of this marriage. Ethel cursed under her breath. Damn, that man has a silver tongue. Both Sharon Martins and Ethel felt a surge of anger. Sharon challenged him. Are you suggesting it's the plaintiff's fault? Is it reasonable to prioritize meeting with one's relatives constantly from the very beginning of a marriage? The three presiding judges conferred amongst themselves. Yes, is it truly so? But this case isn't that simple. Farrell remained unfazed. The Viscount is young and didn't know how to treat his wife. Can a good marriage be forged simply by marrying someone? Tears welled in Leandro's eyes as Farrell argued that he, Leandro, had been inexperienced in matters of intimacy before his marriage. That was why, Farrell claimed, he had tried to avoid his wife when they were alone and spent more time with his family. A fire ignited within Ethel Wallace. Was he trying to paint himself as the victim? Suddenly realizing his love only after she left, Sharon could no longer maintain the calm composure she'd held at the start of the interrogation. Loving her only after she left. What was the point of avoiding her just because he didn't know how to treat her? Farrell expressed his client's regret. The Viscount had, apparently, given the matter much thought. Glancing towards Laina, Ethel felt a surge of anger at the smug smile playing on her lips. They were trying to gain sympathy by using convenient truths, just like Laina had. She'd used her seemingly pitiful circumstances as a common orphan to create a trustworthy image. Ethel was certain it was all pre-planned. She didn't care about Farrell or Leandro, only Laina. Sharon suddenly pointed at Leandro. So why didn't he change, even after his wife asked him repeatedly for attention? Farrell countered, he intended to change, but he ran out of time because the plaintiff suddenly filed for divorce. The gavel struck the sound block once more. The presiding judge's voice boomed, Enough. We'll take a short recess. He sounded weary after such a prolonged session. Please prepare the witnesses you intend to call. He muttered to himself, When will this all be over? Baron Farrell smiled. We will call Mrs. Maria Neuer, the senior housekeeper of Cassius Castle, to the stand. The announcement of the recess brought an immediate flurry of activity. Everyone rose from their seats, including the three presiding judges. Ethel Wallace, along with her two companions, Sharon Martins and Laura Emerson, also left their places and returned to the waiting room. Ethel sighed. Only a 40-minute break. I wish it were 2 hours. Sharon offered comfort. It's better than nothing. The door to the waiting room opened, and the three women entered. Upon seeing them, Robbie anxiously announced, My lady, Mr. West hasn't returned yet. Fear and worry gnawed at Ethel's heart, a shadow of sadness darkening her eyes and face. As the minutes ticked by, Ethel Wallace clasped her hands together in silent prayer. West, Caden Tormo, please be safe. Elsewhere, in some unfamiliar location, a voice cried out, I told you I would meet with the Duke myself. The shout came from within a luxurious carriage speeding down the road. The voice continued, loud and insistent, and I will explain why I left. So why are you doing all this? It was Caden Tormo, the steward, questioning the knights who had taken him. The brown-haired knight crossed his arms and addressed him calmly. The Duke is currently at the Viscount's court. Caden Tormo replied, I know, and that's why I'm going there. Lowering his eyes, the steward thought to himself, I need to pretend I'm going there to see the Duke, not as a witness. The brown-haired knight spoke again. We have orders to escort you back to the main residence. Steward Caden Tormo questioned, by whose order? I've served the Duke for decades, and I understand his character very well. The black-haired and violet-haired knights exchanged glances at his words. He would never wait until the trials end to deal with me. So, who gave you the order? Laina. Well, if I think about it, the young miss is the one who brought me into this family." The brown-haired knight let out an arrogant chuckle. "So, the young Mrs. orders hold the same weight as the Duke's, do they?" And vice versa. Steward Caden Tormo lost his composure. "This isn't the Duke's order." The brown-haired knight sneered. "You can think that if you like. Besides, do you really think if the Duke knew about this, he would punish us?" Steward Caden Tormo hung his head. "Certain. Right? That means to talk about the main residence is a lie." He recalled Ethel Wallace's words from before. "Until now, I've been a loyal servant of Cassius. But why haven't I lived the rest of my life like a father?" He mused, "And I also want to repay Lady Ethel, who allowed me to realize my foolishness." Suddenly, the carriage window shattered into pieces. Someone's hand abruptly reached inside. The black-haired knight, sitting closest, startled in alarm. "What the?" The hand purposefully slammed into his face, shoving it aside. The black-haired knight cried out in agony, seemingly in immense pain. The remaining two knights and Steward Caden Tormo were all shocked by the sudden appearance of this person. The brown-haired knight grabbed his sword. "Who are you?" The figure stepped onto the carriage. "None other than Jaren's free Haydn," he calmly answered the question. "A warrior of justice, perhaps." After that complete introduction, ear-splitting screams erupted from the carriage, and it was quickly stained a brilliant red. Having finished the task of eliminating the knights, as promised, Steward Caden Tormo was now seated on the back of Jaren's free Haydn's warhorse. It galloped towards the courthouse. The speed was so great that Caden had to cling tightly to Jaren's. He stammered, "Are they dead?" Jaren's free Haydn's tone was icy. "I didn't kill them. Killing them would only make the situation worse." Steward Caden Tormo wondered, "How did you know I was here?" Jaren's, while controlling the warhorse, replied, "Thanks to a mark. Simply put, I attach my power to you." Steward Caden Tormo's hat flew off his head. When, back a few days ago, in front of Sharon's office, Caden had passed by Jaren's free Haydn then, and he had done it silently during their last encounter. Steward Caden Tormo asked him again, "Did you know this would happen?" Jaren's hair flowed in the wind. He chuckled softly. "Like my mistress, I don't have a particularly trusting nature, so I suspect everything." Caden lowered his head. "They were afraid I'd change my mind, so they prepared a way to track me." Jaren said, "My apologies if I caused you any discomfort." But Caden Tormo, the butler, wasn't bothered in the slightest. "Not at all," he replied. "Thank you for rescuing me." Jaren suddenly added, "Ethel doesn't know about this." Caden Tormo voiced the worry that had been gnawing at him. "But will we make it in time?" The person in front answered, "I'm not certain, but I'll do my best." Caden Tormo looked at him with concern. "Are you all right? You're drenched in sweat." Jaren tried to appear composed and reassured him. The tracking range was quite wide. "This often happens after using my power, so don't worry about it." Besides, he added, "We have holy water bestowed by the goddess of victory herself." Then, both fell silent for the remainder of the journey to the courthouse. After a 40-minute recess, the trial resumed. Leandro and his divorce lawyer, Farrell, sat down as instructed by the Supreme Judge. "Everyone, please take your seats. We will continue the proceedings." Cerrone Martins and Ethel Wallace also solemnly complied with the court's regulations. The Supreme Judge brought his gavel down sharply. "Call your witness for the defense," he demanded. As stated before the 40-minute recess, the witness called by the defendant, Leandro, was Maria Neuer, the senior housekeeper of Duke Cassius. Lawyer Farrell began his questioning. "Madam Maria Neuer, you are the head maid of Duke Cassius and the personnel manager, correct?" She replied, "Yes." Farrell glanced at the paper in his hand, as if it held the words he needed. "Can you tell me, in your capacity as personnel manager, can you describe the engagement between the defendant and the plaintiff 2 years ago?" Maria Neuer lowered her head, feigning immense difficulty with the question. "This is impossible. Outside, I don't want to break this family apart, so it's important to stop this tragedy." Ethel Wallace offered a sardonic smile, as if praising her performance. "This actress is good," she thought. Maria Neuer continued, speaking as though she were being forced to reveal information she'd rather keep hidden. "The young madam is a good person, but she wasn't on our side. She refused all the gifts we offered and didn't attend the parties organized by the staff." Maria Neuer's expression was a picture of manufactured sorrow. "Perhaps she didn't attend the parties and refused the gifts because of her preferences, and I feel I should take responsibility for this." Ethel Wallace felt a surge of disgust at having to acknowledge the truth in that statement, though it wasn't entirely a lie. It wasn't exactly a lie, but the gift in question had been a portrait of Laina. She recalled the delighted expressions of the Cassius household staff upon receiving gifts from Laina, even if they were simply items that had belonged to her. It had galled her. Miss Laina, I will treasure this. Miss Laina is the best. Miss is definitely an angel. Miss Laina, I love you. They had swarmed around Laina like fanatical admirers. The party held for Laina had resembled a fan club meeting. Back in the courtroom, Maria Neuer droned on. The truth is, the Duke is a bit harsh, so he always regrets it. Farrell asked, "What makes you say that?" She replied, "He called me and asked me to take good care of Madam." Ethel Wallace keenly realized she was romanticizing his words. This was, after all, Maria Neuer's opportunity to praise Leandro to the skies. The young Duke was busy with work, while the young Duchess mostly kept to her room, perpetually frowning, even while shopping. The blonde, noble women sitting below murmured amongst themselves. This was because the young Duke was always focused on his work. The brunette felt indignant on Ethel's behalf. It seemed such bad luck that their shopping trip had coincided with this. The opportune moment had arrived. Glancing at Ethel Wallace, Cerrone received a confirming nod. Their understanding was so complete that they instantly knew what to do next. Ethel Wallace smiled. "Thank you, maid, for saying what I was hoping for." Cerrone continued her witness examination with a pointed question. "Mr. Neuer, you mentioned the plaintiff's lifestyle. Lady Cassius always prioritized her familial responsibilities as the future head of the household, correct?" Maria Neuer retorted, "No, the responsibilities of the head of the household were not assigned to the young Duchess." Cerrone questioned her testimony. Why wouldn't she be given those responsibilities as the Duke's wife? Isn't she the mistress of Cassius Manor? Maria Neuer remained as haughty as ever. The young Duchess wasn't accustomed to overseeing a large household. The rare circumstances, perhaps only the Willis family, prevented her from returning to her studies. Liam nodded in agreement with her statement. Maria Neuer continued to make assumptions. Therefore, the young Duchess wasn't assigned household management responsibilities, and Miss Laina had no objections to shouldering the duties of the head of the household. Chief Lawyer Farrell pushed up his glasses and added, "This was acknowledged by the Countess and Count Willis, who submitted a formal request." He read the request aloud to everyone present in the courtroom. "Miss Laina, as our daughter has not adapted well to her new environment, we have discussed transferring the role of head of household to you." Cerrone raised her voice. "My client was completely unaware of this information." Farrell seemed to sympathize with Ethel on that point. Indeed, there have been similar cases in the past. In the case of Countess Grand, who was in poor health, her sister assumed the role of head of household. Cerrone countered, "There are no issues with my client's health." Farrell continued, "In 2 instances, the reigning queen had to learn the language, being a foreigner. Thus, Queen Dowager Carey assumed the role and became the Queen Mother." Cerrone retorted, "My client is not a foreigner." Farrell faced her directly, but in Count Willis's understanding, she lacked the qualifications for the position. Cerrone Martins wouldn't accept that answer. There is suspicion that the Count and Countess mistreated the plaintiff. Beyond the suspicion, someone outside was running towards them. Cerrone was furious, but she maintained her composure, even as Farrell continued to obstruct her. He went on to say that there were many cases where the mistress of the house's role was substituted, with unavoidable sarcasm. Besides claiming she lacked the qualifications for the position, she was treated kindly as a noble lady, as detailed in the manuscript. A monthly allowance was still paid to her family home. Several gifts were given, and the grandest wedding ever seen was held for her, something unprecedented. This isn't just about responsibility. It's about a servant obeying her master's orders, Maria Neuer insisted, seizing the opportunity. Under the Duke's employ, we've tried to alleviate his loneliness, even if just a little. We've truly done our best. She pleaded with him, "Ethel, please come back. We'll do everything we can to help you find joy." Ethel Wallace's voice cut through the courtroom. "Then can you do me a favor, headmaid?" He tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. "Repeat that request of yours." Loudly, Maria Neuer faltered, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. "Huh, why would you ask that?" Ethel's reply was sharp. "Don't question my reasons." Sweat beaded on Maria's brow. She glanced desperately towards Farrell, Leandro's lawyer, seeking some form of rescue. "About that, slip up." Ethel Wallace pressed her. "I didn't hear you." "Louder." Maria stammered. "About the slip up." Ethel leaned forward. I'm sorry, I still can't hear you. Maria squeezed her eyes shut and yelled about the slip-up. Suddenly, a disembodied echo of her own voice filled the courtroom. Don't talk about Miss Laina like that. The position of head of the household should be his. The young Duchess isn't fit to be in charge. Maria Neuer recoiled, hearing her own past conversation with Laina played back for all to hear. Ethel Wallace's voice continued from the recording. I represent the Lord and hold authority granted by Duke Cassius. Furthermore, this matter was settled when the former Duchess passed away. So, if not me, who should be the head of this manor? The recording emanated from Laina's device, now held firmly in Cerrone Martin's hand. The argument was reaching its climax. Maria Neuer's recorded voice, sharp and indignant, filled the air. Not you. Laina, the young Duchess, said it herself. It's better to let Laina handle the internal affairs. Maria Neuer's earlier arrogance had vanished, replaced by stark terror. Cerrone snapped the recording device shut, silencing the damning exchange. Cerrone addressed the court. This is a recorded conversation between the head maid and the defendant, taken at Cassius Manor 11 days ago. Are you certain it's fair to dictate who should be the head of the household? Maria Neuer stammered, her eyes darting nervously around the room. This, Cerrone paused, pointing upwards for emphasis. This recording reveals several things. First, the Duke's household staff clearly didn't want my client as head of the household. Second, they displayed a distinct lack of respect towards her. Finally, my client had no real authority to discipline the staff. It's highly likely they deliberately concealed this truth. Maria Neuer erupted, her voice cracking with desperation. You scoundrel! She shrieked at Ethel Wallace. I was the one who handed Laina that device. Farrell, sensing impending disaster, lunged forward. Don't! Ethel Wallace's brow furrowed in annoyance. Is she an idiot? Not that she ever struck me as the type to use her brain. Overwhelmed by fear, Maria Neuer swiveled around, pleading with Laina in the back row. Miss Laina, she did whatever she wanted. I truly didn't know it would come to this. Laina's eyes darkened, her fury at Maria Neuer's blatant stupidity radiating outwards. Maria was single-handedly dismantling Laina's carefully constructed plan. Farrell, equally stunned by the turn of events, scrambled to regain control. Your Honor, he interjected quickly. We require time to review this new evidence. His face slick with sweat, he insisted there was no proof the recorded voice belonged to the witness. The clip was too short to be admissible. Cerrone Martins let out a derisive laugh. How strange, she mused, as if the thought had just innocently occurred to her. Are you perhaps the first to ever use a recording as evidence in court? This seemingly casual question from Cerrone reminded the presiding judge of a precedent. I recall a similar case. He declared the Cassius Verret ducal dispute. Ethel Wallace thought to herself, Laina was fortunate to have access to that eccentric inventor's creation. That's how Cassius won that case. Cerrone's voice rang out clear and confident. Many questioned the authenticity of the recording then, but lawyer Farrell Phillips successfully argued for its admissibility. A smile played on the lips of Ethel's lawyer amidst the tense courtroom atmosphere. The move clearly irked Farrell. Thank you, she continued, her voice laced with a touch of irony. Thanks to you, I'm spared the trouble of establishing that precedent myself. Farrell was thoroughly incensed by Cerrone's maneuver. His hands clenched into fists, his whole body trembling with barely suppressed rage. A sharp intake of breath, then another. He bit his lower lip, the picture of a man struggling to accept defeat. Finally, he seemed to concede. I admit, Farrell said stiffly, that my client's treatment of her was unacceptable. Ethel found this sudden shift in tactics fascinating. Throughout the trial, Farrell had kept her and Cerrone on their toes, but this rapid change of direction was something else. He's switching sides, she realized. Ever the pragmatist, Farrell, never one to take a loss lying down, launched a counter-accusation against Ethel. However, he began, the plaintiff is equally culpable of mistreating the household staff. He was cut short. Objection, Your Honor. Cerrone's voice, bold and unwavering, echoed through the courtroom. Is there any testimony from the Duke's witnesses that supports the head maid's actions? None whatsoever, replied the judge. Cerrone pressed her advantage. If you listen closely to the recording, she pointed out, you'll realize this conversation took place in front of several other servants. Yet no one reacted, did they? Cerrone's voice voice was sharp. Isn't that rather peculiar? Maria Neuer, no longer able to maintain her composure, trembled visibly in the witness box. Mississippi, she stammered. Suddenly, Laina spoke. I apologize, she said softly. Ethel, startled, turned sharply to look at her. Tears welled in Laina's eyes and began to stream down her face. It's all my fault, she sobbed. The headmaid was like a mother to me. I didn't realize she would take my confidence and interpret it as. She choked back a sob, the picture of heartbroken innocence. The two men flanking her shifted uncomfortably, clearly distressed by her display of grief. Laina continued her performance. I wasn't fit to manage the household. I was worried about my sister-in-law's struggles, and I felt as though even the seasoned courtroom observers were taken aback by the dramatic display. Laina wept inconsolably, a delicate flower drenched in a sudden downpour. I'm so sorry, sister-in-law, she cried. It's all my fault. A murmur rippled through the gallery, exactly the reaction Laina had intended. The judge, his head throbbing from the rising noise, slammed his gavel down. Silence, he roared. Silence in the court. He addressed Laina. If you interfere with this court once more, even as an esteemed member of the Cassius family, we will be forced to remove you. The Chief Justice's impartial, yet chilling, words silenced Laina, leaving her visibly shaken. The impact wasn't limited to her. Even Ethel Wallace felt a tremor of surprise. Laina's presence, though silent, commanded attention. Even when she's just sitting there, the sheer magnetism of the girl is captivating. Is this the power of someone with true presence? Ethel mused. Suddenly, a cry shattered the tense silence. Ethel Wallace. It was Maria Neuer, her voice laced with desperation. She had fallen to her knees. I apologize, young Duchess. I have been remiss in my duties as a servant and careless in my conduct. Before anyone could react, Maria slammed her forehead against the floor, the impact sickeningly loud. Blood welled up instantly. I apologize. I truly apologize. Two guards rushed to restrain her, but even as they dragged her away, her apologies echoed through the courtroom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The unexpected outburst gave Farrell a precious moment to confer with Leandro. Murmurs rippled through the courtroom. Why would she do that? One spectator whispered. Another countered, I think she's genuinely remorseful. Farrell seized the opportunity. Your Honors, he announced, his voice ringing with authority on behalf of my client, the young Duchess of Cassius. I offer a sincere apology for this disruption. Leandro rose and bowed deeply. I deeply regret the events that have transpired. Turning to Ethel, Leandro pleaded, My love, I never imagined you possessed such depth of feeling. Just this once, please give me another chance. He grasped at straws, desperate to regain her trust. I will discipline the headmaid. If you wish, I will dismiss the entire household staff. I swear upon my honor, if I break this vow. A justice interrupted. Do you intend to make this a legally binding oath? Such a vow carries the full weight of the law. Caught off guard, Leandro pressed on. I assure you, whatever may come, I will uphold this promise. Ethel smiled, a bitter twist to her lips. How convenient to paint me in a negative light yet again. Ethel's silence hung heavy in the air. She didn't even glance at Leandro, let alone respond. Cerrone Martin spoke up. Your Honor, he is unaware of the true happenings within his household, so he relies on. Farrell cut her off. Certainly, I concede that my client has made mistakes. We all err, Your Honor. I implore you to grant him this one chance. The Chief Justice addressed Ethel. Madam Wallace, the plaintiff, do you have anything you wish to say in response to the counsel's statements? Startled, Ethel's thoughts were elsewhere. Terrence, are you almost here? Is it even possible? Her hope clung to a fragile thread. I trust him. Terrence promised he would bring the butler. Ethel's voice was firm, her gaze unwavering. I haven't changed my mind. I want a divorce. Leandro now realized the gravity of the situation, my lady. Ethel Wallace turned her head away. My faith in you is completely shattered. I can't regain it no matter what. Binding someone by using a name that imprisons them is a form of violence. If you truly loved me, you should accept that I'm seeking new happiness. Leandro was horrified, his limbs turning icy. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the courtroom door. Cerrone Martins and Ethel Wallace exchanged startled glances, their hearts pounding. Cerrone immediately raised her hand. Your Honor, I request a new witness. The witness opened the door and entered the room as Cerrone clearly introduced them. "It's Caden, the butler." Duke Cassius shot to his feet. He couldn't believe that his own butler was appearing here as a witness. "Caden, why?" Duke Cassius trembled with rage as Butler Caden ignored his presence. The butler stepped up to the witness stand. "My name is Caden Torimo, and I am here to testify. I have served as butler to the Cassius family for over 20 years. The Chief Justice questioned, "You serve as the head butler of the Cassius family, yet you come here as a witness for the plaintiff." As soon as the judge finished speaking, Duke Cassius furiously pointed at the butler and yelled, "Caden, how dare you?" Laina frantically held him back. "Father, calm down." The Chief Justice was forced to raise his voice in warning. "Duke Edmund Cassius, Miss Laina Cassius, I request that you both leave immediately." But how could Edmund Cassius bear being expelled from the courtroom before so many eyes? "Get away from me," a guard said. "Your Grace, it would be best if you left," Laina urged. "Father, please." Liam echoed the sentiment. "Father, let's leave. Your anger is getting out of control." Edmund Cassius, along with Laina and two guards, walked out. Liam watched their retreating figures with a sense of helplessness. Having dealt with one disruption, the Chief Justice spoke, "Shall we hear the witness's testimony?" Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wait." It was Farrell again. He accused the butler. "Your Honor, Caden Torimo disappeared a few days ago. It's possible he was manipulated by the former madam. Now, he's in a position to testify." Cerrone retorted without even looking at him. "Are you suggesting he's not qualified to testify?" Caden Torimo spoke, "I wasn't kidnapped. I left the Cassius family entirely of my own volition." Leandro's heart was heavy with sadness. "Sir, why?" The butler stood before the judge and the entire courtroom and declared resolutely, "My name is Caden Torimo, and I am here to testify." He recounted, "I have served the Cassius family as a butler for over 20 years. Leandro was shocked and bewildered that the butler was siding with Ethel. "Sir, why?" Cerrone looked at him seriously, signaling for him to get to the main point. She asked, "Now, can you begin to describe the marriage between the defendant and the plaintiff?" Caden, understanding her intent, replied, "The former madam, no, Lady Ethel, faced constant conflict. Except for Laura, everyone in the Cassius mansion treated her like a stranger who was only there temporarily." These words brought a flicker of sadness to Ethel's face as she recalled her difficult days in that house. Even Caden couldn't help the deepening wrinkles etching themselves onto his aged face. He felt a pang of sympathy for the young woman who had endured such fortitude and resilience within that house. The way everyone treated Duchess Ethel was starkly different from how they treated other noble women. He affirmed that the young Duke Leandro was fully aware of this issue. Recalling the numerous times he'd reported the matter, Caden stated with certainty, "And I assure you, I spoke to him about it many times." But his response was always a grimace, a look of impatience or indifference, his tone dismissive. "I'll look into it, don't worry." Farrell, sensing the precarious turn of events, quickly interjected, "Your Honor, this information has already been disclosed. My client has admitted to neglecting his wife and has promised to potentially dismiss the servant." Cerrone smiled. "Actually, there's another significant reason for the divorce that hasn't been revealed yet. Mr. Caden is here to explain it." She glanced meaningfully towards the dejected-looking young Duke across the courtroom. She nodded subtly, pushing her glasses up her nose, their presence lending her an air of authority. A knowing smile played on her lips. Cerrone deliberately raised her voice, imbuing her words with a grave seriousness designed to pique their curiosity. "Your Honor, these are matters that could ruin someone's reputation. Due to the sensitive nature of the issue, the details will be kept confidential." The judge looked dubious. "Confidential," Farrell scoffed, believing he'd seen through her strategy. "I'm curious about this tactic of yours," he remarked sarcastically. With an air of composure, he continued, "I object. Maintaining privacy only serves to increase suspicion." Cerrone looked at him, a smile already fixed on her face. "Are you sure? When someone's honor is at stake." He maintained his righteous demeanor, unaware of the metaphorical gun pointed at his head. "Duke Cassius has nothing to fear." Cerrone, seeing her hook firmly set, posed a pointed question. "You won't regret this, will you?" The judge finally delivered his verdict. The plaintiff's argument does not demonstrate the necessity of transitioning to private proceedings. The request for confidentiality is denied. As if waiting for these very words, Ethel immediately stepped forward. Passing Caden, they exchanged a subtle, knowing nod. As she reached the stand, the judge's voice resonated through the courtroom. The plaintiff, who has experienced this firsthand for the past 2 years, will explain the matter herself. Ethel's gaze darkened, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. This time, her husband was truly in trouble. "My husband," she began, her eyes unwavering, laying bare the truth without reservation. "My husband, Leandro Cassius, has a significant problem with producing an heir." Her words hung in the air, silencing the previously bustling courtroom. After a moment of stunned silence, a collective gasp rippled through the room. Laina was utterly dumbfounded, struggling to process the revelation. Even the judge was taken aback, reeling from the bombshell. Unconsciously, he blurted out a rather naive question: "A problem producing an heir. Is that a significant problem?" Ethel continued, her voice tinged with sadness. "My husband has consistently refused to sleep with me. We have never consummated our marriage." Speaking of this, she broke down, tears streaming down her face, a picture of utter despair. "I tried so hard. I did everything I could, but..." Farrell, unable to bear it any longer, cried out, "This is preposterous. The Duke's delay in producing an heir is..." His words trailed off. He turned to Leandro, his face etched with horror, a crime that damages the reputation of the ducal heir. Even Leandro was paralyzed with fear, too stunned to offer a rebuttal. Ethel silently analyzed Leandro's upbringing, his development after being born the heir to a powerful family, and caring for his mother. He was desperate, she realized, and unable to let others see his vulnerability. There was no way he would reveal the true nature of their relationship to anyone. Perhaps, she speculated, this had reached Laina's ears. Cerrone presented her argument with clear evidence, corroborated by 2 witnesses, both named Laura Emerson, responsible for managing the defendant's chambers. I want to ask both of you a question regarding this matter. First, Laura Emerson, the one who. As soon as her name was called, Laura swiftly stepped forward, replacing Ethel at the stand. With a surge of confidence, she declared, "In the past 2 years, while the head maid has seen them, I have never seen the 2 of them sleep in the same room, not even on their wedding night." She recalled that night, the palpable awkwardness between them, the silence so profound you could hear a pin drop, devoid of any hint of intimacy. In the end, Leandro couldn't hold back any longer and admitted, "I apologize, but I truly can't." The next day, and the day after that, and the day after that, Leandro continued to avoid Ethel like the plague, fleeing the room whenever she entered. At first, Ethel was bewildered and felt a pang of loss, but gradually, she grew accustomed to it. Murmurs rippled through the courtroom. The nobles couldn't resist such juicy gossip. Is the rumor true? What rumor? Well, there's a rumor that the Lord Cassius has a problem. Oh, I remember. Isn't it about her saying he's incapable? Caden corroborated Laura's testimony, adding, even after their marriage, the young Duke continued to use his childhood bedroom instead of sharing a room with his wife. It has been truly difficult for Lady Ethel. She says his lack of affection has led him to remain chaste. Seeing the evidence mounting, Cerrone turned to Leandro with a sharp, knowing smile. "So, is it true that the defendant has not demonstrated consistent affection for the plaintiff through these difficulties? You claim to love your wife, yet you've never been seen sharing a bed with her. What is the meaning of this?" Leandro remained motionless, his face etched with fear. Seeing his client's disadvantage, Farrell interjected, "Your Honor, this is a private matter between the 2 of them." Cerrone refused to yield. As those who have observed the plaintiff and defendant more closely than anyone, Mr. Caden, the head of the household, has served the Cassius family for generations. She slammed a stack of papers onto the table, her voice rising. "What would Mr. Caden gain by fabricating this? Money. But as you know, my client hasn't requested a single penny in alimony." Ethel nodded in agreement, silently grateful to Terrence. "Your Honor, no family would tolerate a butler who dared to point a finger at their master." Her words resonated with Caden's evident apprehension. Mr. Caden not only possesses centuries of loyalty to the Cassius family, but he's also risking his own future by speaking out. Don't twist his sincerity, Counselor Farrell. Faced with her airtight arguments, Farrell trembled with frustration, unable to formulate a response. Suddenly, an unknown young woman sprang to her feet in protest. "That's a lie. Don't pretend you're not after the money. She pointed angrily at Ethel. You sold every gift Leandro gave you. You've clearly bribed your lawyer. How dare you accuse Lord Leandro? I saw that diamond ring of yours. She keeps yelling that Leandro is innocent. The judge shook his head with a weary sigh. This day was truly... Ethel didn't bother explaining anything further to the pea-brained woman. She picked up her handbag and walked briskly away. Leandro only noticed Ethel's departure when he saw the shadow of her handbag cast across the table by the overhead lights. She held a ring box out to him and asked, "Is she talking about this ring?" Ethel thought, "I already have the ring called Princess Muse." He gave Laina a king's necklace, a sapphire blue monstrosity, as a gift. Ethel was furious. It was obvious to the naked eye which was more valuable. She thrust the ring box towards him. "You were the first to give this to me," she said. "And this," she continued, "is all the jewelry you ever bought me." The harsh truth. He stared at the ring box, sweat beading on his forehead. Ethel watched him, searching his expression. The woman being dragged away by security was still protesting vehemently. "This is unacceptable. I saw it with my own eyes." Ethel thought to herself, "I knew this would happen. I sold it once, I bought it back." She remembered her anticipation, her excitement, her preparations, and her grand declaration to Gerrans. "I'm going to throw these jewels right in his face." He had chuckled, indulging her. "I like to see that." A murmur rippled through the courtroom again. "I thought that was the ring the Duke bought for his wife. I saw it at the auction." So the story the Duchess told earlier, she must be lying. Oh dear, not again. Everyone lies for their own benefit, don't they? I don't think so. It might be true. Ethel stated coldly, "I don't want anything you give me." Leandro paled. Disgust and anger laced her voice as she declared, "A divorce is the only gift you should give me." The court session ended. The judge banged his gavel on the desk and boomed, "Order." Ethel and her divorce lawyer, Cerrone Martins, standing beside her, clearly heard the judge say, "It's late. We'll adjourn for the day. The next hearing will be held in 2 days at 2 p.m. Below, after the grueling session, the spectators buzzed with conversation. "I was sure it would be over today." Another voice chimed in, "Rather exciting, wasn't it?" The 3 judges exited the courtroom, weary and sighing. Ethel Wallace stood in the hallway, watching them go, thinking to herself, he decided to postpone it because he believes he can't contradict the law. He certainly can't accept me discussing Leandro as that kind of man. He has to report back to the emperor. One of the judges, flustered, explained to Emperor Dominic, "What should I do, Your Majesty? Is this the right course of action?" Dominic frowned, contemplating for a moment before answering the thorny question. This is problematic. The Cassius family head's plan has been completed." On the other side, Farrell, Leandro's lawyer, placed a hand on his shoulder. He offered a quiet reassurance. "Don't worry, Your Grace. Let's go back and discuss our response strategy." The 2 men left, one after the other. Ethel and Cerrone Martins watched them go. Cerrone said regretfully, "I was hoping for a conclusion today." Then, feeling a pang of guilt, she turned to Ethel. "I apologize that things are progressing this way." Ethel, far from blaming her, offered encouragement. "Don't blame yourself. Stay positive." Cerrone Martins suddenly leaned closer to Ethel, whispering, "But in the end, what are you thinking? Didn't you promise?" Ethel replied calmly, "Yes." "Now, shall we go? Because we have to see this fight through to the end." Moments later, inside the familiar chandelier-lit palace, Ethel and Sharon Martins paused at the entrance. Before them stood a group of familiar faces, none of them friendly. Cassius accused Ethel, demanding to know how she dared purchase Caden, the head butler. Ethel retorted defiantly, "If you're going to ask that, I'll wager you haven't grasped what transpired at the trial." Laina, bewildered, turned to see Leandro avoiding her gaze. Seeing their opponents speechless, Ethel pressed her advantage. "We can discuss the details with your family. Let's meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow." She emphasized her next words, "We will come to the Cassius estate." Cassius roared in anger, "Don't presume to make decisions for me." Ethel smiled, unafraid, and challenged him further, "Don't you like that? I'll come with Mr. Caden." Cassius trembled with rage. Ethel Willis, finally, left with no other option, he conceded through gritted teeth. "Fine. Come to the Cassius estate tomorrow. I'll be waiting." With that, he turned and left. "Let's go." Laina hesitated, a conflicted frown on her face. She wanted to say something. "Sister." But before she could speak, Cassius barked, "Laina, let's go." Laina had no choice but to turn and follow. Ethel, whether sighing in relief or exhaustion, wasn't sure. Sweat beaded on her skin, and her body trembled with a lingering fear. Now I know why he's called the Devil Duke a battlefield, she thought. My legs are still shaking. Sharon Martins, oblivious to her inner turmoil, offered a tissue with concern. Are you all right? Later, as the afternoon sun cast long shadows across the window, Laura Emerson and Caden Tormo finally returned. Seeing them, Ethel greeted them with a cheerful, "I'm so glad you're both all right." "Thank goodness," Caden Tormo said, scratching his head sheepishly. "I apologize for the delay." Ethel, beaming, clasped her hands together. "Don't worry, your arrival is an honor." They quickly moved to the matter at hand. "I heard you've scheduled a meeting for tomorrow," Caden Tormo began. Ethel smiled brightly. "Yes, but if it's inconvenient, I can go alone." Behind them, Laura Emerson and Sharon Martins, delighted to see each other again, exchanged excited whispers. Caden Tormo closed his eyes regretfully. "I can't allow that. I should have faced him as the child's father long ago." Indeed, Cassius had been incredibly unreasonable in the past. Ethel smiled sweetly, unconcerned. "Let's just shut him up. Let's have that meeting." She hesitated for a moment, then inquired, "But, Ty, where's Ty?" Caden Tormo faltered. Later, in the beautiful flower garden, Ethel, disguised in a servant's attire and wearing a hat, hurried out of the estate. As she walked, she recalled Caden Tormo's words. "He left me here and disappeared. He told me to inform you that he intends to return after the trial. He told me to keep it a secret, but honestly, he didn't look well." Ethel froze, realizing Ty's condition was worsening because he had exerted himself searching for the head butler. Her pace quickened, remembering the butler's words about Ty. The medicine will lessen his headaches, but not completely. It won't be enough after he uses so much power. After running for some time, Ethel reached a wooded area. Terrence, the one most affected by magic in the novel. There was a part where he hid in the forest. Ethel glanced around, thinking to herself, "I can't believe Miley did this." She realized she was in the woods near Cassius's estate. Two guards stood nearby, chatting. Spotting them, Ethel ducked behind a cluster of flowers, eavesdropping on their conversation. "Did you hear the news about the Cassius divorce?" One asked. "Yeah," the other replied. "It's spreading like wildfire." Their voices continued to drift towards her. "Duke Cassius's behavior is so clumsy." "I know, right? Letting his servant lie for him. He won't leave because he's caught up in this mess." "But is it true about the Duke not being able to, The other guard chimed in. "That rumor's been around for a while, but I had to keep it quiet while working at the Cassius estate." The first guard speculated. Maybe, then his voice laced with fear, he interrupted himself. "I'm worried someone might overhear us. Let's stop talking about this." Ethel brushed off her clothes, letting out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a voice called down from above. Well, isn't this good news?" Ethel's eyes widened in surprise. She quickly turned to look up at the tree behind her. "Who's there?" Relief flooded through her. "Ty, there you are." Ty's voice was cold. "What are you doing here?" Ethel paused, taken aback. "Huh." Ty's voice was somber, probing. "Did you hear about the message to return?" Ethel asked politely, "Could you come down and talk? It's a little awkward when I can't see your face." She paused, then continued, "I can't tell what your expression is. Why are you treating me like this?" He refused curtly. "No." Ethel was bewildered. "Why?" Ty turned away, offering a flimsy excuse. "I want to be alone." Ethel hesitated, but Ty's hand trembled, his tone growing impatient. "I told you to leave because I want to be alone." Unsure how to comfort him, she could only call out his name, her voice laced with concern. "Ty." Then a new voice spoke. Jaren's, cloaked in black, addressed Ethel. "He wants to be alone for a while. It might take some time. You should go." Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Jaren's. After a moment, she lowered her gaze and nodded slightly. "All right, I'll leave." Ty remained silent in the tree, watching her with an unreadable expression. Ethel, radiant and vibrant, turned to him with a cheerful smile. "The trial went the way I'd hoped. It didn't completely solve the problem, but things are looking up." She dipped into a graceful curtsy. "I have to thank you so much for sending the butler." "Thank you, Ty." He stared at her, speechless, unsure if she could even hear him. Ethel, already turning to leave, called back. "Sorry to bother you when you wanted to be alone. When the butler noticed you were ill, I just couldn't ignore it," she finished, her voice a mix of brightness and genuine concern. Jaren's, watching her, hesitantly asked, "You're worried?" Ethel, turning back to face him, her face alight with a mixture of joy and anxiety, exclaimed, "Of course I'm worried. I heard Ty is sick. He's my friend, and this involves me too." Jaren stared at her silently for a long moment. You're too kind. Even at times like these, he finally said. Sometimes you could be a little selfish. From his perch in the tree, Ty spoke to Ethel below. I made a mistake. Ethel, surprised and bewildered, covered her mouth with her hand. Huh. He didn't answer her, but continued speaking. Pretend you didn't hear anything, he said. How could Ethel possibly pretend she hadn't heard? Panic fluttered in her chest. How could she simply disregard his words? Guilt gnawed at her. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Are you angry with me? She asked, her voice laced with concern. Of course not, he replied quickly. Or did I do something to upset Ty? She pressed, still unconvinced. Nothing like that, he assured her. The back and forth continued, a strange tension in the air. Suddenly, a thought struck Ethel, and she gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. No way, she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. Hesitantly, she asked, are you sad? Hidden in the branches above, Jaren shook his head vehemently. Of course not. Ethel, seeing his flustered denial, couldn't help but tease him gently. Or are you sulking? Jaren sighed, rubbing his forehead. He seemed at a loss for words. Perhaps this is why I told you to leave, he finally muttered. I'm sorry. Just forget what I said. Ethel walked towards the base of the tree where he was perched. She sat down gracefully at the foot of the tree. If you want to tell me why you're upset, she said softly, you don't have to force yourself. I was just from a different angle. They made a picturesque scene. Ethel rambling softly at the base of the tree, and Jaren's silent and listening intently from above. A strange warmth permeated the air between them. Ethel continued her gentle reassurance. Sometimes I speak before I think, but that doesn't mean your true feelings aren't showing. You can't hide them, can you? Hugging her knees, Ethel watched colorful butterflies flitting amongst the hydrangeas, their petals shimmering with dew. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, making the dewdrops sparkle. Her words seemed to have an effect. Jaren remained silent in the branches above, lost in his own thoughts. It's been a while since I've been caught up in the divorce proceedings, he thought, gazing at the vibrant blossoms. Summer is here already. Suddenly, Ethel gasped. Oh, I remember, she exclaimed, a bright smile illuminating her face. The night we made bread on the rooftop, she said excitedly, clapping her hands together. I remember being worried because Ty was acting strangely. She recalled the previous night, telling him, I want to leave the Empire. He had responded with a surprised, huh. Then, the images of Laura Emerson and Sharon Martins appeared in her mind. Laura, smiling, had said, I'm sorry, I can't join the family because you're in the Empire. And Sharon, equally apologetic, had added, I'm so sorry. I was hoping we could have tea together. The memories faded. Ethel's brow furrowed in thought. From this perspective, she mused, it's definitely more than just disappointment. She began to list the things she had done for him, her voice tinged with anxiety. I helped you even though I wasn't supposed to. I gave you a place to stay, gave you money, and even protected you. Jaren's expression darkened, a shadow passing over his features. He felt a pang of shame. Talking about it like this makes me feel like I should just disappear off the face of the earth, he thought grimly. Another, simpler thought surfaced. If only the abandoned mines in Inala were developed, then I could offer a reward. Down below, Ethel, noticing the silence, looked up at him. I might be a bit of a mess right now, she stammered, but things will get better in the future. Her words radiated an invisible, positive energy. Hearing her words, he froze, dumbfounded, letting out a soft, almost song-like sound. Ethel continued brightly. I only said that to Ty. If everything works out, the future will be much better. Having said this, she couldn't help but sweat, wondering if her words sounded too much like a lie. But, having already started down this path, she doubled down, saying to Jaren with conviction, anyway, from now on, feel free to rely on me when you need to. I promise you, it's not an empty promise. We'll continue to see everyone. Despite her confident words, she couldn't help but think dejectedly, I hope they don't misunderstand. Jaren's, hidden in the tree, observed the scene with an unreadable expression, murmuring, continued to see everyone. He finally looked down at Ethel, who had been sitting below, and continued, I think you misunderstood. I don't think Adele would just accept help and run. His mood seemed to lift as he spoke, his face brightening. Jaren then said to Ethel, his voice now cheerful, you helped me create the antidote formula. Ethel's eyes widened in realization. Oh, right, the antidote formula. I completely forgot. He added, it's not like Adele. He looks exhausted from the trial. She offered a gentle, apologetic smile. That's part of the reason for the blame. Honestly, I felt a bit embarrassed after realizing Ty had a cold. Suddenly, a chilling silence fell. Gerens, hidden above, remained quiet. Ethel, below, felt a prickle of anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Why did the atmosphere suddenly turn so cold? She stood abruptly, stammering in a panicked voice. I didn't mean to say it was actually cold, just for a moment. She wasn't sure what she feared, but she felt compelled to explain herself. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before her, startling her with a cry. Gerens, his handsome face upside down, hung from the tree branch, incredibly close. He asked, "Is all of this because of me?" Flustered, she stepped back slightly. "Well, I was a little surprised. Ty seemed a bit cold." He pulled himself back up into the tree as she watched, bewildered. He spoke down to her. If he would just answer, there would be nothing left to say. "I'm explaining myself like a child." He paused, then muttered to himself, "Is this even an explanation?" Not giving her a chance to speak, he continued, "I was just a little surprised. You would stay, no matter what happens, right?" The image of Ethel and her ex-husband flashed through his mind. They had never been a good match. Their memories were filled with arguments. But Ethel wasn't like other women. She wouldn't cling to a failing relationship. Even in front of her ex-husband, the man who had betrayed her, she hadn't flinched. She had demanded everything back without hesitation. She had even severed ties with her powerful family, the Walls, without a second thought. But none of that mattered to her. With a calm expression, she said, "Because those people aren't important to me. If it were other noble women, such actions would be considered unthinkable, self-destructive even. But for Ethel, living life on her own terms was the only way to truly live." His voice, low and displeased, cut through the air. "So I am." She was still puzzling over his non sequitur when he suddenly jumped down from the tree, landing lightly before her. "What?" she asked, bewildered by his cold tone. Ethel couldn't believe her eyes. "Is he smiling?" His smile radiated a warmth as bright as the summer sun. Gerens, lost in his own thoughts until now, finally noticed Ethel and asked her vaguely, "Were you changing clothes to disguise yourself?" Ethel, startled by his question, stammered, Yes, Vinetta is wearing my clothes now." She thought about Vinetta, now wearing her clothes to avoid attention, likely already in the carriage. "Vinetta has my cloak on," she told him. "They must be in the carriage by now." The hem of her black dress fluttered in the breeze as she spoke. Gerens quickly draped his own cloak around her shoulders. "It's better if you wear mine," he said casually. Dapples of sunlight, filtering through the leaves like glittering sparks, danced upon them. He reached for her hat. "May I?" he asked. Ethel smiled brightly. "Of course," she replied. Gerens placed the hat on his head. Ethel couldn't help but comment, "It suits you. You're already handsome, but the hat adds a touch of elegance. It's as if it were made for you." They had simply exchanged garments, but the effect was striking. In the twilight, poised between day and night, the two figures hurried along. "Trouble," Gerens murmured. "It looks like there's a patrol at the gate," he said, walking, but with Gerens, walking often meant running. "Then we should hurry," Ethel said quickly. Their feet landed on the carriage step. "I don't know what happened," Ethel thought to herself, "but I'm glad Gerens is back to normal." The carriage wheels rattled away under the darkening sky, the last lingering hues of sunset reluctant to depart. The next day, in the Cassius family's opulent and magnificent palace, a display of wealth so extravagant that 3 pages wouldn't suffice to describe its splendor, Laina sat bored at her vanity table, tapping her fingers and fidgeting restlessly. Tara stood beside her, silent and impassive. Suddenly, Laina turned to Tara and commanded, "Summon Elliot." Now, the blue-haired man, Elliot Ruth, was one of the 7 most talented individuals in the world, a genius in every field: law, biology, mathematics, science. Elliot played a crucial role in their success, contributing significantly to the Cassius family's prosperity. A servant standing beside Laina attempted to reason with her. "But Master Ilias is currently away from the Empire." Laina waved her hand dismissively. "I don't care the cost. Bring him here immediately. And Perio too. Before Ilias arrives, halt all their current tasks." The servant bowed obediently. "Understood." Sunlight streamed through the window, painting the room in shimmering light. Laina gazed outside, lost in thought. Before my sister-in-law becomes a name of shame, whether it's the recording or the butler, the king won't interfere any further, she said aloud. A moment later, she rose abruptly from her vanity, a hint of urgency in her voice. It's almost time for my sister-in-law's arrival. I must go and meet her. The servant remained silent, bowing respectfully as Laina departed. As she walked, she thought, this will just be a minor bump in our relationship. I'm certain I'll emerge victorious. Within the palace, Laina encountered Lihem. Lihem, she addressed him immediately. What's our elder brother doing? He replied, his voice carrying a note of weariness. He's the same as yesterday, shut away in his room, refusing to come out. Laina and Lihem walked together, conversing, Lihem's gaze downcast, his demeanor despondent. I can't believe this happened between him and sister-in-law. It's so shocking. Laina continued. Perhaps it would have been better if he'd been honest from the start. I'm sure he believed he was treating her well. Suddenly, a flicker of anxiety crossed Lihem's face. But Laina, he began hesitantly, will the trial continue? She glanced at him sharply. What do you mean? He turned to her, attempting to explain. Yesterday, neither of them seemed all right. Wouldn't a divorce be better for both of them? Laina's voice rose in indignation. Absolutely not. We are family. Are you suggesting we just abandon family? Lihem. Flustered, he stammered. Ah, no, that's not what I meant. Lihem sighed, defeated. No, you're right. I'm wrong. Laina thought to herself, his ideas are so useless. Suddenly, her energy surged back. She clenched her fists, a spark of excitement in her eyes. So, brother, let's support them from now on. Sister-in-law will understand how we feel today. Lihem merely stared at her, bewildered. The gates swung open, the clock chiming the hour. Ethel entered, accompanied by Saron Martins and Caden Tormo. Those within the hall turned to face them, forming two opposing lines. Ethel offered a bright smile. Hello, everyone. Cassius's face darkened with anger. How dare you show your face here? You're ruining my son. Ethel's expression remained firm. I'm only speaking the truth. Sensing the rising tension, Laina intervened, waving her hands placatingly. Whoa, everyone calm down. Let's talk about this. Lihem no dit in agreement besideher. Cassius turned his gaze to Caden Tormo. Answer me, Caden. Why did you abandon the Cassius family? Caden Tormo remained silent, his gaze steady. Cassius pressed on. After all these years of service, does it mean nothing to you? Caden Tormo glanced at Ethel, a silent exchange passing between them. They both nodded. Do you remember my son, Joshua? Cassius frowned. Why bring up my son now? Stop beating around the bush. I've already told you the reason you wanted to hear. Laina gently touched Cassius's arm, which was crossed tightly against his chest, his face a mask of displeasure. She offered a conciliatory smile. Father, please calm down. Quickly, she continued, addressing Caden Tormo. Mr. Tormo, I believe I remember him. Joshua came to the mansion when I was young, didn't he? A worried expression crossed her face. But is something wrong with him? Did you leave with him? A shadow of sadness passed over Caden Tormo's face. Joshua was afflicted by illness. Laina gasped. Oh dear, is that true? I just meant to say we should have checked on his health or something. How painful. Caden Tormo looked at them evenly. As expected, none of you remember anything. He turned to Cassius. Your Grace, perhaps things will be a little different for you. Cassius looked puzzled. Caden Tormo's mind drifted back to a memory of his son's encounter with Cassius. An image of Cassius, sword in hand, and a terrified Joshua cowering on ground. Then he and his daughter left. Caden Tormo said, his voice heavy. My son still has nightmares about that day. Laina, her brow furrowed in worry, thought, this hesitation, what does it mean? Could he truly be haunted by us? Why be haunted by a father who merely pointed a sword? Surely, there's more to it than that, isn't there? Cassius's voice cut through the tense silence. I'm curious as to what you're implying, Caden. You're pointing fingers at me when there's nothing there. Caden Tormo stared, stunned. Isn't everything enough for you? Saron Martins and Vinetta watched the escalating exchange between Cassius and Caden, the air thick with unspoken animosity. Why are you blaming me for your son's condition? Cassius demanded. Laina quickly intervened. Father, please don't raise your voice at Lord Caden. Ignoring her, Cassius pressed on. Don't interrupt. This is between Caden and me. Cassius glared at Caden, his voice booming. When I was his age, I was already training myself by hacking at hills with a sword. But he locks himself in his room, haunted by that. Laina, her face pale, tried to calm the situation. Father, please. You're being too loud. Calm down. We're trying to have a discussion here. She glanced nervously at the others in the room. Suddenly, Ethel spoke, her voice quiet but firm. Do you regret it? Do you truly regret ruining a child's future? Cassius roared. What are you implying? Regret. Caden Tormo's voice was laced with disappointment. I had hoped, somewhere deep down, that you might recognize your mistake. But once again, I see you are a man who believes only in his own righteousness. Cassius bellowed. Caden, you bastard. You're crossing a line. Ethel calmly lifted her teacup. Duke Cassius, she said, it's my turn to speak. Cassius waved a dismissive hand, impatient to end the conversation. What? I don't want to hear it. Get out of my house. Ethel took a slow sip of tea. This is important. Are you sure you don't want to listen? Ignoring his outburst, she continued, her voice rising slightly. I want you to end the trial. Agree to the divorce, and the proceedings will automatically conclude. Laina and Lihem exchanged worried glances as the argument intensified. Why are you telling me this? Go talk to your husband about it. Leandro, wasn't it decided in today's trial? Cassius retorted, you won't win that easily. I'll make my own arrangements. He paused, then added, we are all Cassius's. This isn't a big enough problem to break us. Ethel placed her teacup back on the table. And what do you gain from this? She looked directly at him, a hint of challenge in her eyes. When we're done with this fight, the only thing left will be your son's tarnished reputation. As a master strategist, you understand that, don't you? Everything you're doing isn't for your son, but for your own selfish pride. Cassius clenched his fists. Ethel pressed on. I know it's hard to accept the truth that what you did to Joshua drove Caden away. Cassius interrupted, his voice a furious growl. You're going too far. Undeterred, Ethel continued. You think you were betrayed. No, you abandoned Caden first. What? Cassius roared, slamming his fist on the table. Will you shut up? He swept his arm across the table, sending objects flying. The teacup shattered on the floor. Cassius stood, chest heaving, his breath ragged. Frozen in place, Lihem and Laina watched their father with mounting anxiety. Father, are you all right? Lihem asked, his voice laced with concern. Calm down. Cassius didn't respond, lost in thought. No, he finally muttered, because it's true. I can't accept it. Not even in death. Laina glanced towards Ethel, a thought flickering across her mind. When you return to Ilias, it will be Cassius's victory. Turning back to her father, she continued, her voice laced with a calculated sweetness. I'll give you a gift, something to lift your spirits after this divorce. A gift you've long sought after, she declared, her voice ringing with confidence. Something you desperately desire. Cassius scoffed. You think I believe you? I have no interest in your games. Don't waste my time. Laina's smile didn't falter. Oh, is that so? She purred. Something the Duke has been searching for 10 years. The late Duchess's time capsule. Am I right? A flicker of disbelief crossed Cassius's face. What? He demanded, his voice sharp. What did you just say? Sensing his vulnerability, Laina's gaze hardened, a triumphant glint in her eyes. That's right, she confirmed, her voice steady. I know the location of the time capsule left behind by the late Duchess. She paused for effect. This is Chero Cassius we're talking about. 10 years ago, Cassius's wife died from a sudden illness. Because of Edmund Cassius's undying love for her, Duke Cassius adopted Laina, who resembled his deceased wife. He raised and cherished her more than his own 2 sons. The family of 4 lived happily. Before she passed, she told her husband about her missing time capsule. After she left this world, the entire estate, every nook and cranny of Cassius Castle, was searched. They even dredged the bottom of the lake, but it was all in vain. Time passed. Laina continued, her voice smooth as silk, until I, by sheer luck, discovered it tucked away at the end of a pressed flower path within a half-opened book. Ethel's thoughts raced. I recently investigated the last clue the Duchess left behind. She thought to herself, if it's for Laina, the only way to control the Duke is through Chero Cassius's death. Or, more accurately, the time capsule. Lihem, his hand gripping Cassius's coat, spoke up, his voice laced with suspicion. The clue. You mean the poem? Ethel and Cerrone Martins remained silent, their expressions unreadable. It seemed they, too, had been investigating this matter. A poem left by Chero, claiming to be a clue to the time capsule's hiding place. She had shared it with her husband and 2 sons, but they couldn't decipher it. It was more like a cipher. Cassius sank wearily into a chair, the three of them facing Ethel and Cerrone Martins. The air crackled with tension. Laina's face was a mask of concern. It was unbelievable that even skilled code breakers, poets, and the finest detectives couldn't solve it. Seeing the increasing difficulty, Cassius, unwilling to be outmaneuvered, spoke up, his voice laced with barely controlled fury. "Isn't it enough that you've tarnished my son's reputation?" He glared at them, his eyes blazing with a dangerous light. "If you dare to deceive me, to use Chero's name for your own gain, you better believe I won't let this go easily." Ethel's lips curled into a smug smile, clearly enjoying Cassius's outburst. "Now you're interested, aren't you?" he said smoothly. "Whether you believe me or not, this is an opportunity to fulfill the late Duchess's final wish." Cassius roared. How could you possibly solve it? Ethel's composure remained unshaken. "It took some time," he admitted, "but it was within my capabilities. I'm intelligent and lucky." He hummed a cheerful tune, seemingly oblivious to the furious glares of the three people before him. A while later, tea and pastries were presented on the table. Ethel sat observing the family's expressions. She realized they were feigning composure, but their minds were undoubtedly in turmoil. From Duke Cassius to the butler and servants, everyone was silent, as if concealing something. Ethel thought to herself that even when they believed no one could solve it, she could. She watched Caden Tormo offer her a cup of tea. Ethel thought inwardly that her words no longer seemed like boasting. Suddenly, Duke Cassius spoke, his voice laced with anger and his eyes burning with intensity. "You're telling the truth, and only the truth, aren't you?" Just then, Laina softly exclaimed, "Ah." She appeared flustered, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "The person who claimed to have solved the poem a few years ago turned out to be a fraud," she blurted out. Duke Cassius fell into deep thought. The realization of being deceived about the poem's code made him clench his fists, his body trembling with rage. Defeated, Duke Cassius bowed his head. "Then tell me," he said, "what did my wife want to leave behind?" Laina agreed. "Very well, I will tell you. But first," she said, turning to Cerrone Martins, the divorce lawyer, "please bring out the documents." Laina held the document before the Duke. "If you find the time capsule," she stated, her voice firm, "please sign this agreement to approve our divorce." Duke Cassius took the contract from her hand. "Even if I face death," he declared, "I will not change my decision for my wife." With that, Duke Cassius signed the agreement. Seeing his signature, Laina smiled. "I have a lawyer," she said, "so I've prepared everything, including notarization. It would be better if it were verified by more than 2 lawyers," she added, suggesting he call Farrell. The Duke remained silent as he signed the contract, while Laina, seated beside him, fidgeted nervously. A moment later, Farrell handed sealed documents to Cerrone. Farrell then departed, leaving the lawyer and Ethel. Cerrone produced a sheet of paper containing the riddle. "This is the riddle," he announced. It reads, "Spring's fresh innocence returns, in the greenhouse hydrangeas bloom. Where the bell tower greets the dawn, where the mountain is thrice bitten, where the fountain is guarded by a cherub small." Lihem scratched his head. "I can't think of a solution, even after reading it over and over. I've searched the garden, the mountain behind, and even the fountain, but I haven't found anything." Ethel spoke up, referring to the fountain. "The largest fountain in the Cassius estate has 2 angels on it, doesn't it? But only one is a cherub," Lihem pointed out. "Huh, aren't both of them children?" he asked, surprised. Ethel's voice was serious. "Look closely. One is a girl." Ethel continued, "And beside it is the green garden. There really is a hydrangea garden next to it, isn't there?" Laina replied, "Oh yeah, I saw it in the spring." Ethel smiled. "I saw it too. The gardener was very proud of it." At this, Duke Cassius's eyes reddened. He spoke softly. Chero used to manage that garden herself, until she no longer had the strength. Ethel took a delicate sip of her tea. When the Duchess was healthy, she recounted, there were no hydrangeas in the greenhouse. The gardener in charge planted them after she became ill. The 3 of them stared intently at the drawing, their faces etched with deep thought. Lihem wondered aloud, "So, are there any clues from places like the mountain behind the castle?" Duke Cassius murmured, "Now that I think about it, the bell tower has never rung 3 times at dawn. It's been over 100 years since it was built." Laina, surprised, asked what. "The bell always rings 3 times a day, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner." but never at dawn. As if on cue, the door opened and Leandro entered. He announced, "The bell at Cassius Castle is different from those in other parts of the empire. It could ring 4 times at dawn. It was considered heretical and was discontinued long ago." Seeing Leandro, Lehem exclaimed, "Brother, are you all right to be here?" Leandro sighed, catching his breath. "I'm fine. I heard you were talking about the time capsule, so I came." But Leandro's arrival had another motive. He murmured, "More than that. This is a conversation with her, too." Ethel, overhearing this, flushed with anger, her inner voice screaming, was there to talk about with him. Duke Cassius fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke, because the poem was written that way. "I assumed it referred to the morning bell. But that bell was removed before I married Chero." He paused, reflecting on the poem's content. "The important thing is, all 3 lines contain contradictions." Lehem suddenly blurted out, "Maybe Mother wrote it wrong." She was quite clumsy. Leandro, exasperated by Lehem's naivete, corrected him gently. "There's nothing your mother couldn't do, Lehem." Listening to the discussion, Ethel suggested, "Let's remove the 3 central rhymes and think carefully. We'll get the gist of it." Lehem immediately added, "Spring has arrived without stumbling. Surely these mysterious places hold a hidden meaning." Ethel addressed the group. "All these places are mentioned in the 3 lines. Should we remove them from the poem entirely?" Duke Cassius frowned. "Then all that remains is I hide the treasure." Lehem, indignant, protested, "Of course Mother hid the treasure. Who else would it be?" Seeing his son's defiance, Duke Cassius snapped, "Don't speak out of turn, young Duke Lehem." Chastened, Lehem hung his head and sighed. His eyes downcast, Lehem offered a contrite apology. "I apologize, sister-in-law." Ethel remained silent. Her gaze swept across the room, taking in the numerous portraits that adorned the walls. "Did he like it?" she mused, then quickly added, "No, he was rather embarrassed by it himself." Her eyes fell upon a portrait of Chero wearing a flower crown. "Chero was embarrassed by all I spent, just to satisfy this selfishness of mine." Ethel's attention was drawn to a statue across the room. As if compelled by an unseen force, she rose and walked towards it. Recognition dawned on her face. "This plaster statue." She murmured, "Oh, this is the plaster statue Chero gave me. It's a replica of the marble one in the castle. She told me to look at its face whenever I was in the capital." Ethel lifted the statue, turning it over in her hands. From behind her, the Duke cried out, "What are you doing? What if it breaks?" "Put it down." 4 pairs of eyes watched her anxiously. "It's all right," she reassured them. "It's hollow. It's lighter than it looks." Sensing something amiss, Laina gasped. "Wait, you said it's light." Ethel placed the statue back down. "This is a plaster statue of him," she explained, prepared by the Duchess. "Duke, when did you receive this statue?" "About 17 years ago," Duke Cassius replied. "So when did you hear about the time capsule?" 17 years ago, as well," he answered, then startled, as if a realization had just dawned on him. Leandro spoke up. "Could this be the statue she mentioned in the letter?" The answer, like a key unlocking a secret, brought a smile to Ethel's face. "I'll tell you," she said, her excitement palpable. "It's very important that she hid it." She stood before the statue, a playful glint in her eyes. "Should we shake it?" Leandro, ever the protective one, quickly intervened. Whoa, let me do it." "How could you shake it with those delicate hands?" The statue then began to rattle. Following the suggestion, the 2 men lifted and shook the statue. Duke Cassius pressed his ear against the statue, listening intently. "There's definitely something inside. If it was Chero, it makes perfect sense. This is her playful side, after all." Laina and Lehem, their eyes glued to the statue, waited with bated breath. Ethel made a suggestion. "Let's carve out the bottom and check." The Duke, slightly surprised by her direct approach, retrieved a knife and began to carve at the base of the statue. Everyone watched, their faces etched with curiosity and anticipation. Suddenly, Duke Cassius's eyes widened, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. "This," he breathed, as a small gift box and several handkerchiefs tumbled out. With trembling hands, he reached for a small letter. Leandro stared, transfixed. Lehem, curiosity piqued, picked up a 3rd letter. They returned to their seats, unfolding the letters, and a hush fell over the room. Ethel burned with curiosity about the contents of the letters. Even Laina remained silent, her hands clasped tightly as she waited. The lawyer sat reading the divorce agreement, while Ethel sipped her hot tea, thinking to herself that not even Laina could share these memories with the late Duchess. Tears welled in Duke Cassius's eyes as he read. The letter began, "Don't worry too much. Even as time passes, you won't become like your father." Clutching the letter, Duke Cassius continued reading Chero's words. "Do you remember Joshua, Caden's son, born a few years ago? You were so awkward when I asked you to hold him, weren't you?" He recalled the moment vividly. His hands trembled as he read on. "You might look scary on the outside, but you're a warm person inside. You'll never become a bully like your father, so believe in yourself." Overcome with emotion, the Duke covered his face with his hands, his body shaking with sobs. Even Leandro's eyes brimmed with tears as he read the letter Chero had written to him, filled with love. Lehem wept openly like a child. The sight of these three grown men breaking down so completely brought a poignant silence to the room as everyone watched them. Ethel placed her teacup on the table. Just then, Duke Cassius called out Ethel. Humbled, Duke Cassius spoke with sincerity. "Thank you, truly. Without you, I would never have been able to read my wife's last letter." Ethel smiled at the Duke, thinking to herself that Laina would have found it eventually. It's a good thing either way, she thought. It all worked out. He sighed, the weight of his role as a single father evident. "And Caden," he said softly, "I'm so ashamed. Can you forgive me?" Caden stood frozen, speechless. The Duke looked at him with an expression of almost pathetic vulnerability. It was remarkably effective in eliciting sympathy from the old man as Caden met his gaze. Seeing the Duke's remorse, he silently bowed his head in acceptance of the apology. The agreement seemed settled. Ethel winked at the lawyer and announced, "We'll be going now." That day, the head butler spoke with his former employer long into the evening. Twilight settled over the estate. The next day, at the Royal City Hall in the imperial capital of Asteroid, "Caden has returned," Duke Cassius announced. As they walked into City Hall, the Duke confided in Ethel, "I also told him I wanted to apologize to Joshua as well." Ethel sighed. "Yes, of course. The victim's feelings, Joshua's feelings, are paramount." A moment later, they entered the main hall. Duke Cassius mused aloud. "Why do I feel like I've forgotten something important for a very long time?" They entered City Hall with a palpable air of solemnity. Ethel approached the clerk's desk and placed the divorce papers down. "Here," she declared. "Ah, yes," the clerk replied, taking the document. "We hereby accept the divorce agreement between Mr. Leandro Cassius and Mrs. Ethel Cassius." Ethel, upon hearing the confirmation, was practically vibrating with excitement. The feeling of impending freedom was intoxicating. Unable to contain herself, Ethel jumped for joy. "Finally, I've been waiting for this moment for so long." The clerk, accustomed to such displays, calmly stated, "We will now guide you through the remaining procedures. All formalities must be completed for the divorce to be officially recognized." Seeing Ethel with Duke Cassius, the gossiping onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. "A divorce agreement? Did they just mention Cassius?" "Yes, that's Duke Cassius. The woman with him is Ethel Cassius. She's identical to the portrait in the newspapers." "Isn't young Duke Leandro's divorce case ongoing? Perhaps they stopped the lawsuit and decided on a settlement," someone speculated. As they left City Hall, Ethel thought to herself, with the divorce papers filed, the court proceedings are suspended. Once the divorce is officially recognized, it's all over. Seeing her celebratory humming, Duke Cassius asked, "Are you that happy?" Ethel beamed. "Of course. There's nothing more precious than independence and freedom, the ideals I've always pursued." Ethel then questioned him. "Speaking of which, Your Grace, it seems your son still hasn't accepted." She trailed off, and the Duke, feeling a prick of guilt, cleared his throat. "He's still the same," Duke Cassius admitted. "Stubborn as a mule. I had to practically tie him up at home." He recounted the image of his 2 children pleading with him. "Even Laina begged me," the Duke confessed. "It seems they're both quite attached to you." Ethel pondered this. "So the Duke feels it too. At first, I thought it was just about the mines, but perhaps there's something more to this. I was worried you might give in to your beloved daughter," Ethel admitted, "but I'm glad you didn't change your mind." The truth was, the Duke felt a pang of sadness over his decision. "Initially, I thought there was no need to force someone who didn't want to be," he began. Ethel softly replied, "I know you never truly considered me family. Even after I became Ethel Cassius, you still called me Ethel Willis." The Duke conceded, "That's true. To me, you were simply the woman who married my son." The Duke gazed out at the bustling street, sighing. "Such a pity. In the end, my curiosity about what kind of person you are got the better of me." Ethel smiled. "Do you regret it? Then treat the woman your son marries well." She ascended the carriage steps, then paused, a thought striking her. "No," she declared, turning back to face him. she continued, if your son remains as he is, he shouldn't marry at all. He should live alone and not inflict his suffering on anyone else, as he did to me. Duke Cassius nodded. I understand. He stood motionless, watching as the carriage pulled away. Softly, he murmured, farewell, Ethel Willis. A few days later, at the Leo estate, Ethel sat reading the newspaper, a headline catching her eye. Just as I predicted, she said, surprised. Complete chaos. She paused, reflecting. Leandro's situation was no longer her concern. But as she read the news, the Duke and Duchess Cassius have successfully finalized their divorce. A Cassius family spokesperson declined to reveal the true reason, stating that the divorce was not solely due to the issue of producing an heir. A thoughtful silence fell over her. I don't want to be the subject of gossip anymore, she muttered. Suddenly, Diana appeared, a bright smile on her face. Ethel, she exclaimed. There you are. Diana settled beside her. Is everything all right here? Are you comfortable? Ethel smiled. Yes, the hospitality has been wonderful. Diana blushed, rubbing the back of her neck. Just make yourself at home, she said with a nervous laugh. I'm still getting used to this palace-like estate myself. The estate was bathed in the warm glow of the late afternoon sun. Diana, Ethel began, it might be best if I moved to the Leo estate. Standing beside Jarenka, as the sun dipped lower, she spoke softly. It's because of me that the secret villa was revealed. But you're an exception, Jarenka replied with a smile. Don't worry. Security at the Leo estate is tight. No reporters will bother you here. Observing Jarenka's expression, Ethel felt a pang of disappointment. He doesn't seem sad that I'm leaving, she thought. It's a little disheartening. Ethel slapped her cheeks lightly. Get a grip, Ethel, she whispered to herself. Jarenka is facing the most important moment of his life. Diana, noticing her odd behavior, asked with concern, what's wrong? Are you okay? The time had come for the emperor to reveal the existence of his son to the world. Jarenka was incredibly busy, constantly meeting with nobles who would support his claim. I'm grateful the emperor has given his permission, Ethel thought. Now all that's left is for the temple to recognize the divorce. It's fortunate Leandro and I didn't have any children. Suddenly, a maid appeared. Miss Ethel, there's a man here to see you. He's tall and well-mannered. The maid explained, but I couldn't see his face clearly because he's wearing a cloak. Jarenka immediately sprang to Ethel's mind. He probably isn't a reporter, the maid continued. Shall I show him in? No, Ethel replied quickly. I'll meet him at the carriage. Where is it? At the back gate, Mississippi Diana. I'll be back shortly, Ethel said, excitement bubbling within her. She hurried towards the back gate. There, she saw the cloaked figure waiting. Even beneath the cloak, a glimpse of his striking profile was visible. Ethel's heart pounded in her chest. She began, breathlessly. That's all for today. If you enjoyed this, please give it a like and subscribe to receive notifications as soon as possible. And if you have any good story recommendations, leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to let me know your thoughts on this story. Thank you for watching.